Guys, today modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI. Go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor. And all right, guys, let's get right into it, man. Because how's it been a good day? Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you guys. All right, today we're going to get into Trump's, engagement with the media and a whole lot more because the big, beautiful bill has passed the Senate with modifications, of course. But we'll get into those later, guys. But right for now, let's double tap that screen and let's get right into it.
Good morning. We're going out to Alligator Alcatraz. It's the East Coast version, and it should be very exciting, very good. Worked very hard on it with Ron and everybody, and I think it's going to be great. And then I'll be back here fighting for the bill, and I hear it's going okay. We're moving along. But we'll be back.
And shout out Big Wave Dave. Just starting us off on a baller alert. Appreciate you, brother.
Here pretty early.
What do you think they're going to pass? Do you think the president on the bill, are there parts of the bill or amendments that you think cut too much?
We're going to have to see the final version. I don't want to go too crazy with cuts. I don't like cuts. There are certain things that have been cut, which is good. I think we're doing well. We're going to have to see some very complicated stuff. Great enthusiasm.
Now, if I can get into, at least a couple of these modifications. So, the AI regulation ban, the AI regulation ban removed. So, pretty much that we're going to let AI kind of have their rule, like pretty much have not regulated for like 10 years, and they took that out. So thank God, because I had disagreements with that as well. The SALT deduction cap has been adjusted. Child and senior tax credits were tweaked a bit. So it's these changes were honestly in a good direction. These were changes in a good direction. I'm not mad at none of these changes, to be quite honest.
As you know, and I think in the end we're going to have it. What do you think, Caroline?
What do you think about Zoran Mamdani having such a hard time condemning the phrase globalize the intifada?
I think he's terrible. He's a communist. The last thing we need is a communist. I said there will never be socialism in the United States. Now we have a communist. So I think it's bad news. And I think I'm going to have a lot of fun with him, watching him, because he has to come right to this building to get his money. And don't worry, he's not going to run away with anything. I think he's a frankly, I've heard he's a total nut job. I think the people of New York are crazy. If they go this route, I think they're crazy.
Yeah, they're talking about Zohran Mamdani. Yes, the mayoral candidate for New York City with the policies of $30 minimum wage. I know, right? $30 minimum wage. How would the small businesses ever survive? And then what he wanted to do, rent freezes, city ran grocery stores, which is a bit kind of, communist China like, but through and through, he's a socialist,
We will have a
a real one.
communist for the first time, really, a pure, true communist. He wants to operate the grocery stores, the department stores. What about the people that are there? I think it's crazy.
What happened to Elon Musk?
Who?
What happened to Elon Musk?
Nothing. No, he's upset he's losing his EV mandate, and he's upset. He's very upset about things, but he could lose a lot more than that. I can tell you right now. Hey, Elon can lose a lot more than that.
What do you expect to happen? He's firing Gaza to be a great before Prime Minister Netanyahu comes next week.
We hope it's going to happen, and we're looking for it to happen sometime next week.
Does that have to include the release of all?
Which we need to end immediately, because this ceasefire, it needs to be enacted immediately, because according to the data, which a lot's coming out from different sources, that Palestinians are dying by at least 50 to 100 a day. So yeah, they've turned up the termination number apparently, because the Palestinians are dying. I mean, just today 100 of them died. I mean, and like I said, they're supposed to be going and getting aid, and they're getting shot while getting to these aid centers. So it is pretty crazy situation going on there. And I am also praying for a ceasefire, if BB allows it.
We want to get our hostages back. We want to get the hostages back.
What if the big beautiful bill doesn't pass? You have to go through item by item by item and pass this stuff one at a time, or are you just going to try again?
I think we're going to get there. It's tough. We're trying to break it down so it's really good for the country. Trying to get a lot for everybody. And it's a big bill. And smaller bills would have been easy, but they wouldn't have been as good. I think it's going to do okay.
And with the alligator Alcatraz, it's the idea that if some illegal immigrant escapes, they just get eaten by an alligator or a snake or something?
I guess that's the concept. This is not a nice business. I guess that's the concept. If snakes are fast, but alligators we're going to teach them how to run away from an alligator, okay? If they escape prison. How to run away. Don't run in a straight line. Look like this. And you know what? Your chances go up about 1%.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
I mean, pretty. Man, Trump is acting like a real super villain. Like, we're gonna put them damn near in this alligator Alcatraz. If they leave it, it's surrounded by a lake or a moat that's filled with alligators. And if they're slick enough, they could possibly make it out. And if they do, you know what? Give them citizenship if that's the case. If y'all make it out of alligator Alcatraz, give them a citizenship. Why not?
Well, he's coming here. We're going to talk about a lot.
And shout out Big Wave Dave coming in with another baller alert. He said that dude will ruin New York City. Let him do it if they vote him in. I don't care. Doesn't affect me. Let them learn. Let them all get what they voted for. So tired of this trash like AOC. Let them reap what they sow. I mean, at a certain point, because I was starting to feel bad. I'm just like, damn, I feel bad for the people who didn't vote for this. This is going to be tough. But it's the fact that the majority of these people want these socialist ideas or want these socialist policies is wild. It's wild to me. And then they don't even see the longevity of it. I'm like, $30 minimum wage. I mean, it sounds good until all the small businesses close down.
A lot of things. We're going to talk about the great success we had. I mean, we had an incredible in Iran. We had an incredible success. Like really nobody's had in many, many years. That was a precision war strike. And the word obliteration can now be used because the Atomic Energy Commission said you can't even get into the place. It was demolished. It was really demolished. It was a great, brilliant strike. And how to go forward. We're also going to talk about Gaza. We want to get the rest. We got a lot of hostages back, so we're going to talk about that. I don't know. I think that's the We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible?
Oh wow.
He gets a lot of subsidies, Peter. But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look,
And I'm pretty, and EI and Elon's a heavy investor in AI, and that AI ban was taken off. Well, pretty much AI was going to have free reign for 10 years. No state can tell them nothing on regulation. They were just going to have free reign on regulation. That was removed, and so was those EV mandates, or they were rolled back a bit. So we could say that, Elon's mad about that, or we can also point out the fact that Elon don't understand how we reduce spending in our government, and we can't just put all categories of spending in this big, beautiful bill. Can't be done.
look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid, maybe someday a hydrogen. If you have a hydrogen car, it has one problem: it blows up. So I'm going to give that one to Peter. I'm going to let Peter
Start to blow up.
hydrogen cars, and when they blow up, it's serious. They find you 5 blocks away.
Robert, as talks going, are there any countries we can expect to see before the July 9th deadline?
Everything's going well. Honestly, everything. This is very complicated because it's very big, a lot of different areas. Look, the Republicans have their heart in it. The Democrats they just want to destroy our country. A Democrat wants to destroy the country. They won't vote on it. They don't vote on anything. This is the biggest tax cut in history. Everything is the biggest in history.
And it has recently, well, actually, yes, it passed the Senate with, once again, it's kind of funny how most of the important bills require JD to be the tiebreaker. And it's kind of funny because you would think the Dems would spend more time convincing at that point. Because, like, you guys know, if it comes to a tie, the tiebreaker is left to the VP. And who you think Vance is voting for? Who you think? So, yeah. But shout out Big Wave Dave, and go ahead and meeting the goal to open the call in. Appreciate the support, my man. He says, are you ignorant to what that NYC mayoral candidate wants to do? Let me call in before I go to bed. Yikes. I mean, they don't know what they wish for. Trust me, they don't know. Well, and here's the thing. Like I said, all these Dems know is tax the rich equals good things. High minimum wage equals wealth disparity closed. When honestly, it can mean a further divide in the wealth disparity because a lot of these small businesses can't afford a increased minimum wage. We're talking about small businesses, not your favorite corporation you like to pick at.
It's the best bill we've ever had. We can't get one Democrat vote.
When do you think you'll get final
Nice guy, Peter. What do you think?
Very nice guy. When do you think you'll get final passage of the bill?
Hopefully soon. Hopefully today. We can. Final passage. When I say final, let's take Senate at a time, okay? But I think Senate could be today and we go over the House.
And what about Senator Murkowski? Is there any way to placate her?
Who knows? You tell me. Is there? Alaska's done so well with me. There's never been a president better to Alaska than me. But it doesn't mean people appreciate it.
Something added in the big beautiful bill. They did add something for Alaska whalers. And what was it? Okay, $50K write-off for whalers added. So yeah, Alaska whalers get to, get a $50K write-off, which I mean should help them in some way, shape, or form. I mean, we'll see. We will see. All right, now let's get over to Trump's roundtable meeting that he had with Florida officials. Let's get right into it, guys. I think Ron DeSantis, Brian Donaldson, all them guys.
Even I find that hard to believe. That somebody must have gotten in, I think. I don't know, but they say zero. And the people that count them are radical left Democrats. So when a radical left Democrat tells me it's zero, I believe them. But there's still much work to do. In the 4 years before I took office, Joe Biden allowed 21 million people, that's a minimum, I think it was much higher than that, illegal aliens to invade our country. He invaded our country just like a military would invade. It's tougher because they don't wear uniforms. You don't know who they are. More than the populations of New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, and Philadelphia combined. That's what came into our country from prisons, from mental institutions, from street gangs, drug dealers. disgusting.
Really?
This enormous country-destroying invasion has swamped communities nationwide with massive crime, crippling costs, and burdens far beyond what any nation could withstand. No nation could withstand what we did. And we're in the process of doing it, but we have some great people doing it now, and you see them up here with me. But it's, I'd call it like an unforced era. It's sort of like men and women sports. It's sort of like transgender for everybody. How could they have done this to our country? And we're never going to forget it. Last year, 15% of all the hotel rooms in New York City were used to house illegal aliens at costs that they never got for luxury. They never got this much for luxury people coming in from the wealthiest places on earth.
And that is true. I mean, they were literally paying hotels who'd probably charge you maybe like $100 a night for a room. Well, when the government steps in and charges them $300 a night, or they'll give these hotels $300 a night per illegal. Yeah, why would they ever deny it? And then, you know, at taxpayer expense, of course. I mean, that's actually the worst part about it. But shout out Big Wave Dave. He says, bro, call in, open it. Yes, and the call-in line has been open. It is in the post tab on the main page. Now, as long as you've donated at least $1 to the stream, or if you're a member, you can go ahead and enter the call-in. Appreciate the support, guys.
They made more money with the illegal immigrants, with many rooms costing more than $300 a night, 6 times the rent of a typical American family.
$600, okay.
In Denver, Colorado, the city was forced to cut $10 million from its police and fire department budget as part of a $90 million plan to house illegal aliens. And it's a population that's growing and growing and destroying Denver and growing. And again, it's destroying Denver, and it's destroying many other cities too. Likewise, one of the city's largest hospital system is drowning in unpaid medical bills, unpaid in the billions, after their emergency rooms were flooded with tens of thousands of illegals, leading to the closure of critical services. And
that's what kind of dips into our Medicaid and services. Like, it's that right there. Is when illegals pull up there injured. Of course, they ain't got no damn health insurance, but the hospital's gonna get this service covered, and they're gonna dip into, well, taxpayer money. It is what it is. They have no choice.
And these are really critical services. They can't even keep them open for American patients. The American patients were treated worse than any illegal immigrant. In Los Angeles, 1 in every 4 students in the public school system is from a household headed by an illegal, and most of them don't speak English. So they're in a school system and they don't have interpreters. They don't have anything. They don't speak English. What a mess. What a mess. Unforced error. All these people allowed to come in. The United States is now spending $78 billion a year on translation. Okay, think of that. $78 billion a year on translation, and smaller numbers on special education programs for non-English speakers in our public schools. So $78 billion, I think that's not a mistake. I would say,
you know, to speak to Tyler Lang's point, shout out Tyler Lang, appreciate you, member and supporter. Now, he does say the unfortunate part is that your OT and tips will still be taxed. And the reason why I brought up my man's comment is because it does bring up this point right here, is that yes, it will still be taxed because it has a deduction cap. So tips will be $25,000 and an auto deduction at $10,000. Remember, Trump says they're going to, you know, give you deduction for your auto financing if you buy an American-made car at year 2025 or above. And you get about a $10K deduction on that for tips. Yes, for tips. You get to keep an extra $25K extra if you're making that much a year in tips. So there's your no tax on tips. And after you make over that $25K, those taxes will resume.
$1 million, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars, $78 billion, Joe, on translators and non-English speaking work. Federal government, the Justice Department, it's more than twice the cost of maintaining the United States Justice Department, what we're spending on translation and other things to help. In total, the average illegal alien costs American taxpayers.
Yo, and shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. All right, Big Wave Dave, what you want to tell the people?
Yo, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, bro. So for the idiots in chat talking about, you know, the whole fucking thing with like Medicaid and all that, like the fact that he's like stopping that from happening with illegal immigrants, fucking great. Because my ex-wife is an illegal immigrant, and so is her son. They get better medical benefits right now than I do as an American citizen.
Damn.
And for free. They don't
I
pay
mean,
for that shit.
now, boy, the fear mongering has been about Medicaid. And the funny thing about Medicaid is that, well, I have discovered that they are making cuts in Medicaid. But here's the thing, though. Remember what their argument was, that if we cut Medicaid, the old ladies won't, get any health care, or the elderly. Well,
That's false.
yeah, that's false. Because we're talking about Medicare, because Medicaid spending went down, is going to go down about $93 billion.
Medicaid goes to like illegal immigrants like my ex-wife and her child.
And low wage people and people with disabilities.
Yes, but if you're not qualified for it, like if you're an illegal immigrant, you shouldn't fucking get it.
I mean, that is true. But the problem is, though, when they fearmonger on that, I would like guys to remember that we got Medicare. There's Medicaid and Medicare. The best thing about Medicare is that actually takes care of like pretty much anybody 65 and over who is willing to sign up for it. And that is, and we pay into that $1.2 trillion. Now, Medicaid spending, that's going down to about $8 billion a year. But I mean, under Biden, it had to go down, because under Biden, it's increased like exponentially, like crazy. Because I remember Castro brought up the question. We looked it up. How much has Medicaid risen? And yes, risen to crazy levels of 1 trillion plus under Biden.
And
So it had to have been lower.
And who do you think was taking all that?
Illegals.
Exactly. Their children themselves. Look, even my ex-wife, who's an illegal immigrant, she has Medicaid. How the fuck does she have Medicaid? Because the state where we live allows it. And that's taxpayer dollars going towards her when she pays no fucking taxes. Like, you gotta be fucking retarded to think that, oh, well, we should just give everything to everybody. No, it doesn't fucking work that way.
Shout out, Dave. All right, brother. We go keep it pushing on this one. You want to stick around?
Yeah, keep me in.
All right, perfect. All right, let's keep it going.
An estimated $70,000. That's each. $70,000. I think that number is even low. If you care about balancing the budget, the single most impactful step we can take is to fully reverse the Biden migration invasion. One of the worst invasions we've ever had. We've never had an invasion like this.
Hey,
we've had invasions, but we've taken care of.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, apparently, P-Bull thinks I'm lying.
About like what, healthcare or
I don't know.
Medicaid and Medicare?
He said, dude talking is lying.
I don't pay attention to those guys. Shoot, I say the might as well just ignore the
No,
chat,
well, I gotta call them out though. Like if they're full of shit, they're full of shit.
Man, well, I would say wait till he explains himself.
Hey, people, call in. I will
wow,
sponsor you.
All right, people, you've been invited to come up.
We've never had invasion like this, and is with us. And we have some very bad people out there looking to do big harm. That's why the one big, beautiful bill includes funding for 3,000 new Border Patrol officers and 10,000 new ICE agents. And I've gotten to know the Border Patrol and ICE very well. Unlike Kamala, she was the border czar, but she never saw the border. She never made one phone call. She was some border czar. She would have been some president. Probably would have been slightly better than Biden, though. I had to run against both of them, you know? The one guy, it's like a fighter. You knock out the one guy who's doing badly, then they put somebody else in. But fortunately, she was a stiff also.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I would have been very angry. I would have been extremely angry. The heroes of ICE will also help round up and remove members of the savage drug cartels, which are coming back into our country. And we got them out. Now, some of them came back in. We just got them out again. And that's going to be a vicious cycle. Yeah. But these are foreign gangs. They're horrendous people, killers, that have infiltrated our territory, including 8, which we have designated as foreign terrorist organizations, which gives us a lot more power for speed and getting them out much easier. And we had a great court victory.
I mean, yeah, through the Aliens Enemies Act. Once Trump designated these gangs as terrorist organizations, bro, the Aliens Enemies Act kicked right in at that point. because now he's able to remove these guys and call them foreign invaders or as a foreign incursion right there and then. A lot of people forget that part. It's like, yeah, well, we're still calling them gang members, but under the the American government labels them as terrorists. So it is what it is. And shout out to my man Tyler Morgan. Shout out to my man Tyler Morgan. Good. King Trump, 10,000 years. I mean, but appreciate the support.
As you know, on Friday, that allows us to do what we have to do from the Supreme Court of the United States. In 5 months, my administration has already arrested over 2,700 members of the murderous Venezuelan gang known as Tren de Aragua, including a pack of these sadistic animals arrested last month with over 280 guns. And these are guns of the latest caliber. These are guns that were made over the last period of less than a year, getting brand new guns, the latest and the greatest. Every day, our brave law enforcement officers are hunting down and deporting migrant criminals who have committed heinous crimes, including more than
you.
Hey, people, you're still welcome to call in.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, my bad. People, you right here. Yes, my friend.
Yeah.
If you would like to go ahead and call in, please go into the post tab. David said he got you on the on the fee. So, hey, go ahead and call in.
Stop talking trash and call in. Let's have a conversation instead of being a fucking coward.
All right.
13,000 murderers, 11,888 to be exact, but I'd probably say the 13,000 is right also. Think of it, 11,888, and more than half of them, they committed more than one murder. So, Ron, many of them are out of here already, but it's still it's a hell of a number to be confronted with. Just this year, ICE agents in Miami have apprehended illegals with arrests for murder, kidnapping, rape, child sexual abuse, and arson, people of the worst order. We're getting these monsters out of the United States, out of Florida, out of all the places that they're in. And on January 20th, I signed an executive order empowering governors and state police to be deputized to enforce federal immigration laws. And Ron's already taken advantage of it. It's a tremendous advantage for the states. Most of them are doing it. Actually, the blue states tend not to do it. Even a couple of them have, though. And I want to express my tremendous thanks to the state of Florida for embracing this opportunity and being a true partner. They've worked so well with the federal government. It's been just a beautiful, beautiful partnership. So, Ron, I'd like to thank you personally. You're my friend, and you'll always be my friend. And we may have some skirmishes even in the future. I doubt it, but I will always come back because we just we have blood that seems to match pretty well. We have a relationship that's been a very strong one for a long period of time, and I appreciate it, very much appreciate it. And also, Secretary Noem, I'd like to have you say a few words. You have been unbelievable, the job you've done. You and our favorite person, Tom Homan, have done, and your whole staff, because it's a lot of people, and Tom acknowledges it all the time. He respects you so much. He respects the staff that you both built. And you're really doing one of the great jobs. And it was great that you could work with Ron in Florida so well, built such a great facility. So please say a few words. Thank you very much.
I don't know if this will work. Well, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I want to thank you for putting the safety and the security of the American people first. And the way that you never...
I'm looking at their rights as state Florida immigration, custom enforcement. So it's going to be able to detain 3,000 illegals. And staff only, pretty much create about 1,000 jobs. So we're gonna need 1,000 people to go in there and man that alligator Alcatraz, and they can build in 8 days. Oh man, 200 security cameras, 20,000 feet of barbed wire. Ah, dang. Okay, yeah, ain't nobody leaving.
Lose focus on making sure that America stays our priority and that the families that live here get the chance to grow up and to raise their children in communities that are safe and that give them an opportunity to pursue the American dream. This facility here is a fantastic representation of what can happen when all of government works together and when it's accountable to the taxpayers and to the citizens that live here. The president signed an executive order that allowed us to build partnerships with states and with local law enforcement officers, which is exactly how things should function in this country. More power, more authority given to people.
Hey, and shout out Brittany Moores. She says, I'm for this. As a proud Mexican, you know what? I'm going to assume you said Mexican or something else. But hey, shout out, sis. I appreciate it. Latinas for Trump. And that is one thing I can't understand. Shout out Latinas for Trump. I mean, they think it's kind of crazy how the left will say, oh, you guys hate Hispanics, you hate Mexicans. No, we don't. We just want them, honestly, we just want them to obey the law. And we're talking about the illegal ones. Like, yes, they got to go. But the ones who came here legally or naturalized citizens or who were born here, they're good. We love them.
Locally, so that they can take control of their own destiny. And so we have already been working under the 287G program to deputize law enforcement officers, whether they be state highway patrol, local sheriff's departments in all of our states, and allow them to go out with our ICE officers, our border patrol officers, and make sure that we're getting the worst of the worst off of the streets. We also recognize.
Oh, that's a place, a city in Mexico. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, sis. I did not know that was a city in Mexico.
That as we've been doing that and returning people back to their home countries, that we need detention facilities. We need beds to put them in place so that they can have their due process before they return home. And this facility is exactly what I want every single governor in this country to consider doing with us. What happened to start this conversation was that a young man named Jimmy Percival in my office, my general counsel, who came from Florida and used to work here, called up the Attorney General and the governor and said, hey, what do you think about partnering with us on a detention facility that we could put in place that would allow us to bring individuals there? There's an airstrip close by. You guys volunteered the assets that you have and the connections that you have and worked with Kevin extensively so that we could come here, have their due process given, and return them home to their countries. And in 8 days, this facility has been stood up. And I want everybody to recognize that detention facilities that ICE adheres to is a higher standard than is required at state levels, at local Department of Corrections facilities, sheriff's offices. This is a state-of-the-art facility, air-conditioned, isolated though for security purposes, which is very helpful. And I appreciate so many people being willing to work together to make a project like this happen. Right here on this location, we'll have about 3,000 beds. Other location will have another 2,000 beds that will allow us to bring individuals across the country that we are bringing in and incarcerating for violating our laws, and immediately get them out of the country as soon as we possibly can. It's exactly what we need to be perpetuating in other states. And what I would say is, I want all of you to notice these flyers that we've got. Is that everybody who sees these flyers or anybody who sees these news clips should know you can still go home on your own. You can self-deport. If you go on the CBP Home app and go home now, you will get the chance to come back to the United States legally. You will get the chance to come back and do it the right way. If you don't, you may end up here. And you may end up here and being processed, deported out of this country, and never get the chance to come back. That is the consequences of breaking the law in the United States of America. Listen, our job is to uphold the law.
I mean, you can either go back home with the hombres, or you can either just go back home, or you can just kick in alligator Alcatraz until we send you home. Either way, you're going home.
Yo,
this is
either
a country
way,
of laws. We have.
Either way, these people that think that, like, oh, well, these people deserve to be here. They can be here because we're a country of immigrants.
How do they deserve to be here if they broke the law?
Exactly. Like, they need to stop this nonsense. Like, look, come through legally. You don't have to fucking pay the cartels and give them money to spread their drugs throughout our country. You know, you can come here legally, do it the fucking right way, and be happy. And for all you fucking dumbasses in chat, look, I married an illegal immigrant. No, she did not get a green card. Doesn't work that way.
Shout out to the beds. But this is how it looks like inside of alligator Alcatraz. I mean, hey, where are the foil blankets? Goddammit! Like, where are they at? But all right. Sorry, I just had to kind of show what they were talking about.
No, look, first of all these fucking idiots that are like the whole kids in cages thing that was Obama, they blamed on Trump. They're always going to be that way.
Yeah, ain't that the truth? But all right,
Like,
though, let's keep
Trump was there and said, like, and even people are there are like, oh, we have air conditioning. It's like 62 degrees in here.
All right, let's keep
Like,
it going.
all right.
Now, and because we have a president that cares and recognizes that we need to be a nation of borders and a nation that upholds the law. If you break the law, there's consequences. We will deport you and you will never get to be a United States citizen. You'll never even get to come back here and work and to pursue the American dream. But if you decide you want to go home now, go home and we'll help facilitate it. We'll buy your plane ticket. We'll get you there. In fact, I just got back from Panama, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras. Those countries are excited to get their citizens home. They're setting up programs to loan them money to buy houses when they get there, help them with food assistance, get their children educated, scholarships. They want their citizens that are living here in the United States illegally to come home and to be a part of their economy and help their countries grow. So this is a win-win for everyone. And I just want to end, Mr. President.
And some need to come back so they can get locked up for their crimes. Hey, not everybody was there to escape financial hardship. Some of them were literally escaping because they committed some egregious crimes.
Hey, S.E.T.
I thank you.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, I'm sorry. Yo, mods, you need to do something about these freaking morons in chat. I can't do anything about it because I'm here. All I can do is watch it, but get rid of these morons in chat, please.
He's like, all right, mods, I guess it's time to double down. All right, let's keep it going.
Our law enforcement officers, by thanking our ICE officers and our Border Patrol officers for what they do every day. They are out on the streets and violence against them has increased over 500% since Trump has gone back into the White House because he's upholding the law and because a bunch of liberals, socialists, and Marxists are out there lying about what President Trump is doing. President Trump is upholding freedom by what he is doing. The freedom to live safely in this country and to do things legally and to have justice. And because those liberals, and I'm calling out you, CNN.
Yo.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt. I'm just trying to get chat in line here. Look, I don't care if you have difference of opinion, but don't flat out lie. If you flat out lie, you should be banned from this chat.
I mean, especially if yeah, I do hate when people do that. Like, especially when I show them that they're actually lying. Because sometimes I'll be real with you. I just think they're misinformed. I don't even think they're trying to lie purposefully. But when I show it to them and they still sit there and say, nah, or it's AI, that's when I got to get
exactly.
Like, okay,
that's my point. Like, these people just don't, maybe they don't know any better, S.E.T. I don't know. But, like, half the crap that I'm seeing going on in here is just, blatant, just don't care, trying to bash Trump.
Now, all right, but now before you go off, Dave, I do want to play this video for Brittany because she brought up a really good point. She said you should see how invasions are handled in Mexico. Yeah, you honestly invasion and immigration because
they deport your ass.
I mean, and shout out to Rush Limbaugh for actually explaining that.
All right, folks, so take a look at this.
Everybody's making immigration proposals these days. Let me add mine to the mix. Call it the Limbaugh laws. First, you immigrate to our country, you have to speak the native language. You have to be a
I'm sorry, S.E.T. Pause that.
Yo.
All right, first of all, for you people in chat, you cannot go to Mexico, fly an American flag, and protest. You will be deported. Now tell me I'm lying. And if you think I'm lying, then you're terribly misinformed.
All right, now
try going to some other country across seas and try to fly an American flag and protest. No, you're going to get fucking deported or killed. One of the two. Like, stop being fucking morons. It's fucking irritating.
All right, we good?
Yeah, good.
All right, perfect. All right, man. Shout out Dave. Sorry, he had to go off.
Take a look
on
at
the loop.
this.
Everybody's making immigration proposals these days. Let me add mine to the mix. Call it the Limbaugh laws. First, you immigrate to our country, you have to speak the native language. You have to be a professional or an investor. No unskilled workers allowed. Also, there'll be no special bilingual programs in the schools with the Limbaugh laws, no special ballots for elections, no government business will be conducted in your language. Foreigners will not have the right to vote or hold political office. If you're in our country, you cannot be a burden to taxpayers. You are not entitled to welfare or food stamps or other government goodies. You can come if you invest here, an amount equal to 40,000 times a daily minimum wage. If not, stay home. But if you want to buy land, it'll be restricted. No waterfront, for instance, and as a foreigner, you have to relinquish individual rights to the property. You don't have the right to protest. You're allowed no demonstrations, no foreign flag waving, no political organizing, no bad-mouthing our president or his policies. You're a foreigner. Shut your mouth or get out. And if you come here illegally, you're going to jail. Now, you think the Limbaugh laws are harsh? Well, every one of the laws I just mentioned are actual laws of Mexico today. That's how the Mexican government handles immigrants to their country. Yet Mexicans come here illegally and protest in our streets. How do you...
And bro, are you dumb? No, you're not dumb. I'm sorry. You're misinformed. I'm gonna tell you why you're misinformed, because if you know, Trump signed an executive order to make English the national language. So yeah, we do have a national language. For your information, there is now an official language of the United States. So I'm sorry you weren't informed, but shout out to Donald J. Trump. We got one now, and it's called English. I hope, and by the way, you typing it, you know it well. So appreciate that.
You say
See, and
double
everything
standard in
he
Spanish?
said
How about no mas?
was what
Yep,
I said.
exactly as I said in the intro. Nearly every single point that he laid out, from language to self-sufficiency, cultural integration, respect for the nation hosting you, that is exactly what people are screaming for in
Bro,
2025.
that's liberal hive mind.
Yeah.
Hey, I love that
video.
dude. I love that dude. He is so on point every fucking time.
But all right, though, let's get right back to Trump, though.
I'm calling you out because you lie every single day about what these operations are. We are going after murderers and rapists and traffickers and drug dealers and getting them off the streets and getting them out of this country because Joe Biden let the worst of the worst come in here. The other day, I was talking to some marshals that have been partnering with ICE. They said that they had detained a cannibal and put him on a plane to take him home. And while they had him in his seat, he started to eat himself. And they had to get him off and get him medical attention. These are the kind of deranged individuals that are on our streets in America that we're trying to target and get out of our country because they are so deranged they don't belong here. And they shouldn't be walking the streets with our children. And they shouldn't be living in the communities with our families who just want to grow up, go to job, raise their children to grow up and get a job and to live the American dream. So thank you to all of our law enforcement officers, those in our military that have been helping, our National Guard. Thank you to Governor DeSantis for stepping up and being an example to other governors. I hope my phone rings off the hook from governors calling and saying, how can we do what Florida just did? How can we do exactly what they did? Because we need this big, beautiful bill. We absolutely have to have this big, beautiful bill that has the funding so that we can continue this operation and we can get those bad criminals off of our streets and have the officers to do it so that when they go out on an operation, somebody's got their back. Somebody's got their back. They can do it safely and they can go home to their families at night too. So this bill needs to pass through Congress so we have the resources at the Department of Homeland Security to make sure that our homeland truly is secure.
And to piss off the libs so we can get more masked up ICE agents to deport these illegals. And yes, I want them masked up because you can't trust the Dems not to dox them and harass, them and their family members. Just can't trust you guys. So yes, get more ICE agents, more masked up ICE agents, please.
Mr. President, thank you for Stephen Miller. I just want to thank you for him. This guy calls me night and day and tells me all of his wise advice and wisdom, but he's a rock star. Because
and shout out to my man Vladstein. He says Rush Limbaugh was extreme as well. Yeah, but let's be really speaking truth at that point. And guys, let's remember, let's double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people in on the conversation. Appreciate the support, guys.
Because he loves this country and he's passionate about making sure that nobody is prioritized over an American citizen. We love everybody. We do. We love everybody.
Not everybody.
Well,
a lot of people.
But we shouldn't be putting people illegally above citizens. we should be making sure that we do things right. And that's what America has always stood for. And we're an example to the rest of the world because we do it right. So, Mr. President, you surround yourself with great people. And I think that's because everybody wants to work for the greatest president that the United States has ever had. And that's President Donald J. Trump. So thank you,
very much, Chrissy. That's
Thank
so
you for
nice.
your-
Thank you.
Hey, Set.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, why are so many liberals in chat so fucking racist?
Well, I wouldn't say they're racist. They just like to bring race into it because they can't beat my argument. So they're just like, you know what?
because they're racist.
You're black.
But they're
Like,
racist.
because
though.
you're black, you should agree with everything a lib says, and it is racist. I'll be real with you. It is crazy racism, but
It is totally
not,
fucking racist, and it's fucking irritating.
yeah, but I like
As
to give them the
fucking
benefit
white
of the doubt.
yo, bro, as a white Republican, like I see the shit that they say, and I'm like, how the fuck do you not see yourself as racist?
Gotcha. And all right, now let's go ahead and get to the questions that Trump answered, and then after that, we're gonna go ahead and let my man Monty in.
Bill is going to be great for Iran. It's going to be great for Florida too. There's a lot of set-asides for Florida. Some of the things that you wanted to do, and so it's great news to hear that it was approved. Do you want to take a few questions, Ron? We'll take a few questions from these. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. Given the likelihood of the one big beautiful bill passing, and we look forward to the success of this facility here. How many more facilities like this do you feel that the country needs in order to enact your agenda of mass deportations?
Well, I think we'd like to see them in many states, really many.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, I apparently set off a lot of people in fucking chat. It's so fucking hilarious.
I know. I said mass ice age, and they was like, "What do you mean, Seth?" I'm like, "Yeah, of course they need to be masked up. I mean, you guys shown that you can't be trusted. Y'all can't be trusted. Let these guys carry out their duty, so they gotta come masked up. I mean, that's y'all fault.
No, Seth, that's not even what I'm talking about. Like I just said something about fucking liberals being racist, and they all started chiming in like, "Oh, this you're racist. This you're racist. This is racist. That blah blah blah." Like, holy fuck!
They don't even understand that they're racist. They're unintentionally racist because they say, "Well, because you're black, you're a monolith, and you should accept that you're a monolith, so you should be agreeing with me as a lib." And I'm like,
"Oh, Seth,
okay.
Seth, they have white savior syndrome."
Yeah, that's a fact, though. Now that is
that's definitely a fucking fact. Fucking white savior syndrome, without a doubt.
States. This one, I know Ron's doing a second one, at least a second one, and probably a couple of more. And you know, at some point they might morph into a system where you're going to keep it for a long time. You know, it's not that far away from jails that take years to build, and money is spent and wasted, and you know, like the railway that they have in California that costs like 40 times more than it was supposed to cost. The same things happens with prisons. You look at this in a short period of time, Ron, James, and some of the people that really worked on it along with our people, they did this in less than a week. And you look at it, it's incredible. The incredible thing is picking the site, because the site was one of the most natural sites. It might be as good as the real Alcatraz site. You know, it could be. Oh, that's a spooky one too, isn't it? That's a tough site. But so I think it could last as long as they want to have it. I mean, you may morph this into, you know, your prison system, frankly, which I know you always need, unfortunately. I'd like to say, you know, a little controversial, but I couldn't care less. We have a lot of bad criminals that came into this country, and they came in stupidly. It was an unforced error. It was an incompetent president that allowed it to happen. It was an auto pen maybe that allowed it to happen, and it did happen. But we also have a lot of bad people that have been here for a long time. People that whack people over the head with a baseball bat from behind when they're not looking and kill them. People that knife you when you're walking down the street. They're not new to our country. They're old to our country. Many of them were born in our country. I think we ought to get them the hell out of here too. You want to know the truth. So maybe that'll be the next job that we'll work on together. But I think getting them out, you know, we forget about them. We had some bad accidents in New York, and they're not accidents. They were done very much in purpose. People being pushed into a subway just before it arrives, going 40 miles an hour. And they're 10 feet away from where the thing is to get pushed.
I mean, you see, this is exactly what they're like. Like I said, you're unintentionally racist. And then you're using emotional manipulation to try to get me on your side. I talk about alligator bait. And yes, you dumbass, I know what alligator bait is. This is what they used to use black children back in slavery. What the fuck does that got to do with alligator Alcatraz? What does it got to do with reporting
Stocks
illegal?
and crypto, call in so I can fucking rail the fuck out of you.
No, don't call it because I know Dave's gonna eviscerate you because you said enough dumb shit. But to be quite honest, dog, this is really what we're talking about. You guys, one, are condescending as hell. You think I need to read and pick up a book? I know about that, but what the fuck does that got to do with this? That's why you guys are
smarter than you, stocks and crypto.
Because you're using emotional manipulation. Hold on, wait, Dave. You're using emotional manipulation and race baiting to get me on your side, and it's pathetic.
Into the face of the subway train, get whacked and killed. These are sick people. I'd like to get them out of here too. Yeah, please go ahead. White shirt.
Oh yeah, but hold on. I'm gonna let you go off, Dave. Actually,
let Monty in.
Though, I gotta let Monty in at this point.
Yeah.
Hey, but shout out to Bree. Shout out to Brianna. White liberals because reverse racism is okay. I know, right?
I roll.
These oh my god. Really? So emotional manipulation. So you're gonna go off the man's skin color, judging him by his skin color, not by the content of his character. You're basically against Martin Luther King, fucking right out the gate. So you get no pedestal. No one cares what you think. You like what, black people aren't allowed to have opinions anymore because they disagree with you.
And bro, it was a condescending part of pick up a book. I'm like,
pick up a book. Yeah. You. Oh my god. Yeah. You coon. Pick up a book. That's what I hear when I hear that.
Damn, bro.
That's what they're saying. Seriously,
I literally heard the same thing. I'm just like, dog, y'all don't even know how y'all unintentionally sound racist.
Like it's not unintentionally, it's absolutely intentionally, because you disagree with them. The liberals model is you either agree with me and you're accepting of me, or I am going to make your life a living hell. The difference between a Democrat and a Republican is Republicans can sit and argue all day long and go out for beers afterwards because we all know what we're doing. That's why the Republican Party is so ripped apart. Because they debate each other.
And Stocks, you're new here because we have liberals on here to debate all the time, but they're not disrespectful like you. That's the point. They're not condescending liberals like you. That's why nobody want to talk to you.
You're a loser. You nothing is going good in your life, so you want to hitch your name to all of the civil rights movements. You want to hitch your name to women's rights. You want to hitch your name to some marginalized group so you can be a part of the club because mommy and daddy didn't love you enough because you got picked on in school too much.
Monty. Wait, Monty. That they'll do that until it does not fit their narrative.
Yeah, until it doesn't fit their narrative. Yeah, then it's Set's racist. I don't understand how Set is racist. He's literally the most neutral person I've ever met in my life.
Well,
but
look,
somehow he's racist.
Yeah, first of all, Set and I are kind of brothers at this point. He's black, I'm white, so
yeah. So that's the problem. If people stop getting divided and start uniting, that's the worst thing that can happen for the Democratic Party because they feed off of division. They feed off of hatred because all they are is a bunch of hateful, intolerant pricks. And soon they will die off.
God damn. Okay. Oh man, you know what? I love the energy Monty came in with right there. All right, guys, let's get back to the video.
I've been in the show for 5 minutes. I just got off work and all I see is fucking racist remarks against a guy that will listen to anybody, will have anybody up there, and somehow because you don't agree with him, he's racist. You're the racist one. You're the one that has no morals.
Yeah,
Monty, shush for a second. Set. You know who Monty reminds me of a little bit?
Hey, what's up?
Yes.
Don't say Don's.
Yeah.
Don't say that.
That's like the
Monty colder
15th
than
time
Don.
I've heard that. I don't know who this man is, but I hope he was a good person.
Don was
Eh,
actually a cool guy. Don was
he was
cool.
cool, but a little bit of got on everybody's nerves. You don't get on my nerves, Monty. I'm not gonna lie, but you remind me of him a little bit.
I'm just it's so infuriating. It's the same tired arguments over and over and over again. They don't care about progress. They care about suppression of ideas.
All right, now guys, let me go ahead and get to some of these super chats. Shout out Daniel Castro. He's like, I've got my bot spamming my bot stomping boots on. Try me. Shout out to shout out to
All right,
Castro for
Set.
stepping
Before
up.
you move on,
Hold on,
you got
shout
to
out
play
to
Larry
Brittany.
now.
People who
You gotta
know
play
history
Larry.
aren't Democrats. Yeah, ain't that the truth? But all right, guys,
Set,
let's keep it going.
you gotta play the Larry video.
All right, I'll bring it up later. But let's get right back to it, guys.
Glasses.
I'm going to bed soon.
Julio Rosas, Blaze Media, sir. A couple months ago, I ran into former DHS Secretary Mayorkas, and I asked him a couple questions about his disastrous handling of the border. He didn't like my questions. But the number one question that I heard from people in responding to my video was, why hasn't he been arrested yet? Obviously you guys are cleaning up the mess that was made deliberately for the past 4 years, and so people want accountability. It's great to see that the border is secured, and it's great to see the state level cooperation. But I guess I would ask you, why hasn't he been held accountable, or anybody? Really
Pardons were given out by to many people, and they shouldn't have been given out. Like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs was given a pardon because they destroyed all of the information from 2 years of hearings, and they should be arrested, but they were given pardons. Was he given a pardon, Mayorkas? Was he not?
I don't believe so.
Well, I take a look at that one because what he did is it's beyond incompetence. Something had to be done. Now, with that being said, he took orders from other people, and he was really doing the orders. And you could say he was very loyal to them because it must have been very hard for him to stand up and sit up and talk about what he allowed to happen to this country and be serious about it. So he was given orders. If he wasn't given a pardon, I could see looking at that. In fact, why don't you take a look at it, Chris? He was impeached, but it was just a fake impeachment. It was a fake impeachment. Why don't you take a look at it? I think he was so bad. They were all so bad. Look, it was the worst president in the history of our country. We've had some bad ones, but he was the worst president. But somebody told Mayorkas to do that, and he followed orders, but that doesn't necessarily hold him harmless. So take a look at it. It's a very good question, actually. Thank you. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Mr. President, you and the Secretary have both said that many people have self-deported since you came back into office. Yeah. How many is many, and has the rate gone up? How do you see the tempo of that moving forward going on?
We have had several 100,000, but also we have many that have self-deported, not even using the CBP Home app. When I have gone to these other countries to negotiate security agreements and information sharing on criminals who's coming and going into their countries, they report that hundreds of thousands have come home that weren't on our radar, that they are coming home on their own and self-deporting because they want the chance to be able to go back to America someday. So we believe it's over 1 million, possibly more than that. I'm asking all of those countries for their information on what they have of individuals that may have returned home, that they have taking advantage of their programs to help them become a part of their civilization again too. So we know it's over 1 million, but we have to, I'm getting more information and that number will grow.
If they don't leave, they never get the chance to come back. If we have to take them out, and we will, they'll go out, but they never get a chance to come back. The other way, we actually make it a little bit easier for them to come back. Okay, thank you, good question. Thank you.
The bill is now passed in the Senate, but we are already hearing from some Republicans in the House who say they cannot get on board with the changes that were made to the bill in the Senate. What is your message to those holdouts?
Well, I just heard that about the Senate, and the bill just passed, and it tells you there's something for everyone. I mean, it's a great bill. There is something for everyone, and I think it's going to go very nicely in the House. Actually, I think will be easier in the House than it was in the Senate.
And just to be clear on the Medicaid cuts, you've promised not to cut Medicaid, said this is all just targeting waste, fraud, and abuse. Are you saying that the estimated 11.8 million people who could lose their health coverage, that is all waste, fraud, and abuse?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's going to be a very much smaller number than that. And that number will be waste, fraud, and abuse. And if you look, they took a much more liberal stance on the Medicaid situation than they could have. They had
Now, with the Medicaid situation, it is a bit funny because now they are doing a decrease to the Medicaid, but they also have added $25 billion for rural areas. So, you know, the cuts, the $93 billion in cuts, which is now going to leave us with about $800 billion spending in Medicaid. Well, $825 billion because $25 billion is set aside for rural areas. So
Hey,
shout out.
Seth.
What's up?
These are like you can't take any quote unquote estimate seriously. These are the same people that said the earth would burn up by 2010. These are the same people that said we'd run out of oil in like 1990. These are the same people that said, you know, Trump was a Russian agent. These are the same people that said that, you know, everything the tariffs are going to crash the economy. They're fear mongering losers. That's all they are. That's all that they can be attributed to. So when they make a prediction like that, take it worth nothing because it's not true. It's not true. Oh, an estimated 11 million people. Oh, this is going to bankrupt Medicaid. Oh, this is going to do this. You're lying and you're being disingenuous and you know you're lying. So
It's
just
really my bad, but it's real disingenuous when they say so they're gonna take it away from older people to people who really need it. And I'm just like, those are the people that are at the top of the list to get it. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
All
don't.
right. So one thing I gotta say, no, that's not Don's.
Yeah, of course not.
What?
Just saying.
What changed
Oh,
your mind?
No, at first you kind of seem like Don's, but you're not Don's. I can tell that right now by the way that you speak, by what you've said. You're not Don's. So I'm sorry for equating you to Don's. I apologize.
Well, that's always nice. But all right, guys, let's get
Okay.
into this video because Speaker Johnson shares the results of the big, beautiful bill being passed in this House.
Is the Speaker himself from the great state of Louisiana. Mike Johnson is with us. Mr. Speaker, thank you for being here. I was in touch with senators all through the night last night. Didn't get a lot of sleep. I'm sure you probably didn't either. And I will tell you, there was a point where they were short one vote. And I know that there are some changes. And from the beginning, you said and asked John Thune, you asked senators to make minimal changes possible. They have to deal with the reconciliation process. That does complicate things on their end. They have to deal with the Senate parliamentarian. That complicates things. Would you say 85 to 90% it's identical?
Yes, that's great, Sean. Good to be with you. 85 to 90% of this bill is the House-generated product. The Senate made some modifications to it. They made it more conservative in some places and moderated it a little bit in others. But I tell you what, as the president said so well today, this is no longer just a House bill. It's not a Senate bill. It's the bill of the people, of the hardworking American people. And we are going to deliver it, as you said, Sean, by July 4th. It is so critically important. Remember, we got a clear mandate from the people in November to do this. President Trump ran on a clear set of priorities and promises, and we did as well. And this is the vehicle to deliver it. We're almost there at that finish line.
When I went to Capitol Hill at the beginning of the year and we did that town hall together, and the first thing I did ask your members, I said, everybody in this room, do you understand not everybody's going to get everything they want?
And ain't that
because everybody has different views on what should be in the bill, what shouldn't be in the bill, et cetera. And everybody agreed. But then when it comes...
Yo, what's up?
I just figured it out. They're mad that 11 million illegals are going to be cut off of Medicaid. That's what it is. Oh, yeah, it cuts funding for 11 million people because you don't need it anymore because they're not in the country.
Oh crap.
Yeah, honestly, look, I can guarantee you my illegal immigrant ex-wife still gets Medicaid. So does her child that came from Brazil. They get Medicaid in New Jersey and free health care, better health care than I've ever had. Like they get everything.
Now, guys, I do also want to get into some of these these modifications, because the AI regulation ban, how no states can tell AI what to do for 10 years. Well, that's been taken off. The SALT deduction cap has been adjusted.
Let's not forget the NFA deregulation and deregistration has also been taken off of there.
Oh, and the child and senior tax credits were tweaked. I mean, the House said child tax credit 2,500 until 2028, then 2,000. And Seth, remember that. Yes.
Sean, why do you keep glossing over what I say?
Wait, what'd you say?
I was talking about the fact that illegals are getting Medicare for free and get better benefits than like me myself.
That's not disputed. We are third class citizens in our own country. Yeah. That's not disputed at all.
No, I'm not saying it's disputed. I'm saying it was glossed over. Like I just said it and went to a different topic.
Oh no, I was trying to, make sure we stayed on topic when I played the video and all that good stuff.
All right.
Because because Monty came in with the information, and then we all started agreeing to it because now it does make a little bit more sense. And let's be real though, if we don't take care of those payments, where are those fraudulent payments going to go?
Down to it, be it the Senate or the House, you always have those few people that are going to be unhappy for whatever reason. And to me, when you look at the big picture, and Stephen Miller was so good on the show last night, he was like, Sean, I've been doing politics my entire adult life. This is the most conservative bill I've ever seen. I've been following politics since I was young. It's the most conservative bill I've ever seen. It's the biggest tax cut. It stands up for working men and women. It secures our border. It deports the illegal immigrant criminals. It brings us to energy dominance. It brings us the next generation of weaponry. There's a lot of good in this that you all really got across the finish line. I got to give you credit. I hope you can get this job done. Are you confident you can?
I'm confident we can. We're at the 1 yard line in this game that's been played over a year. Really, we worked on this for about 14 months to get us to this point. We're going to run it right up the middle and score for the American people. And I tell you what, everybody is going to benefit from this bill. Sean, as you noted, all those features. It's the most conservative piece of legislation we've ever worked on. You need to mention at the same time that even though while we're having historic tax cuts, we also have historic savings. We're going to save $1.6 trillion for the American people. We're going to cut down the size and scope of government, make it more efficient, make it work better for the people. They demand.
So what was the proposed cut? It was like 70 billion out of 700 billion, or 97 billion out of
it was
700 billion.
It was 93 billion, but I guess the number then switched up, because when I first looked at it, it was 700 billion. It was supposed to be taken from 700 billion to $607 billion. But
can someone real quick do the math on what 11 million divided by 93 billion is? Because I don't think that equates to 11 million people.
Okay, yeah, so 93 billion on 11 million people. Let's see here if I can go ahead and run that real quick. We're looking at about 8,400 around roughly.
Okay, now, what did we determine our average healthcare cost for an American was? Like 14,000?
Yeah, 14,500.
So even if we take that at face value, the real number would be somewhere around 8 million, because it's 8,400 is what the actual cost cutting measure is, and the average spend is 14,000.
Yeah, 14,000.
So you need to cut that number almost in half.
I mean, that is true. I mean, look, that's the reason why a lot of these other. I mean, shoot, to be honest, what you're bringing up is a lot of reason why these other foreigner countries, or I mean, like Australia, can afford universal health care, is because they keep their health care at, they keep the cost at a certain range.
Well, not to mention, so that's the thing. Trump just talked about how he was going to try to cut prescription drug prices. You know how Australia does that? Because Australia is like, we're going to take the cheapest price and we're going to make America pay the difference.
Exactly.
So we pay an inflated cost for every single thing that we get, sometimes in the average of 300 to 500% of what the actual cost is, or 10,000% in some cases for like really unique drugs. And Australia's over there like, oh yeah, we'll pay $5 for it. America can pay for it. So all these people that are like, oh, Australia has such good healthcare. You're welcome. We're subsidizing you.
I mean, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, trust me, a lot of countries should be telling us, thank you.
Yo,
Daddy
I'm
America.
sorry. 1 second. Why the fuck are all these dumbasses allowed to sit there and spam fucking caps in chat?
Ooh.
Do I need to get out of here and use my wrench?
No, I'm gonna do it. You stay here. I'm gonna do it. I'll be back. Maybe I might go to bed, but I'm gonna go fucking drop the hammer.
All right.
All
So,
right.
man, shout out my man Dave. Appreciate you, Dave.
Yeah, I
All
got
right.
you.
And shout out to Brittany. And shout out to Brittany Morris. She says, "Good night. Glad I found this channel." And hey, you subscribed as well. Hey, shout out Brittany. I appreciate you, sis. And all right, guys, let's keep it going. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, you could be like Brittany. Just go ahead and send in $2, and I'll go ahead and read it out loud and engage with it. Appreciate the support, Brittany.
Deserve that, and the Republicans are delivering. So this is a vehicle. Let's also remember that this is just a step in a sequence of events. We are intending to do more reconciliation work. You can do a reconciliation budget for each fiscal year. So the plan is to do one in the fall for the FY26 budget year, and then we can also squeeze in.
And shout out to my man William. He says, "Man, drink water, not Kool-Aid." I mean, for real, guys.
Hey, Seth.
What? I gotta bring it out for them, guys.
3 Kool-Aid packs.
The chat today got all 5 Kool-Aid packs. You liberals in the chat, that's a 5 out of 5. You are some cultists. You've drunk the Kool-Aid, and don't worry, the cyanide is included. But yeah, y'all some real cultists. I'll give it to you.
I just did the math, not including for any overhead that's skimmed off of that. That is, if you just do the math, 97 billion divided by 14,500 on an average is 6.8 million people. That if we're talking about they're cutting it, this could just be from overhead and cost cutting measures too. It's not 11 million people are going to lose it. So even if we took them at their thing, the highest it could be would be 6.8 million.
And here's the thing, though. It's right now the spending is going to be 800 billion. We've actually survived off 800 billion before. Is like that's the thing. It's not like it's not enough. The problem is we were overspending on Medicaid, and that's just the reality. Yep. Like spending 1 trillion on both Medicaid and Medicare.
No, incorrect, Seth. It's $1.2 trillion on Medicare alone. It is 700 billion on Medicaid as of right now. So $1.9 trillion is what's spent on healthcare for Americans. And so no, that's yeah.
All right, thanks for the correction on that one.
A third one for FY27 before this Congress is up. At the same time, we're going to be passing rescissions packages from the White House to save more money and spending less in appropriations. We will get the government back to fiscal sanity, and we are the party to do it.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about that. Now, the Democrats were demagoguing the bill. Oh, it's going to gut Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security, none of which is true, but that was their talking point of the night. And yet it also has savings, but you're reducing the rate of growth. You have a work requirement, which I thought Republicans would like. Things that we didn't have before. I think it was the Wall Street Journal. They had found like $4.3 million or $1 billion in waste, fraud, and abuse in the system in terms of Medicare, Medicaid. That's a lot of savings, hopefully, that's going to be included.
Also,
yeah,
Seth,
that's exactly right. We are going.
What's going on?
So I'm sorry to keep interrupting you, but every time I think of something, I just have to blurt it out. That's the autism. A huge reason that Medicaid is overspending is for fathers that do not pay child support, because if a father makes money, he is supposed to pay back Medicaid expenses, and a lot of them don't. So if we could, put some enforcement action on deadbeat dads,
That'd be great.
yeah, That would go to. I promise you that could probably save at least $1 billion.
I mean, yeah, it's letting people run off on the bill on their kids. Like, come on.
To strengthen those programs to make sure that they're there, the people that desperately need.
Oh, shoot. And shout out to my man, William. He says, because I want to laugh my ass off just playing. And shout out to my man Zoloff with the American flags. Hey, man, salute. And Big Wave Dave coming in saying, he's like, I'm here now to drop the hammer. Please misbehave. I mean, okay, man, Dave out here treating this like it's Sparta. So
them. You know, Medicaid, for example, is the only thing that's touched in this bill, by the way. Medicare and Social Security are off the table entirely. But when you're talking about Medicaid, we
know, you dumbass. It wasn't even about the book part. That was the last thing I was upset about. What I got upset about was you making an emotional point, trying to appeal to me emotionally through bringing up alligator bait, which was slave kids being thrown in to attract alligators. Like, bro, what are you talking about?
That is
it wasn't about them
manipulative.
pick up the book part. It was you trying to make a manipulative play on emotions to get me on your side, which is a pathetic move.
So
You're picking out just one part of the argument.
First, you call him an idiot. You say picking up a book. That's what that is. That's calling you an idiot. And then you try to elicit an emotional response. So, you know, if Set was just informed on what happened to black babies when they were slaves, he wouldn't have this opinion. It's saying that you're so simple-minded and you're on a one-track monolith that, you know, if you're just informed better, if we indoctrinate you more, then we'll bring you back over.
It's like, now do you see why we're kind of at your neck, my friend? Now, if you want to come up still and explain yourself, go ahead. And I'll go ahead and give you there for 5 minutes uninterrupted. I'll let you have it. Promise. But you might want to leave the emotional play alone, because like I said, if you can't beat my point, so you got to bring up race. And then you got to be disrespectful by telling me to pick up a book. And let's be real, you're being that to be condescending. Even if you want to sit there and say you're not, well, that's just you lying.
Need to make sure the program is sustained for the
people.
people.
Please come to the post tab. I'll let you have your 5 minutes to explain yourself, and we'll hear you out.
It's
and then I'll cook you.
You know, the elderly, the disabled, young pregnant mothers down on the luck, for example. So that's what we do by reinstituting work requirements, right? If you're a young, able-bodied man, you should be helping to pull the wagon, not riding it. And so we have this very popular provision that says if you're going to receive Medicaid, you got to show that you're working or at least looking for a job or volunteering in your community. Sean, for 20 hours a week, it should be much more, but that is a minimal requirement that will reduce a lot of the abuse of the program and shore it up for the people that need it the most. We're very proud of that. And by the way, the American people love it. It's a common sense provision, and that's a theme through this entire bill. Common sense to get growth going, jet fuel to the U.S. economy.
Yo, what's up?
Ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country.
Exactly. And shout out to Daniel Castro, because and I know, right? So, yeah, if you put a chirp in the chat, I hit the sound effect for the chirp.
So that all boats rise, wages rise, job participation numbers rise, and the economy grows at a rapid pace.
I want to go back to what you said, that there might be another reconciliation bill. If you go back to the last time we balanced the budget, it was Newt Gingrich. He was the speaker. Bill Clinton was the president. It was the era of big government is over, the end of welfare as we know it. And they did it with work requirements. They did it by reducing the rate of growth. How much growth can you reduce maybe at the next bite of the apple? And how committed is the entire caucus to that?
Well, we want to reduce the growth rate of the debt, of course. And you do that in two ways. You limit spending, you reduce federal spending, and you spur on economic growth. That's what this package is all about. Remember the first 2 years of the Trump administration. After the first 2 years, we brought about the greatest economy in the history of the world. It wasn't even close. Prior to COVID, everybody was doing better, literally every demographic in the country and every region of the country, because we had a combination of reduced taxes and reduced regulations. We're going to do that again this time in this bill on steroids. It really will be jet fuel to the economy, and everyone will benefit. We're estimating the average American will have an additional $10,000 take-home pay because of this. You will have no taxes on your tips and on your overtime. Seniors will get a reduction in taxes because of a credit they'll have. Those on Social Security. There's something in this bill, literally, as the president said today, for everyone. It is great policy and is going to help the economy, help the American people, and fulfill the promises of the America First agenda. Getting it done by July 4th will be purely poetic and perfect for all of us.
You know, there were a lot of critics of the president and his trade and tariff policy, but he got $10 trillion in commitments for manufacturing, including things that impact national security. And that would be pharmaceutical manufacturing. That would be semiconductor chips. And we're going to bring back auto manufacturing in the country. You add that, you add whatever value becoming an energy rich nation brings to the country, and the high-paying career jobs with all of it, and the tax cuts, which always...
You know what? At least you real. At least he real. I mean, yo, read that one, Monty. Because this man literally said, yes, it was supposed to be condescending. So you admit you were trying to be rude, even though everybody in all the libs were trying to stick up for you, saying that you weren't. And they saying that I was being sensitive. So you just admitted that you were trying to be like that. Yes, so you're based on your skin color because you should feel something to your fellow black and brown folks. I mean,
right. So we're
what did that have to do with immigration?
Right back to the original Democratic Party line. You can't do anything if it's not for the government. You are so worthless that you cannot do anything.
And bro, and let me educate this man on something, because when these illegals come over here, where do you think they go to? They go to
your communities.
Yes, our community, the black communities, where they take jobs, they lower the income. I mean, let me be real with you. They lower income because they're taking jobs under the table. They are also stealing opportunity, and they're also causing crime. With the crime that we cause our damn selves.
Hey, I'm just going to say it once. If you have a fellow black friend, family member, niece, whatever, that's in jail right now for selling drugs, you can thank a Mexican for that.
I mean, cartel. I mean, let's
cartel.
Be real.
That's where it all comes from. None of it fucking
when
comes
you want to
from
sit here and say I should feel bad for my fellow and brown folks, dog, I take race out of it and I feel bad for my countrymen. That's who I feel bad for. So the countrymen who are my fellow countrymen who are getting abused by these illegals coming over here, that's who I feel bad for. And guess who my countrymen involve? Black and brown folks. Ironically,
it's almost like dredges on society shouldn't be in our society because they make our society worse.
It's like, dog, you just make yourself sound more and more racist, and I'm loving it. I'm just loving it here.
It's a facade. It's always a facade with Democrats. They play the race card. Everything that a Democrat accuses a Republican of doing is literally just projection.
At this point, man. And shout out to my man Big Wave Davies, says fellow black and brown folks. Wow. That's what I said too. I was like, oh wow. Like,
jump on the bandwagon, hop back on the plantation set. You're not allowed to, argue with the common folk.
Yeah, you should be on our side. It's like, oh, okay. Crazy. Like, literally, I mean, it's literally brainwashing. It's like they're really trying to shame you into thinking like them. It's crazy. All right, now let's get back to Trump's and these questions that he had to answer.
They had a tough stance and a weak stance. They took not a very strong stance on that to start off, and it's waste, fraud, and abuse, and everybody wants that covered.
What number is that? What analysis are you seeing?
I'm not seeing a number, but I know it's much less than the number you gave. And we really were very, very cognizant of three things. Social Security, we're going to take care of it beautifully. Medicare and Medicaid. And we are going to save it, whereas the Democrats are going to, you won't have it. They will destroy Medicare and Medicaid, and they have to because their numbers don't work. So it's not going to happen. They're the ones that have destroyed Medicare. They have made it so bad.
So one of the comments just said, do you not feel bad for your fellow countrymen, loose term, who were kidnapped and trafficked to other countries, your countrymen with no criminal record? You mean the illegals? Because they're not our countrymen. They're not our countrymen.
Are you dumb?
They're foreign invaders.
Yeah, they're not they're not legal citizens. They're not my countrymen.
They're not our countrymen. Do you know what
they're Mexicans or Haitians or Venezuelans? They're not my countrymen. We were born in two different damn countries, and they didn't even come here the legal way. They're not my countrymen.
Christ.
You know what? They can be my fellow earthling, but not my countrymen.
already. They're going to make it a lot worse. But
My
now
fellow
we'll be
Earthlings.
in charge, so we're going to have no problem with Medicaid or.
Oh, and shout out to my man William because he did come in with this one. He says Iraq opioids. And shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. You missed my last super chat. Wait, did I? No,
You
I
did.
caught that one.
He
Wait,
he
the chirp?
requested the chirp.
Oh yeah, I know. Okay, no, I seen it and I did it at the same time. My bad.
Medicare or Social Security. Thank you. Yeah.
Claire Gall with Wink News in Fort Myers. What is your direction to ICE when it comes to arresting farm workers here illegally, other workers in industries that are pretty critical to Florida's economy?
Yeah. Well, we're very much cognizant of that. And as you know, I won the farmers by 92%, and I'm not going to be abandoning my farmers. We were strong on the borders, but we're also strong for the farmers and for others in the hotel industry, et cetera. You know, we have similar situations. And Christy and I, and we'll be working with Ron and a lot of the states. We're going to work something.
I know. Congrats for you. You got it for free. But guess what, my man? You'll never get it again. See ya.
Where the farmers can be responsible for some of the people that have, and they have people around for 10, 15 years that they know very well. We're going to put them responsible.
And that is a
What
ban.
What did he say he got for free?
Card.
Oh, he's like, I got a response for free, and I didn't even have to super chat in. I was like, you know what? You're right. So let me ban you so I can go ahead and, you know, respect the other guys. You know what? You're up out of here. But I ain't gonna lie, I do like pointing out the stupidity in people. And if I gotta call you out, trust me, G, it's not a good thing.
Yeah, that's like the bad kid that misbehaves for attention and then gets the wrong attention, then keeps it misbehaving because they're getting attention.
Yeah, it's like the bad kid who misbehaved and he gets sent out into the hallway and he thinks he's the coolest guy in the class.
He thinks he's the cool kid, yeah.
Like, dude's gonna go to sleep with a smile on the face and be like, oh, I got kicked out of a MAGA chat today. Thank God. I'm like,
oh my
all right,
God.
bro, I'm glad I could do it for you.
Jesus.
To a document, and the farmers are going to be responsible for these people. They're not going to have citizenship, but they'll be working, they'll be paying taxes. We need to get our farmers the people they need. Otherwise, our farmers aren't going to be able to do their land. You know, it was tried once before, many, many years ago, where there was a very strong guy, and he got everybody out, and every farm almost in the country, but every farm in California, every farm in Iowa, almost all the farms went bankrupt. They had nobody to work, and we don't want to have that situation. So we're going to work it. We're going to put our farmers and others in charge of the people that they have under them. They know the people, and I think it's going to work out really well. We're going to take care of our farmer, but we're going to get the criminals out. Okay?
Which is a very complicated situation because I wonder how he's gonna like tackle that. And shout out to Castro. He says, Castro Farms, I put the dick in dictator. Free chains, by the way.
Bro,
shout out Castro.
bro.
Like, oh God. It's like, bro, Castro, like, dog. He could not help himself. But shout
You know what's crazy?
What's up?
Is like Democrats are so delusional, right? That they think everybody is just, kissing Trump's ass and that like we're just falling over ourselves for the president. No, this is what America wants. He is just our vehicle to do so.
Exactly. And you know, so crazy. We actually did disagree with Trump. Like, what was it? It was the Medicaid cuts. You like, look, he said there isn't no real Medicaid cuts. We sat there and explained to you how there is, but we rationalized it to why it won't affect you. It's like, this is part of the job, guys.
I mean, if you've stuck around for more than 5 minutes because you're a bot farm in China, you'd understand that we disagree with Trump on a daily basis almost. Like if you 100% agree with somebody, you need to have your brain checked out because you're hearing voices.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, how do you respond to critics who fear that a 3,000-bed detention center and the waste that could produce will pollute the surrounding federal protected land, including land that both administrations have invested billions of dollars in restoring?
Well, I was one of those that invested billions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars right here in the Meadowlands, but in the Everglades, and the Meadowlands too in New York. If you look at what we did up there, speaking of the Meadowlands, a lot of places like this, but this is a very unique one. One thing I'll say about this land, we'll be gone 1,000,000 years and this land is still going to be here. It's not going to be much different. You'll have the water moccasins. You'll have the alligators. You may not have people, but you're going to have all those animals. They're going to be around, and you got plenty of them out here. I think it was a brilliant choice. And I think almost anybody in his or her right mind would say this was a brilliant choice. I give the governor a lot of credit for using this piece of land. And in addition to that, it's on top of some.
It's a fine piece of land. I ain't gonna lie. It's very unique. I'll tell you that right now. And shout out Big Wave Dave. He says, "How about you cowards call in to the call in that I open to debate you cowards? Like, why not? Why not?" And I
Because
think
they're
Set
not real
ignores some of my
people.
super chats to make me spend more. I'm crying. You know what? I mean, hey, if you tell me that strategy works, Dave, don't blame me for employing it one day.
Here's the
But
thing.
I'm just,
Here's the thing.
yeah.
The people that are in the chat right now are not people. They're not. We're getting inundated with propaganda and misinformation from Chinese bot farms. That's all it is. That's all it is.
Man,
Because
Chinese and Qatar bought farms, if you believe them.
follow the money. All right. Follow who's being hurt the most by Trump. It's not illegals. It's not grandma on Medicaid. It's these countries that have ripped us off for many years, and now they're getting theirs. So they're pissed off about it.
And shout out my man Jay says Trump the Bentley and Biden is the broken down Prius. God damn, I mean that is such a there's such a downgrade. A Bentley from a broken down Prius. I mean, tough. But
All
I mean, it's an
Priuses are
upgrade for
potentially.
America. If you're telling me that we went from a broken down Prius to a Bentley, man, I mean, God bless.
Yep.
All right, and shout out to my man Maine coming in. He says, "I'm a Trump Republican. Don't even front. He cares." He's like, and shout out Will. I'm a bottom bot. Bro,
I'm dead.
I gotta admit that was funny.
Thing that was already developed. It's an airport. You know, you have the runways, you have it's already been developed. So it's not like you're dropping dirt right into the thing. There was zero movement of that. That was done many years ago because the airport's very old, but it was an abandoned railroad, an abandoned airport. And frankly, it's like perfect. And you can do expansion on this site substantially without doing anything. So the people, I heard them complaining about the Everglades. There's no, I don't think you've done anything to the Everglades. I think you're just enhancing it.
Set.
This was already here. How long is it?
Yo,
that question was based because she's concerned that we're going to be polluting it with body parts because people are going to escape and the alligator ice agents are going to go get them.
Bro, I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Yo, if any of illegals is watching this,
emotional damage.
Like, bro, this whole alligator Alcatraz thing is absolutely quite hilarious. Like, first off, I thought it was a meme, and then I actually seen it. I was like, "Yo, they are dead ass."
Yeah, no,
I
it's a real thing, and they're not
first off,
spending millions of dollars. All they're doing is spending money that they would have spent on detention anyway, and putting it in a more secure area away from America's cities.
And here's the grimy part. So if you make it past the alligator infested moat, somehow, some way, you're just a dog like that, you still gotta go face the wilderness, brush wilderness. I mean, come on now, look at all them trees.
You got to go all the way up through Florida, who already said that they're going to shoot you on sight.
Yeah, and if you can somehow make it past the gunshots, the alligators, and the forest, you know what, bro? We'll make you a citizen. Why not? Why not?
You got it.
Like, at that
You got
point, you got it, bro. Like, you're unstoppable. All right, now let's get back to Trump right here.
The airport been here?
Decades.
Many decades, yeah.
And they have, Kevin, all these guys, have a waste plan. Like the wastewater gets trucked out, potable water gets, literally, they have, even our DOT has put things up in case there's any seepage, which we don't. So you are literally doing this on concrete that's already here. So I don't think those are valid and even good faith criticisms, because it's not going to impact the Everglades at all. President's been a champion. We've been a champion, really changed the game in Florida on it. I think it's just people don't want to see illegal immigrants deported, and that's their ideology, and they have a right to that. But illegal immigration is unpopular. So they know that they're going to have less effect. So they're going to try, oh, well, no, it's just about the Everglades. But really, I think a lot of those people, they just don't want to see illegals deported.
Or detained in ICE facilities, high security ones. But shout out Big Wave. Yeah, hold on real quick. Shout out Big Wave Dave. He says, William says, and shout out Jet. He says, why did chat sound like it turned into a Diddy party? Okay.
A freak off.
Oh man. And hold on, I gotta get this guy up out of here. And shout out Daniel Castro. Make Johnny 5 a mod. We have a vacancy based. Good point.
Bye-bye, Gito.
Yep, bye-bye, Gito.
I second that.
Oh man, Gito had to go at a certain point.
I'm talking about Johnny 5.
Johnny 5?
Yeah.
All right, for mod, say less. All right then. Shout out Johnny 5.
Here, everyone's here. You obviously know there's zero land that's being disturbed.
Well, you know, when we talk about popularity, though, I will say I ran on the issue of illegals and we have to get them out. And I won 82% on that issue. So I think that they may not like certain aspects of it, but ultimately they do not want them in their country. And if this is a part of a use, but I think from an environmental standpoint, it's incredible. In fact, when we landed that very big, heavy plane today, they came out and checked it fairly. I think they want the president to be able to land on a piece of concrete that's not going to go 6 feet underground. And they checked it. They came back and they said, this thing is really solid. So it's been there a long time. It's going to be here a long time. And it was a great choice of a site. Thank you. Yes, please. Brian, go ahead.
Yes, sir. The people of Syria were recently seen on the streets waving American flags, chanting Trump, Trump, Trump.
Let them
They're
in.
so appreciative of the economic sanctions that was lifted on that country, giving them a little bit of hope for prosperity. You want to comment on that?
Well, they're great people. And the man that is leading them has a reputation. He's the head of some pretty tough organizations. And a lot of people criticized me for that. I said, well, what are we going to do? Take him out of a day school, a country day school? It's going to be, by nature, I would think, Ron, they'll be pretty tough. And he is pretty tough. But I met him, spent a lot of time with him, good guy. I took off the sanctions because if I didn't do that, they wouldn't have had a chance. And Syria has a chance. The people are great. They work hard. They're very smart. It used to be a place of professionals, accountants and lawyers and doctors and high academic credentials in that part of the world. And I think it's going to work out great. I took off the sanctions and they were very appreciative. They were shocked, but they were very appreciative.
He shocked the whole Middle East when he said, take off sanction off Syria. Everybody was like, whoa, what? You mean that cool? Whoa.
Giving them a chance at survival. With the sanctions, it couldn't have worked. Thank you.
Mr. President, your beloved New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zorhan Mandani.
Let's call him a straight up socialist. Because here's the thing. I think the Dems is kind of getting mad at us because we're calling him a communist. And I'm just like, he is a socialist, but that socialism does lead to communism eventually, especially when you're trying to just hand all the money to government officials. But
socialism is just diet communism.
Exactly. I mean, I know, right? But you guys are quick to call everything communism if you don't like it. I'm like, no. If you actually hear the man now, things do get a little communist-like. He is trying to be. He is setting a war up against the class. And shout out Big Wave Dave. He says, "Why did chat calm?" He's like, okay, yeah. Why did chat calm down when I come to police it? That's a good. I do not know. But thank God it happens, Dave. I can't be mad. For some reason, as soon as you hop in the chat, everybody just want to chill out all of a sudden.
Who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zorhan Mandani.
Well, then we'll have to arrest him. Look,
what?
We don't need a communist in this country, but if we have
whoa.
What? We'll just have to arrest him.
Yo, did I hear that right? Hold on. Let's hear that one more time.
Nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zorhan Mandani.
Well, then we'll have to arrest him.
There we go.
Oh, okay. Yep, no. That's a legitimate reason to arrest him. If you obstruct ICE, you can get arrested.
I mean, that's the thing, though. That's what protesters were doing in L.A., and they was getting arrested, and then y'all start throwing rocks, and we have to get the National Guard involved.
Remember, no one's above the law.
Yep, not even liberal protesters. Sorry, guys.
Look,
or socialist mayors. Yeah, they're not above the law either.
We don't need a
Hey,
communist in this country.
don't think
but
we
we have a-
I was going to say, don't think we forgot about his defrauding the government to become a citizen. We can bring that back up.
Yeah, we definitely could, honestly.
I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation. We send him money. We send him all the things that he needs to run a government. And by the way, they get about 3 times what you get, Ron. If you look at the per capita, Florida gets 1/3 of what New York gets in terms of the numbers. Why don't you give us those numbers?
Yeah, well,
Because that's
no.
what we should send him.
Yeah, well, like sometimes people say Florida gets more because they count Social Security recipients, but that's not money to the state. Those are seniors that live here. If they move to North Carolina, you could count it there. So it has no interaction with the state government. They get more in the city and state governments than we get.
Right. Substantially. We're going to be watching.
Hey, hold on. Did this man really just say that New York get more state and government? I mean, well,
Yes.
what?
Yeah, they absolutely do. They absolutely do. And if they don't want to follow, I mean, that's how it works in any federally subsidized thing. If you don't follow the law, you don't get the money. And we've been very generous to New York. Like, I mean, socialism can only exist when capitalism is supporting it. So if he wants to go socialist, then he can go socialist on his own dime, on New York's dime.
But wasn't there somebody bragging about how, New York pretty much pays for everybody or pays for all the red state?
New York and California. It was the guy that argued in circles with me one of the first nights that I came on here. He didn't know what the hell he was talking about. He was just arguing off of emotion.
Oh man,
very
as they
carefully,
usually
and
do.
A lot of people are
shoot.
saying he's here
Seth.
illegally. He's, we're going to.
We need instead of offering him $1,000 to leave, we just need to put $1,000 bounty on every illegal immigrant. And if you do your American citizen responsibility and report them, you just get $1,000. We'll see how much it's not supported when we're just reporting everybody.
Man, bro, there's gonna be some 6-figure earners overnight. I'll tell you that.
Oh, absolutely. I'd go out. That'd be my job. Some homeless people pick up cans on the side of the road. I'll just pick up immigrants.
Man, it's like, bro, I'm going to the Hispanic nightclubs and I'm scoping out. As soon as I catch somebody who can't speak English. Yeah, on God. Honestly, as soon as I hear somebody, as soon as I see a Hispanic who can't speak no English, I'm like, I got you. I got
1-800-ICE.
On God. So I mean, you say if you guys want to hide yourselves, you might want to start learning English because that's like an obvious telltale sign that you're not illegal or you're not legally here. Not one of the biggest obvious telltale signs, but it's one of them.
And ideally, he's going to turn out to be much less than a communist. But right now, he's a communist. That's not a socialist. I've always said we will not have socialism in this country. In the speeches, I said, well, what? They skipped socialism, and you got a lot of them like that. And you see AOC, she's out there with her, bad IQ. She's out there ranting and raving about how wonderful he is. And look, so far he's winning. He still has a race to win, but so far he's winning, and he has an advantage as a Democrat in New York City.
Yo, what's up?
All right, not to give someone that's not paying for things recognition, but I'll just quote it. To the black man hosting this podcast, don't forget this people ancestors are the ones who hung your ancestors on trees and ban your people from buses or even using a bathroom. This is we need to defund the Department of Education because obviously this guy hasn't learned how to fucking form a sentence. But you mean Republicans? Are you trying to insinuate that Republicans hung your ancestors? Because
no, just
that was
white people in
Democrats.
general.
That was Democrats. The Democrats founded the KKK. The Democrats fought against the Union in the Civil War.
If y'all want to keep race baiting, guys, I'm gonna start playing the game with you, and I'll play interview from KKK members. Why not? Like we f around and find out, guys. Let's go down that rabbit hole so you can know what a real racist sounds like.
Remember, poor kids are just as smart as white kids.
But
I don't want to. I don't want to live.
It's an emotional it's emotional, manipulative, and race baiting play. That's pathetic because you got to try to appeal to me emotionally as a black man, and you can't. I'm sorry, but you can't do that, especially when you're trying to win a point with it, and that's not how it goes. If we're talking about history, my friend, sure, but we're talking about politics, and you're saying that I should disagree with good politics because of what white people did to my ancestors. Like, that's retarded. I'm gonna be honest with you, it is retarded.
Was there a long time ago, and it was a long time since a Republican won the city. But you would think that a Republican would be able to win, or you have a good independent running, Mayor Adams, who's a very good person. I helped him out a little bit. He had a problem, and he was unfairly
Okay,
over
Seth.
this question.
That wasn't your ancestors, so let's move on from that topic.
Good point. Good point. My ancestors did South America, guys. My ancestors was in the sugarcane fields.
A lot of people seem to forget that they flip-flopped the Democrats and the Republicans in the 60s.
That is also true. And a lot of people forget that it was the Democratic Party that was extremely racist. I mean, look at old school Biden. Like, that man was arguing for segregation heavily.
I don't want my kids to grow up in a racial jungle.
Like, and bro, he said it with his chest.
He
Coherently. Young Biden.
Look, Biden was the most racist president we ever had.
Oh,
like,
man, hold on.
find a topic or like a sentence that Trump ever said that was close to what the fuck Biden said. Never fucking happened.
You go back to the time Biden was talking about crack dealers and locking them up. You know what Trump was doing? Trump was marching with the civil rights groups. So let's pick your hero here.
Yeah, still don't care.
But shout out Big Wave Dave. He said they are cowards. That's why. Yeah, every time Big Wave Dave pulls up, these guys cower in fear. And shout out to my man Fox Chase. He says ice tip line 866 DHS 2 ICE. Yeah, go and I'll go report you illegal today. And shout out to Castro. It's like, they were black slave owners. Yeah, they don't like, bro. Hey guys, you wonder how we even got to sold into slavery? By other black people. Surprise, surprise. So look, if you guys really want to get mad,
first of all,
you can get mad at white people, but also get mad at the Africans as well.
I'm sorry, we've had this conversation before. How do you think the fucking people from Europe got the black slaves? It's because other blacks in Africa sold them to the Europeans
at a fair
price. Sold their people right out from under their houses because they wanted to move in on them.
Yep.
So anyway, but even before that, like, you want to talk about like fucking slavery, like, let's not get into that. You talk about the Irish, like, they were slaves to the fucking English.
Every race, every people, every ethnicity has been slave to other people.
Exactly. Yes.
And the country that made it possible to end that and fought so hard to end that is the same country you're bashing right now.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, true. You know there are white people who went to war to end slavery.
No, of course not. Don't you know?
No, it was that part.
Oh my god, it's comical. I mean,
it's a stupid emotional play that they want to play that most of the Democratic Party wants to live in, because again, they know that they don't have the rights. Because if you look at anybody, you throw a stone and you start actually digging, you start realizing that, again, the same ones that were putting people in systems and putting the whole, let's go with the ghettos. How did the ghettos happen? Because the Democratic Party went, hey, how do we control people?
Oh, guys, you want to know where slavery is going on today? In Africa. So trust me, it's like,
what I find the fucking funniest shit ever is the white liberal women are the ones that are the most fucking racist, because they're the ones that are like, oh, black people can't do this, black people can't do that. Well, who the fuck thinks that but you?
Stop projecting your wishful thinking on black people. They deserve better.
Like, man, and shout out, because I ain't even gonna lie. Hey, It sounds better when you guys say, no offense. But all right, shout out Brittany. You said dementia tends to bring out the racism in people. I mean, shoot, before the dementia, that man was racist, but let's be real, she has a point.
And we're talking about TDS at that point, right?
I ain't gonna lie, when Biden was old, the racism was now funny. It was like, it used to be overt and kind of messed up. As he got older, it became funny. It's like, wow, bro, don't even know he's sounding like this.
Oh yeah, the cockroaches wiped up and down my leg. The cockroaches, right?
You know what's crazy?
Fucking A, man.
You know what's crazy?
Yeah.
You know what's crazy? Said she's speaking from a point of medical knowledge. She's not like getting a got you. Literally, dementia brings out your subconscious thoughts, and you just say whatever's on your mind. Like that. Like we both have experienced that in the world we live in healthcare.
That is actually true. You're right. Because I know before my grandma, when she had dementia, yeah, she would say some pretty wild things. I would just say, like, off the rip. And then some things are a bit racist, but it was funny though. Like, so yeah. I actually, now that you said it, I completely understand now.
But that's literal fucking mental disease. And now, if you think about it, like these people, these dumbasses that are doing that same shit, they have a mental disease. Yes.
Yeah. No, and what I'm getting at is when you become demented, you revert back to what you knew and what you really thought. Because racist people have filters around the right people. They're not going to say shit, but when they
fuck that
when
shit.
they lose
I don't.
when they lose all their inhibitions and they become senile, then they just say whatever's on their mind.
Hey, Set.
Yo, what's up?
Do I have inhibitions?
Of what?
Of anything. Like, do I care what the fuck I say?
No, not really.
Okay,
I wish
cool.
I wish you cared maybe like a tiny bit, but it is what it is.
Fuck off that.
Hey, Dave. Alcohol removes inhibitions too. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you.
Honestly, it's been like 2 weeks since I fucking drank, though.
I'm giving you shit. I'm making fun of you.
No, I get that. Yo, bro, I'm gonna tell you, if you drink a lot, stop.
I'll tell you that right now. Yeah, if you
I
drink
don't
too
drink.
much, I quit drinking like 2 years ago.
Well, that's good, bro, because I'll tell you, like, even though I quit drinking, I still have a hard time fucking sleeping. Like, I take Tylenol PM, doesn't fucking work. I take melatonin, doesn't fucking work. Like, I have fucking insomnia.
Try Benadryl.
No, okay, I can see that, but
seriously,
no,
try Benadryl.
All right.
He made a statement to the effect that this is terrible. New York City can't have all these immigrants come in, and like he was indicted the following day. And I said that was a phony indictment. And it was a phony indictment. That was a Biden indictment. I said, don't feel bad. I got indicted 5 times. Every time you opened your mouth. That was a bad group. That was a very dangerous group. I will tell you. These were not nice people. That was the only thing they could do. They had no policy. They had no skill. They had no anything. But they were very good at that. They were vicious, horrible people. Thank you very much. Yeah, please.
Hey, Set.
Anna's your
Yo, what's up?
I gotta call that dude Jet out. That was a YouTube video that I've seen many times.
Oh wait, hold on. So shout out Jet. Well, he says poor is poor no matter your skin color. If you eating cereal out of a stained Cool Whip container, skin color don't mean shit at the end of the day. Stop it. I mean, let's be real. You can live in the projects and be white, black, Hispanic, Asian, don't matter.
Bro, even me, I've ate out of a Cool Whip container. And how many people these days eat out of a Cool Whip container?
Not many anymore. Now, I mean, I think we've graduated from that.
Does Cool Whip even exist? I haven't seen it.
I mean, the
stores.
ramen. Hold on now. The ramen noodles out the Cool Whip container though was
That slap. No. It's the ramen noodles out of the spaghetti stained Cool Whip container.
Yeah, exactly. But do you still have Cool Whip containers?
Yeah, Cool Whip's still a thing. You can still buy it. It's still a thing.
Really? Oh
Yeah.
shit! I don't see it in stores where I live, but
You must live in the nice white neighborhoods.
Yep.
oh
It's
yeah,
not a popular
yeah.
thing. It's not popular over there.
With
Fuck
Washington
you.
Examiner, Governor DeSantis has proposed using National Guard,
I love
deputizing
fucking
them
Cool
as
Whip. It was
immigration
fucking great.
judges to get through this massive backlog of people in the immigration court. Would you be open to that?
Yes, he has my approval. That wasn't
Hey,
too
I'm
hard
sorry.
to get. Was front. He didn't even have to ask me, James.
Set.
You didn't even need James.
Yo, what's up?
No, we gotta do the Cool Whip. Whip.
Oh, the Stewie Bryan bit.
Yeah. You got me, brother. All right.
All right, big dog.
He has my approval. Okay. Good. I also like what he's doing in Okeechobee. He has my approval for that too. I don't know how we work that out, but we'll work it out.
We'll follow up.
Go ahead, please.
President Trump, Jake Stofan with Action News Jax from up in Jacksonville. There's some talk about a facility similar to this up in Camp Landing. Has that been approved by DHS? If not, what's the timeline? When could we see ground break on that?
Well, I'll ask Ron or James to talk about it. Do you want to mention it, James?
The overarching plan, I think the secretary has said she supports the whole plan. So you guys are going to keep going. Yeah.
So, Mr. President, just specifically, the response for proposals is out for that today. It closes, I can't even remember what day of the week it is, but it closes on Wednesday at 5 o'clock. Then we will do notice to proceed. So I would say right after our wonderful Independence Day, we will be starting construction there at that facility.
You're going to have another big runway there too.
That's great. Wow. Boy, I love these runways. It's very convenient, I must say.
They need to
Having a
leave.
runway
Hey,
is a nice
they
thing.
need to
Today you
leave one
don't
of the
get
runways
runways
in so they
approved.
can deport people faster.
I mean, for real.
Just leave one of the runways in, build a big ass facility right next to it. You got an airport right next to your detention facility. You take them down there, arrest them, book them, have a judge down there to process them through, put them on a plane, and they're gone. They could do 300 a day.
Or,
courthouses
I have
there
a
and
good
all that.
idea. I have a good idea, Monty.
Yeah,
You know how we were talking about care packages? I'm just saying.
Talking about what?
Care packages to Iran. I'm just saying.
Yo, guys. All right. So I am not a fan of Trump. I dislike his attitude. I dislike the shit he says. But I do like his policies. I like the things that he is doing. However, I think he's to stop talking and shut the fuck up.
To match your energy, I'm gonna sit here and say that a lot of people have to they tend to forget this, but Trump is a TV persona.
Yep.
Oh no,
TV
I'm fully
persona
aware.
from WWF, and he's gonna say some off the wall things just because again he knows that it stirs the pot. He enjoys the stir, and so you can't agree with everything he says because the man's 90% of it's just because he knows it's gonna pee in somebody's Cheerios.
Yeah, no, I agree. Somebody pissing your cereal. I get it. Again,
It doesn't mean we all agree with it.
All right, guys, let's get right back to it.
I will tell you, it's tough to get
Final 12 minutes.
a runway. Although in the age of Trump, you get them approved fast. You know, we're approving massive electrical bins, what they call them bins, but big electrical facilities for all of the factories and the AI that's coming in. They're going to build their own electric. They're going to be really, they're going to be made into electrical providers. They're going to have a lot left over. They'll put it into the grid. I think, they're going to end up doing so much. They'll put it into the grid. Won't even cost anything from their standpoint. But so we have a lot of that happening. We get
apparently I
approvals
need to get
fast.
back
So
into the chat.
I was just saying, runways are hard to
these
get, but
idiots.
we'll get them now. But in the past, I would say over the past 30, 40 years,
Appreciate
when
it,
you
Will.
could get a runway that was considered gold. Okay, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Sure.
All right,
Okay, go ahead.
I'm out. I'm gonna go slap some idiots.
All right, big dog. I appreciate you guys.
Yes.
President Trump, Laverne McGee, News 6 Orlando. You have fulfilled several campaign promises along with the help of Governor Ron DeSantis. What is the next campaign promise that you plan to fulfill to the American people?
Tiffany
So
Starter.
we have turned this country around in less than 6 months. And when I was away, and I was telling Ron, I was telling some others, I've said it a little publicly, I guess, but I met a lot of very important people. The King of Saudi Arabia, I was there 2 weeks ago, and Qatar, the leader of Qatar, who's great, and the leader of UAE, who's great. These are very substantial people, very smart people, and good people. And all three of them said essentially the same thing, along with many other people, because I just left NATO. NATO's we took it up to 5%. Nobody can believe that one run. That would be hard, but nobody believes that what happened in NATO, over $1 trillion a year from like nothing. It was an honor. But every leader said that a year ago, this country was dead. They had no confidence in the United. They really felt it was a dead country, and it was some bad things were going to happen. But they used the term, it was a dead country. And now they said you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world right now. And we turned it around fast. I thought it would take longer than this. We turned it around fast. Some of it was psychology, and we had to know how good we were. But others was getting rid of rules, regulations, and all of the things that I got rid of already. I signed more
Can someone? Hey,
executive
Seth.
orders than anybody.
Yeah, what's up?
Can someone get rid of AJ Sai?
Yeah. Hey, I think Dave is on it. It's either Dave or you know what, man. At this point, I guess we do need more moderators. Whoops.
My guy's a data stealer.
Man.
Do you need me to go through and moderate?
Huh? Oh no, you good. Actually, Jet, I had to use moderator.
And I
Two
got
new
rid of
mods.
just one. I got rid of the other night. You buy a house, they have a faucet in the house, Joe, and the faucet, the water doesn't come out. They have a restrictor. You can't, in areas where you have so much water, they don't know what to do with it. You have a shower head, the shower doesn't, you think it's not working. It is working. The water's dripping out. And that's no good for me. I like this hair I like that hair nice and wet. Takes you have to stand in the shower for 20 minutes before you get the soap out of your hair. And I put a thing in, and it sounds funny, but it's really not. It's horrible. And when you wash your hands, you turn on the faucet, no water comes out. You're washing, the water barely comes out. So this was done by crazy people. And I wrote it all off and got it approved in Congress so that they can't just change it, because I did it in my first term. Everyone was so happy. And then one of the first things that Biden did when he came back is he put the restriction on showers, toilets, and sinks. Put this restriction, and washing machines. The washing machine, they give you like a quarter of this bottle to do your clothing. And people needed 10 of these bottles. And the people came to me from Whirlpool, and they said, we can't make a machine that's competitive. We can't make a machine anymore. It doesn't work. Why? They don't let us use water. Do you have any problems with water? No, we have so much we don't know what to do with it. You know, it comes down from heaven, right? And I approved all of that, the washing machines, the whole thing. The dishwashers, that was the other one. They give you like this much water right up to there to do your dishes. So people, you know what they do? They keep pressing the button. So they end up doing the dishes 10 times. They end up using more water than you would have used if you did it right in the first place. So all
Do
of
it
that
right
stuff
the
has been
first.
written up. It
Oh
sounds-
man, he took the words out of my mouth.
Man,
He
I'm
took the
telling you.
words out of my mouth.
No, it is actually hilarious how we did have these. What was it supposed to be, water efficient, or supposed to be more efficient, but so they use less water, but you don't get the job done. So you actually end up being less efficient by using more water.
They actually put a little strainer inside of a lot of faucets and water inlets. If you have one of these things, you didn't hear this from me, but it's called a water thief, and it's right at the water source. If you can take the faucet apart, you can actually take the water thief out.
These devious bastards. Like, hold on, wait, what? Whoa.
Yeah, they built it in.
And they just, huh.
And it's a normal faucet with a water thief in it. It's a little grommet that goes in through the pipe, and you pop it out. You pop it from behind and take the water thief out. All it is a strainer. It's a.
And these are like on newer models, right?
Yeah, on all of these quote unquote water saving features and stuff. Some of them are actually efficient and use water appropriately, but most of them are just regular faucets.
Man.
Because the innovation is ridiculous. And they just put a water thief on it, and you can take it out. I guarantee you, if you have something, if you have a house that's built like past 2010, I think
You can go in there and take it out.
It reminds me of the water machine. I mean, the washing machines. Like I had a Whirlpool washing machine, man, and it was one of those new ones, bro. And I was so pissed. Like it used less water, but it didn't even get the clothes. Like I mean, as clean as I wanted it. Let's just be real.
Yeah, no,
Like, it was better me using like the old school washer and dryer, and that's what kind of gets in my head when I'm thinking of this. Oh, water saving capabilities or efficiency and all that.
Anything that's marketed is marketed based off of an idea, and it's just there to make money. That's all it is.
Man, they marketed the hell out of it. I'll tell you that.
Oh, sorry, I was reading through the chat. This is my biggest pet peeve when people want to mix religion with politics. I hate that. Leave the politics at the politics counter and the religion at the religion counter. We don't mix the two.
All right, guys. Somebody got some background noise going on.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
Crazy. It's little things. The straw. I let you go back to a plastic straw. I was tired of having straws melt in my mouth, you know? It wasn't working. The paper wasn't working too well. So these are little things that I did. Then we have the big things. We have the biggest things, and that has to do with some of the subjects we're talking now. I think the things we're talking about now are the biggest, because if you don't have borders in this country, borders and good elections, and we're working on that next. There's some bills coming in that's going to make sure that you're a citizen, that people aren't counted in the voting when, you know, they were here and they're here as illegals and they're criminals in many cases, and they give them a count, and you end up with extra congressmen. We're going to work on that. We're going to straighten that out next. That's going to be easy compared to what we were doing. But we did the big things too. But little things like that, a straw, little things like a washing machine with no water. People go out, they spend all their money on a washing machine. The damn thing doesn't work. You can't use the water. Then you go to your sink and that doesn't work either. You're stuck. You know what you do? You have dirty plates the next day. That's it. And we solved so many common sense problems. And they weren't easy. You know, there are people that really believe in this stuff. But, you know, most states have some.
Yo, Dave, what's up?
Yo, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. I'm just going to tell you all good night.
Oh, shit. Hey, appreciate it.
Good night, brother.
Yeah, no, I need to go to bed. I'm hoping that I have fucking work tomorrow. I'm sorry. One sec. Trying to. All right. Yeah, get my freaking power brick. All right. Yeah. Have a good night, everybody. Holy crap. I'm sorry that it takes me going into chat every time to get rid of the idiots. And how does it turn out every time that I go into chat and the idiots disappear?
Hey, I don't even know, but hey, bros, hey, you used to play metal to get them out.
Yeah, I used to. Now I just go into chat and they vanish.
Hey, man, it is what it is. Like I said, it's very rarely that these guys was gonna step up on the call and actually, you know, hold down their points.
I mean, that one guy that me and Monty paid to come on the chat to try and explain himself, and as soon as me and Monty called him out for being a fake veteran, it's like, bro, get out of here.
Look, I've called out so many people, and Seth knows this because I've been here a while. You know, I've called out so many people, but you know, it's they have to be bots at this point. Like, I don't get it.
Oh, nah, they just can't defend their points. That's the problem.
Well, a lot of people just seem to, you know, they kind of go along with the wave, which is kind of natural. You know, they're
weak-minded individuals and they can't think for themselves. They cannot think for themselves.
They're sheeple.
They're the same type of
I
people.
can't say I'm defending them.
They're the same type of people that root for a different sports team every year that goes to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah, but that's real different. That's not. I mean,
is it though?
That's the Democratic Party.
You can know a lot of stats about football and be wrong still.
No, but is it though? Like, the people that root for different teams every year, they're the people that just follow. They are
Whoa.
sheeple.
Exactly, they're followers. That's what I'm
It's
saying.
the same as there's so many sheeple that all they do is listen to the media and jump first with whatever the media is saying.
Well,
Is
Yep.
exactly what they're saying.
Media makes you
All
think.
All right, guys. Well, I gotta go to bed. I'm hoping to go get some work tomorrow.
All right, good luck.
Oh shit.
I blame Set. He just keeps sucking us back in.
Yeah, he needs to stop getting on so late because it
Oh
kills
yeah,
me.
politics are like Hoover. It sucks.
All right. Anyway, all right, guys. I love you all. Have a good night, and I'll talk to you all soon. All right.
All right,
All right, man. Peace out, big way day. All right, have a good night, brother. All right, now, guys, let's get right into it.
In borders, and it moves fast. 8 days is all it took to build alligator Alcatraz, where criminal illegal aliens will be housed before they're shipped out. Alligator Alcatraz is nestled deep in the Everglades. It's surrounded by thousands of feet of barbed wire. The facility can accommodate as many as 3,000 illegals. Nice bunk beds. Now, contrary to liberal complaints, there are medical facilities and other equipment there as well. And the first group of new residents is expected to arrive tomorrow.
The alligator Alcatraz. It's the idea that it's dumb that you're integrated. It's deep. They do get eaten by an alligator or a snake. I guess that's the concept. This is not a nice business. I guess
That's the concept.
Yeah.
Yes, but alligators, we're going to teach them how to run away from an alligator, okay? If they escape prison, how to run away. Don't
He's
run
right.
line. Run like this. And you know what? Your chances go up about 1%. Okay.
Was that AI?
No, that was real.
That's real.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Perfect plausible deniability.
It's like it's actually absolutely hilarious. It's like, if you can escape the gunfire, the alligators, and then you're gonna get out the wilderness, like I said, you can go ahead and have it. You're a citizen at that point.
Yeah, the 1% are totally gonna get out of all those things.
Yep, the 1%er for real. More like the 0.01%er.
Yeah, yeah.
Here to
some of them
discuss
will-
this is Stephen Miller, White House Chief of Staff for Policy. Stephen, good to see you tonight. Now, why is the facility needed? Americans watching this, and I love it, but why is it needed? And will you ask other states to follow suit with a similar type of facility, even if you don't have alligators?
Well, the first and most important reason it's needed, Laura, is that thanks to
And shout out Jay says self-deport. Don't want to mess with the swamp puppets.
Puppies, swamp puppies.
Oh,
It's cute.
my bad.
Just
Swamp
group 'em
puppies.
on
Damn,
the-
you're gonna call them swamp puppies?
Just give them a little pet and a little pat on the mouth, and they'll be fine.
Yeah, just kicking in the nose. I heard they'll go away. Oh wait, that's a shark.
That's a
I
shark.
don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to help you out with alligators, guys.
Just go with it. You're gonna die.
Hey,
Just hold the jaw.
They're dinosaurs.
All you gotta do is hold the top jaw down.
Yeah, their jaws can snap hard closed, but they're really weak opening up, and they only snap if you touch their tongue.
You should. All the illegals in the chat should go try this when you get sent to Alligator Alcatraz.
Stick your head in there, and you'll
Yeah.
see for sure.
Just Joe Dirt it.
Remember to roll with the alligator.
You try to go in there and he gets chomped up and they deport the body parts. It's like you never know, guys.
Oh, to answer the chat, yes, eggs are down. What, like 60%, 70%?
Yeah.
Yeah. Mind you, they're lower than when Trump took office, for the record. So
You
yeah.
also have to consider it takes time for new chickens to hatch. So, population matters on how many eggs you can get.
Yeah, but eggs are cheaper than when Trump took office, which is, I love how, eggs are just going to go up and you're never going to be able to afford them. But they were on their way up when Trump got into office, and now they're down. But is the media going to cover that? No.
They keep killing the chickens.
The bird flu. But like I said, Biden Holocaust a whole bunch of chickens, so we didn't have enough chickens to keep the egg price stabilized, and then it flew.
Well,
no pun intended.
Hey, the chicken holocaust.
We can call it the Bach Holocaust.
Because they killed like over like millions of chickens. The word Holocaust
Yeah.
warranted them.
They really did. It's the same
8
as during
million
COVID. They
Jewish
were
chickens are dead because of Biden.
no, it's just the same as they killed off a bunch of pork and a bunch of cows and stuff like that during the COVID.
Yeah,
Yep.
all the mad cow disease.
And prices skyrocketed.
Yep.
And prices continued to go up. Some of that was artificial just because people knew that they could raise the prices.
Exactly. It's the same as the tariff game that everybody hasn't even caught on to. If you go to a store and someone's charging you a tariff, most of that stuff's been sitting in a warehouse. So they're not even paying a tariff on it. They're pre-charging you for a tariff they never paid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. On the fearmonger of it, though.
President Trump's massive increase in ICE arrests nationwide, all of the ICE beds have been filled up. So we need to begin contracting immediately to expand the number of ICE beds. And this partnership with the state of Florida, and Florida is using a law known as 287G that allows state and local law enforcement deputized by the Secretary of Homeland Security to conduct immigration functions. So this is a state facility that's supported by DHS that allows us to significantly expand our bed space. So the offer is we want to go to every Republican state. Now, of course, in a sane country, Democrats would do it too, but they love the illegals. They hate the Americans. We want every governor of a red state. And if you're watching tonight, pick up the phone, call DHS, work with us to build facilities in your state so that we can get the illegals out, we can get the criminals out. And also, very importantly, Laura, we need Congress to pass the big, beautiful bill which contains the funding that ICE desperately needs to carry out the mass deportation.
Which has been passed by the Senate already. J.D. Vance gave the tiebreaker. I mean,
I'm just gonna throw it out there that of course they love the illegal aliens in the Democratic states. They can drive property taxes up. They can drive all the prices and stuff because of populace. And then they turn around and go, "Oh yeah, we can also control their vote because again, hey, you want us to cut off this money, or are you going to vote the way we want you to vote?"
You want to know something crazy? So back to inflation and prices again. Someone just said that they're paying $5 for 6 eggs. You're getting ripped off, my guy. I just want to say that. Also, if you live in one of these Democrat states and you haven't noticed that your gas prices have gone down, like here in Washington, it's because they've raised the gas tax to match what the gas prices were. Gas and oil is at a 4-year low for this time of the year, and everybody has just raised their taxes. So if you're blaming Trump for high gas prices, maybe you need to go look at your state that's stealing from you because you don't know any better.
Ding, ding, ding. Monty's right.
Yep, and you failed on picking a state to live in. Hey, it'd be like that.
Hey, I'm so
Hey,
I
I like
failed
my
too.
state.
I was brought here when I was about 1.5 years old to Southern Arizona, and it's kind of blue in the south, but it's hard to complain knowing what my neighbors are like. California.
Well, wait, wasn't California red this year? Well,
Yeah,
this election.
but Arizona was blue last year.
Oh yeah, last election cycle. You're right.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
Yeah.
Someone just posted that Newsom just put a 60-cent tax per gallon of gas on top of what it was. So yeah, it's being political. Yeah, that you're being played. You're being sold a bill of goods. Just get outside of your echo chamber and just don't bring the policies with you.
Right.
Now, we reach out to other states, Stephen, and a lot of them are open to helping. Alaska told us that we don't have alligators, but we have lots of bears, whether they aren't aware of any plans for an Alaska version.
Yo!
Is it bear Alcatraz?
That'll be cold.
Alcatraz.
No.
Crazy.
We got to come up with a better name than that. Hold on. Let's brainstorm on this. What do we got?
Alcatraz?
No. Polar bear? No, never mind. I'll get back to you.
Man, but all I can imagine is one is super cold out there. It's kind of cold out there in Alaska.
Yeah.
I was going to say Alaska could be the Polatraz.
Let's go to Labrador.
Polatraz. That's
Nah. It's the Polar Express. The fuck out of here.
hey, no, hey, why not? I'll take it. Polar Express, the fuck on out of here. Why not? Because, bro, somebody told you, yeah, you're going to. Well, I ain't gonna lie. If you're going to Alligator Alcatraz, I ain't gonna lie. That's gonna scare anybody. But if you told somebody else, well, you're gonna go to the cold of Alaska, all the way out there in Alaska in the cold.
I think I'd rather be surrounded by alligators.
Yeah, just off the weather alone.
Yeah.
Or Antarctica could always be somewhere. If you want to be really petty.
We could deport people to Antarctica. Hold on.
There's some kind of treaty about Antarctica that like all the countries are at least not allowed to have military presence.
Hey, what is it? Was it New Zealand or Australia that got built by a bunch of criminals?
Both.
Australia.
It was Australia? Yeah, just turn Antarctica into the new Australia. If they can survive, then they can have a country. It's all theirs.
There wasn't there a movie about that too? China has an island like that. Leon, that island in frickin' the Green Arrow.
Oh, I know the movie. It was a movie based off of California. So an earthquake hit California, broke California off the U.S., and that became the basic prison, essentially. Yeah, I forgot what the name of the movie was, but I think Arnold Schwarzenegger was in it.
It's a damn good movie.
Oh, that sounds good.
All right, guys, let's make sure we stay on top. Let's get back to the video.
So, Stephen, there's good news there. Not everybody is happy about this. However, Democrat state reps in Florida are going crazy about this. Watch.
Disgusting. What's happening in the Everglades isn't immigration enforcement. It's absolute political theater. What you are doing is dehumanizing. It's cruel. That is not enforcement. That's bullying.
It's not dehumanizing. It's de-Americanizing because they're not Americans.
Bullying, it's disgusting, and it's dehumanizing, Stephen.
I was going to say it's not even.
Well, first of all, another answer to your question of why it's needed is there have been repeated multiple attempts by violent criminal aliens and cartel thugs to escape ICE detention, individuals who present a clear and present danger to public safety. Under President Trump's leadership, we are targeting 8 foreign terrorist organizations, including 6 Mexican drug cartels that threaten the foreign policy, the public safety, the national security of the United States. These are dangerous, ruthless organizations. A facility like this ensures the security of the officers who work there and ensures the security of the public, lest there be an attempted jailbreak. And again, we are dealing with the worst of the worst, the most heinous of the most heinous. And like you said, they still receive...
AKA, it kind of sounds like we don't trust Dems not to try to break these guys out.
That I figured it out. My master plan. Right?
What's it?
Russia needs conscripts for the Ukrainian war. We send the illegals to Russia.
Yo.
What?
All right.
What do you mean?
They can be troops for Russia.
Why do you want troops for Russia?
Yeah.
I think Zelensky is a big problem. Don't get me wrong. I'm not rooting for.
No.
He's not. He's not rooting. He's saying send him there to be put in the military for army, for the Russian army, and then if they go fight for Russia, then they're gonna find out that they don't have equipment, they don't have good stuff to fight, and they're gonna
because they're all liberals.
Eugenics.
Yep.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
It's okay. I understand your money.
Quality of care that is superior to the quality of care provided with American jails for American citizens in many cases. And here's another very important point. What's dehumanizing is when American citizens are stripped of their rights and their liberties by the invasion of illegal aliens. What is dehumanizing is when Democrats let illegal alien rapists into the country to attack our children. That is dehumanizing. What reclaims our humanity is when we get these monsters off the street and we put them where they can't hurt anybody. And when they see the consequences for their conduct, they will begin and they will continue to self-deport and get back home to avoid what President Trump is going to deliver.
Bye.
Stephen, I'm going to ask you what I just asked Secretary Bessent about Elon Musk's threat today and yesterday to primary Republicans who campaigned for fiscal restraint yet voted for the big, beautiful bill. He is furious for a lot of reasons, but mostly citing the failure to rein in costs and spending. Your reaction to this tonight?
Well, this is the largest spending cut, Laura, in American history. Think about what's in this bill. The largest tax cut and reform in American history. The largest spending cut in American history. The largest welfare reform in American history. The largest reduction in federal spending ever achieved in a single bill. And then it also includes the most robust, comprehensive border security and immigration enforcement package we've ever seen. One that will allow us to deport millions upon millions of invaders. To oppose this bill is to support the invasion. To oppose this bill is to support the continued giveaways and freebies to cheaters and scam artists. To oppose this bill is to support a 68% tax hike on the American public, and is also to oppose this bill is to support a deprivation of all of the tax benefits that President Trump is fighting to deliver the middle class, like no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. The Senate passed this bill just today, demonstrating that they are fighting for President Trump. They are fighting for his agenda. They are not going to listen to an outside voice that does not represent the interests of the American people or the interests of the Republican Party. And the House is going to rally behind President Trump to pass this bill for America.
All right, Stephen, as always, thank you very much. Have a wonderful Independence Day.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. And all right, now let's get to our man, Scott Bessent, out here defending the big, beautiful bill and telling Elon to stick to rockets.
Mr. Secretary, great to see you tonight. There are a lot of Republicans who are thrilled about the extension of the tax cuts, but have some reservations about spending. You've seen them, your message to them tonight.
Laura, good to be with you. And look, this is the signature piece of President Trump's domestic agenda. This is more than a tax bill because it also includes border, it includes defense, it includes school choice. And I just had a meeting with some of the House Democrats, the Freedom Caucus, and I can tell you that group should be so proud of themselves. They have changed the center of gravity in the debate. We are going to start paying down debt. We're going to grow the economy, and they were big contributors to this.
And let's be real now. There is saving in the bill because let's be real. We are making some cuts to Medicaid. So, and we are taking people off Medicaid due to work requirements and all that good stuff. So there are savings in this, of course. And well, when we're talking about government spending, now how the people benefit off this is, like I said, tax on tip, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. You get a deduction for if you finance an American car, and of course, child tax credit and senior deductions, which are all in there.
Which, I mean, don't forget the no tax on overtime. It is up to only 100,000 from what I'm understanding.
Let's see here. Deduction cap. Yeah, they cap tips at 25,000, auto at 10K. Yeah, let me look that one up because they didn't explain that one in here. The breakdown that I have right now.
It's a no tax. So it's a no tax on payroll tax for overtime specifically.
Oh, and for people, how are you going to work requirements, sick people? Well, then they'd be on Medicare, my friend, because they'd be what?
Or Social Security.
Yeah, or Social Security. They wouldn't be on Medicaid. Let's be real. I mean, or they also could apply for Medicaid as well if they're so sick that they're disabled. Then they would still apply for it. It's like you guys also got to understand how our healthcare system works, which
they would meet the work requirement.
All right, yeah. Like, Monty, you'd probably be best to explain, the whole Medicaid and Medicare system.
Yeah, so Medicaid is for poor people. Mm-hmm. Medicare is for people that are over a certain age. I forgot what it is. I think it's
65.
65, yeah. Mm-hmm. Social Security is something that you pay into. It's like a government forced retirement fund. Social Security disability is something that everybody pays into so that you may have short-term disability insurance or long-term disability insurance, all of which have their own requirements. The only one that does not have a requirement is Medicaid. It does not have a work requirement. You don't have to be productive. You can just be poor through your own doing. And if you cannot manage to work 20 hours a week and you're able-bodied with no kids, these are the people we're talking about. We're not talking about grandma that's had 3 heart attacks and is a fall risk and has cancer. She's not able-bodied. So by definition, she's not able-bodied. By definition, she does not count. By definition, the single mother with 3 kids that can't go to work because daycare is too expensive, because we've publicly subsidized daycare and made it go through the roof. She is not included in this. She is not able-bodied. She has kids. The lazy piece of shit couch potato is who we're talking about.
Yeah,
And
if
if
you
you're a
on the street corner with both legs and both arms to hold your sign, you don't count.
yeah, like, sorry.
Hey man,
It's
it's what it
okay if
is.
you want to stand on the street corner and do that to yourself. Well, there's no laws against that. If you just want to rely on charity, which actually charity is a lot better than government assistance. That's how we got along before government assistance came along, is charities. But you know, if you want to go with charity, I actually that's a lot better than trying to say that you need.
Someone just asked, how do you pick and choose these people? It's very simple. How old are you? 18 to 45? Yeah. Okay. Do you have kids? Yes or no? No? Okay. Do you have a disability? Yes or no? What is your disability? Can you go to work? Yes or no? That's how you
Basically, is your IQ over 80, 90, and do you have all your limbs?
All right, guys. Now, hold on. Let me go ahead and read this out for you guys. So, Senate imposed stricter Medicaid work requirements, 80 hours a month for adults 19 to 64, with fewer exemptions. Sped up provider tax reduced to 6% to 3.5%, increasing verification frequency.
You know, here's how weak, honestly, that this work requirement thing really is. I have autism. I qualify for Social Security disability. I qualify in this world, I would qualify for Medicaid. I am completely able-bodied and I work 80 hours a week most of the time. Not 80 hours a month. So just by one anecdote, I've disproven your whole, you know, how do you choose these people? Because you can choose to work even with a disability. No, you're not going to be busting rocks in the hot sun, but you can answer a phone. You can do data entry. There's jobs you can do,
You
and
can
that
sit
needs to
at
be done.
Walmart with a sign and check people's receipts.
Yeah, you can do a job. Like,
If you look
stop.
at business statistics of who fails, the least likely business to fail is a laundromat. The second is real estate.
No wonder Asians love it.
Think about why.
Hold on. No. Hold on. To Tyler, caller dude admits he's a do you know what retarded means? Do you even know what that is? Because my IQ is 180. So by definition, I'm not retarded. So try again.
It always do be the guys with autism with the high IQs. I swear to God.
I'm getting off on my phone in a few minutes.
Oh, I was just gonna say, autism is so. The funny part is people don't even realize there's such a spectrum to autism. All of them, everybody wants to just sum it up as one thing, and it's like, you guys. That's how you know people are simple-minded when they first start off. Oh, this man just said he was stupid because he said he had autism. It's like you just explained to the world that you have the IQ of 10.
Doesn't Elon Musk have that as well?
Yeah, he has Asperger's. Elon Musk and I have the same neurodivergency.
Okay.
All right. If your IQ isn't 80, you can't use a cell phone. You just you don't have the capacity to even use a cell phone.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, no, like,
you know, it's so funny though. Everybody was like 180. I'm like, guys, you gotta understand, an IQ test isn't as hard as you think it is, or maybe it's hard for y'all, but
it's hard for y'all because y'all be bootlicking. You have room temperature IQs, and you wonder why you don't understand. You can't argue on our level because you're stupid. You just can't comprehend. I'm sorry.
Because like, bro, I remember taking an IQ test when I was like a kid, and I scored like 140. I was like, it was just a whole bunch of pattern recognition and being able to pull back knowledge from like second grade.
When I was in 4th grade and 5th grade, they tested me like every 3 months. They told my mom not to tell me. She told me about 20 years later that they told me I was 125.
Yeah. When I was in like 3rd or 4th grade, they like based off of my IQ, they rated me at like a 27-year-old man. Like I can
Oh no.
They
So
said
they
I
ran an
could
IQ
dumb
test on me
comments.
because they were trying to because they thought I was because I was look back in the day when I was a kid, I didn't really take school as seriously. And then once they put me through the IQ test, even my parents was like, "Oh yeah, no, you're to stop playing with us." So
Yep, and that's what
play
that's the same
games.
thing. Yeah, the same thing happened to me. I was a bad kid in school. I did not do well in school because I was bored. By the time you got done explaining something, I'd done finished the assignment.
Yep.
No,
And now I'm breaking crayons in my desk. It's
I work
like
for myself. I don't have a boss, so it doesn't matter.
Well, the problem with it is a lot of people don't realize is again, like I was just saying before I had to get off for a second. The reality is most kids don't actually learn from school; they learn from their peers.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the problem is again, we have
Experience.
such a cookie cutter way of thinking, and that every kid needs to learn the same exact way when everybody learns different.
Absolutely.
Psychology has touched on it to the point where it's okay, guys. This isn't just some professional spouting off some nonsense. It's proven fact. You can put 10 kids and through the same 10 different tasks, and they can be done 10 different ways.
You know it's wild. You know it's wild. I was prevented from joining the military because I have Asperger's. However, while I was in boot camp, before they knew that I had Asperger's, I was leading my division. I had the highest ASVAB in my my division. Like I was good to go, but because of this misnomer that you're fucking drooling on yourself like Stephen Hawking if you have autism, like you're somehow inadequate. Like you're what's wrong with the world.
Man. But all right, now let's get back to our another high IQ individual, Scott Besson.
End of the day, they will be there for President Trump and give Speaker Johnson the ability to move this bill to the president's desk for signing this Friday.
Now, I know the bill, Mr.
sorry.
Secretary, includes a lot of money for
Set.
Yeah.
Someone asked what my MOS was. I was a Navy nuke.
No shit. Hey.
for immigration enforcement, a big priority of the president's, specifically at the border. Will any of that money be used to speed up the deportations that, they're impressive, but 200,000+ is still a drop in the bucket when we have about 30 million people here illegally?
Well, Laura, that's a great question. And it's important to get this bill on the president's desk because we have been tight on funding. Kristi Noem has done a fantastic job at DHS along with Tom Homan. They have apprehended the thousands of criminals, but in terms of the overall deportation, it is important to get this funding. And once we get the higher level of funding, then we'll be able to move on to the next level.
I mean, never. You can always come up and test Monty's IQ if you want and debate.
Are you serious?
All right.
Please. So first of all,
please.
86 beats out 86% of all people that take the ASVAB. It's a percentile score. First of all, so I'm better than 86% of you that have taken the test. That's what that means. Second of all, I'm lying. Why would I? What do I have to lie about? I can show you my contract. I can show you all of my stuff. I can show you the separation papers I have because I have Asperger's. Like, I'm not lying about anything. I have no reason to lie about. This was devastating to me. This is not something I'm just proud of.
Man. And hey, man, shout out Monty for being 100 or being absolutely real, unlike you guys. But yes, never know best. Please come up here and debate because look, dog, you've been talking a little bit too crazy. I want to see if you'll actually say that stuff on the mic. That's all I want to know. Why not? And what's up, Mojo? You can also come up as well because I actually like you.
And your favorite topic, Elon Musk. I mean, he is beyond furious about this legislation, said it's basically a betrayal of what he thought the administration stood for, focused a lot on spending, deficits and so forth. And he said he's going to fund the primarying of anyone who voted for this, who claimed to be a Republican who believed in fiscal restraint. Your reaction to what?
I mean, that's perfectly fine. Okay, great. Well, the post tab is in the main page. I mean, please, you can bring all your receipts because we got receipts as well, my friend. If you don't think we got receipts, then I ain't gonna lie. You kind of you think too highly of yourself if you think nobody else is doing that but you. But please,
Seth,
like I said, main page, post tab. This is gonna be the first post there. You can hit the link. You can get right into the StreamYard. But if you don't do it, then you're kind of I'm be real. You're kind of a bitch. No,
you're a bot.
But you are.
Don't be a bot. Get up here, debate like a man or a woman, whatever you are, and be real.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to sit there and talk some shit about Monty, it's like, okay, I'm not in the military. I'm not. Cough. Anyways, but you don't sit there and talk some shit. Be real. Be human. Step up.
I can turn my camera on and show you my discharge paperwork. I have my ASVAB still.
It's either one of these two. It's either Romeo or Never Knows Best. If you guys don't come up and you keep talking, I will kick you out the chat for cowardice.
Be real.
You're deleted for cause.
Ain't lying.
For the last few days about this.
It's already paid to come up and debate.
Yeah, please come on up. It's already paid for. Go to the main page in the post tab. Come on up. And like I said, if you don't, ban for cowardice. Because I don't know. I just don't like guys who talk all that, try to talk down on people. But then when you give them the mic, they hide their hands. It's like the guy, you throw rocks and hide hands like cowards.
No, Seth, what you should do just to save them the fucking hassle, put the chat thing in the post real quick. Let them know. Make it even easier for them. Do all the work.
Actually, I'll just solve it right now. Look up Milper's Man 1910 TAC 132. That's what I was separated under. Fraudulent entry for a mental disorder. The mental disorder was autism. I'm so.
And all right, guys.
People are gonna be talking some mad shit because that's all they got.
Yeah, and they talk behind a faceless profile, so that's why I kind of like to see if they're gonna come up, because I'm gonna be like, all right, man, it's like you're talking big now, but y'all always pipe down when somebody says come to the mic, and I'm hoping that
the worst part of it is when you're actually you try and stay on a single topic and you make your point. They ask you to explain something, you make your point, and then they're like, well, what about this other thing?
Oh man, whataboutisms? The whataboutisms is crazy.
Yeah,
hey, you got to hold up the Kool-Aid for that one.
And all right, shout out to my man Jet. He says, not even duct tape can fix stupid, but it can muffle the sound. Go debate Monty if y'all got the balls. For real, though, because it's like some of y'all that was going to, doubt my man's intelligence. I mean, please prove this man wrong then, since you guys want to doubt intelligence. I mean, I'm damn near offended for my man. But shout out to Hellbat. He says, don't worry, I have the best fish in the Discord. I mean, shout out Hellbat, because this man is Loki an expert fisher.
This morning, I think if Elon sticks to rockets, I'll stick to finance. And, I am confident that this bill is going to pay down the debt. And there were 50 senators who weren't threatened by his words.
My guy. I'm sorry.
Stepped in.
Romeo loses already, and he's not even in there. How many times have you explained how to get into the chat?
Man, like 3 times.
How do I get in? How do I get in? You can't even figure out how to operate a cell. You have a
money. I'll help him with it. Okay, all right. We ready for this? Get your crayons out. Get your crayons. Here we go. We're gonna go step by step.
Avatar in the lower left corner of your screen. And then after that, you'll be on his webpage and you'll see a spot where it says like playlists, videos, all that stuff. Right in there it's gonna say post. And you select post and you'll get another page with a whole bunch of messages from S.E.T. The top, and they all have a link. The very top one.
The StreamYard.
My guy's gonna enter the fucking chat from 3 weeks ago.
It's StreamYard.com. is the app you're going to be using. It's really easy. It makes it real simple.
And then one guy said I got to make a temp email, so I'm just like, here we go.
Or you can easily access it just by backing out of the stream and going right below the live.
All right. And if for the speed it up and to speed it up for you guys, like I said, just go to my main page. Yes, Set Media Reacts main page. Go to the post tab, and you should be able to hit it right there. It's gonna be the first post right there. Just click on that link, and you'll be right here in the backyard in Main Street. Well, in StreamYard. But all right, now let's go.
They broke the tie in the Senate, and now we're moving into the House. And President Trump has shown incredible leadership on this, and in conjunction with Leader Thune, Speaker Johnson, I think that they're going to hold the majorities together.
And all righty, you know what? Shout out, because he actually came up, guys. And shout out to our man, Never Know Best. All right, my man. First off is first. I retract my statement in calling you a bitch. You actually stood up to the plate, so you're a real one for that one. But, and also, how are you doing?
It's night shift.
Hello.
What's up? Look, I ain't got nothing against y'all personally. I would just get that right off the bat. Like, I don't understand how y'all can look at the Constitution. Like, this ain't even a left-right thing. Like, how do y'all look at the Constitution, read that, John, and then see what he's doing, see that even the Supreme Court is going against him, and y'all are still just like, yep, we're down with this. I'm perfectly fine with this. Like, you either care about the Constitution or you don't. Like, if you don't care about the Constitution, by all means, just say that, and then the whole stream over. I don't care. You guys do you. You don't care about the Constitution. I do. You know what I mean? And that's the hard line separation we got. That's the hard line separation we got. You know what I mean?
And all right, hold on. Now, that's just your statement, right? All right, now I'm going to go ahead and mute you, and I'm going to go ahead and let Monty respond to that. All right, man?
That's fine. That's fine.
All right.
How many words are in the Constitution? How many sections are in the Constitution? What section gives the president powers? What section gives Congress powers? What part of what Trump is doing is unconstitutional? Or is it violating federal laws that are already unconstitutional? Because the Supreme Court has vindicated a lot of Trump's cases. So you make
all right, go ahead, Never.
Is Garcia in the country right now, or is he out of the country? And why is he in the country? Because let me go ahead and answer that. He is in the
criminal
country.
charges.
Yep.
What's that?
To face criminal charges. He has been extradited.
But
Let me go. You asked a question. Let me answer it. He's in the country because he was extradited back to the United States because we have this thing called equal justice for all, and he committed crimes against Americans. So the Americans are going to get their pound of flesh or their justice as prescribed in the Constitution, because everybody's entitled to life, liberty, and property. And when you take any of that away from them, justice is required. So
and
he is back.
Diplomatic position for most countries.
Yep.
That's funny, because why was he shipped off to begin with if he never got the due process that you just acknowledged?
Oh my
that you
fucking
just
God.
Because remember, all right, bro, because he's an
Constitution.
MS-13 gang member. He was confirmed as an MS-13 gang member, and MS-13 gang members are now a terrorist
As
group.
an MS-13 gang member, then why do we need to bring him back to have him face criminal charges?
Because he committed crimes in the United States.
No. There was no due process to establish that. There was no due process to establish he was part of MS-13.
Your IQ is melting away. It's melting
Look,
away.
you can make all the personal attacks you want. I don't care. If a midget calls me short, I laugh. Okay? I consider the source. You can't take offense. Look, you can't give offense. You can only take offense. All right. Like I said, the fact of the matter is you can't establish that he was part of MS-13 without the court case, without the due process. Okay. They sent him away. They sent him away without the due process. Then they went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ruled 9-0. Yo, you can't do that. You got to bring him back. Okay. They went to the court again. 7-2. The court ruled again. You have to bring Garcia back. That's why Garcia is back. That is why he is now facing the criminal charges and all that you're saying. Now he is getting the due process that he should have gotten from the get-go, that you already conceded that he should have got from the get-go. So
I didn't concede anything. What did I
everything
concede?
you just said, you just acknowledged that he didn't get his due process, and
No, I
that's
did
why.
not.
And
Did
hold on,
those
never. You're
words come
going
out of
off
my
too
mouth?
far, my friend. You went over the 3 minutes. Let Monty respond because you did say a lot. Go ahead,
First of
Monty.
all, I never said he didn't get due process. The penalty for entering this country illegally is deportation. You love to say it's a civil infraction. Yeah, and it's a civil penalty. Deportation is a civil penalty. You're not being deprived of life, liberty, or property, so it does not rise to a criminal punishment. So yes, you can be deported. The due process is when the judge says you can get out now, or when an asylum officer says you can get out now. It's all in the law. It's laid out for you. So first of all, second of all, he's back in the country because he committed crimes in the country. Don't you think those victims want justice for the crimes that were committed against them?
Exactly.
Or
No, and for further information, two immigration courts confirmed that Kilmar Garcia was an MS-13 gang member, which is why he had the order for removal. But now we got to let my man Never talk. Go ahead, big dog.
All right. So again, so what was the point of deporting him, then bringing him back to charge him in America? Like,
because we
make up
found
your
out
mind.
later
That's
that
number
he
one.
had committed crimes.
Because it's cheaper.
So then how is it cheaper to deport somebody, then bring them all the way back to charge them, then deport them a second time? You're not making
The
any
crimes
sense
are
here.
heinous enough. We do that all the time. If it's human smuggling, which he is being accused of, which is a very heinous crime, we are
Okay,
going to get him.
so then take him to court and prove it before you deport
That's
him.
what we're doing now.
So why was that so hard? So no, that's what you're doing now after the
he was
Supreme.
deported.
So why do I get interrupted, but y'all get to keep going? I don't understand. Like, so like I said, like I said, if you're sitting here saying, "Oh, now we're charging him. He's such a bad criminal and all this other stuff," right? Well, why couldn't they demonstrate that before? There would have been no argument. Everybody on the left would have been like, "Hey, you took his ass to court. You proved that he was a criminal, so you deported him. Plain and simple. It's right there, cut and dry. Everybody's good. Everybody got their due process. Everybody's clean." Like, but that's not what happened. What happened was they shipped him off first. Then the Supreme Court said, "Yo, you messed up. You need to bring him back." So they brought him back, and now they're going through the due process. And you know what? Besides to the second point, okay, look, what is to stop the government right now? The government. It doesn't matter whether it's Biden, doesn't matter whether it's Trump, doesn't matter whether it's some super president from the future, from Pluto, when we crash into them, right? Doesn't matter, right? What is to stop president or anybody, the police right now, from pulling up on you and saying, "You know what? I'm deporting you right now because I'm going to tell everybody you're an illegal immigrant. I'm assuming you're an illegal immigrant, and that's all there is to it." And you know what? Due process after the fact. And you're going to say, "Oh, no, that would never happen. That would never."
And all right, never. All right, I think we get your point on that when you went over the minutes. Monty, go ahead and respond.
They proved that he was an illegal immigrant when they deported him, like before they deported him. You think all of this happens in a vacuum because you listen to too much MSDNC. That's why you're not informed on anything. Do you think that they're just going around rounding people up? If you think that, then you don't have the intellectual capability to understand our points. You don't.
It's completely ridiculous.
All right, let
me run this lineage all the way back to 1654 on my dad's side of the family. My mom's family, half of it goes back just as far. And because I have a unique last name, a rare last name where not only one guy came from the Netherlands to New Amsterdam, and he propagated the entire family, everybody with my last name in the United States, which is 12 generations, has a variant of his last name.
Can I add something in? So It's very easy to vet a social security number against a name and against an ID. So with a criminal proceeding, you have to have proof beyond a reasonable doubt. That is how the due process works in a criminal proceeding. In a civil proceeding, it's just proof with preponderance of the evidence, i.e., more than likely this guy's an illegal immigrant. That's all it takes. That is all it takes. If you understand anything about how our Constitution works and how our law works, you would know that.
And all right, Never, do you have a response?
Yeah, I mean, first off, being smarmy isn't going to get you anywhere. I don't understand what being smarmy is supposed to do for you with this. Again, the ad hominems, I don't understand what the point is. Like, I'm not coming to you personally. I don't know what you coming to me personally is supposed to do for your argument. Like, it doesn't do anything for the argument. That's first off. All right, so your IQ, this, all that, it doesn't matter. All right. Second off, like I said before, okay, by all means, present me a FOIA request. Do you know what a FOIA request is? I'm assuming everybody.
Yes, I know what a FOIA request
All right.
is.
Okay, yeah, I'm just look. Not everybody knows. There might be somebody in the audience that doesn't know. All right, if you want to petition the government for information, like let's say you get pulled over by the cops and you want the body cam footage. Let's say you want to know about the JFK files. You know what I mean? You want to try to get some of them classified documents. It's been over the 50 years, and you know, like, hey, they should be releasing it. I have access to it. You can FOIA request it, right? So. Who do I FOIA? Show me the FOIA request that demonstrates the government is doing their due diligence to make sure that that guy is actually illegal. Aside
Put
from,
it in.
hey, you
Put
know
the
what?
FOIA request in.
Miller went on to the Fox News and said and assured us all that he was illegal. I swear he's illegal. Just look at the photo. We put MS-13 on top of his knuckles.
You can see it on YouTube. The actual judicial sessions, the Congress sessions, all the special committees.
Don't even need a FOIA request.
You don't even need one. You can see all of those on C-SPAN, CNN, Fox.
Then by all means, like I said, cite specifically where they demonstrated that that these people that they're sending are illegal, because I can point to examples of people that they sent that they had to say, oh crap, you know what? They weren't actually illegal. We have to take them back.
They produce like 6 to 8 hours of content daily.
Who? Give me a name,
please.
All right, let's take 2 seconds on Google here. Let's see. People.
I'll do one better. I'll do one better, pal, because I got you. Because you know, ChatGPT should know. So why not? Use it right now.
Yeah, the same ChatGPT.
Hey, ChatGPT.
Hey there. How's it going? What's on your mind today?
All right. So I believe the young man's question was: Has the Trump administration been forced to retrieve any illegal citizens that were deported under the Alien Enemies Act or under his or while his ICE raids were happening? Was there anybody that was deported and then brought back?
That's an interesting question. I'm not aware of any instances where individuals deported during the Trump administration were officially brought back because of the Alien Enemies Act or anything like that. It's possible there might be specific cases, but nothing that was widely reported. If you want, I can look up any recent information on that. Let me know.
Yeah, go ahead. If you can find anything, let me know. But all right. So, all right, never know. That was enough time. So what'd you find?
I'm still looking here. I got a bunch of stuff. I'm not gonna trust an AI. I'm not gonna judge you for trusting it, but I'm sure if they it didn't necessarily agree with you or disagree with you, or agree with me or disagree with you.
It flat out said no. It flat out said no.
It pretty much just said
in general. All right, repeat it then. Go ahead, replay it, because it specifically says in general no, but it can point to specific cases.
No, they said they can't. They said no. She said, well, we're gonna call ChatGPT a she because of the voice, but she said specifically, I cannot point to any specific cases. But she gave out the possibility that, you know what, maybe there's something going on that I haven't heard about yet. But as the ChatGPT or the AI scours the internet for information, has not found anything.
Do you not understand?
The same AI In recent cases, there have been instances where immigrants have been returned to the United States after being mistakenly deported or facing illegal challenges to their removal. These situations involve individuals who are either wrongly deported or had their deportation order overturned by a judge. One such case involved, and then it goes on to say Garcia as an example.
And I have a question.
That's
So,
not.
like I said, I'm trying to say that the AI isn't all that reliable. All right, so I'm not even saying the AI proved you wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
It's not perfect.
AI. No. I asked them what is because you didn't understand my question. My question I asked AI very specifically was anybody deported and then returned, that mean they had their deportation revoked. The AI said no. What they said to you is that, well, the only person that's been returned is Garcia, and that's for criminal charges, not because he was deported mistakenly.
That's not what it says.
Oh my God.
Do I need to read it again? I can read it again. It's right here.
Dog, I just explained how your like statistic or whatever you read kind of proved me right. That you have nobody under the Trump administration who was deported wrongfully. The only case you got is Kilmar Garcia, and he was brought back for criminal charges of human smuggling
after being mistakenly deported.
No, he was not mistakenly deported.
That's what it says right here.
Bro, who cares what they
And
said? The
it says right
Supreme
here,
Court said, voted in Trump's favor that the Alien Enemies Act was a valid reason to deport Kilmar Garcia. That was already solidified. You know, only brought him back off criminal charges, or Data brought up his immigration case. If it was because of his immigration status, then he would be in immigration court and not criminal court. That's easy to understand.
No, it's not. When you have Trump derangement syndrome, nothing's hard. Nothing's easy to understand.
Yeah, just throw in more ad hominems. The midget keep calling me short. The midget keep calling me short. Dude, you can't give offense. You can only take offense, dog. You can't give offense. Like,
you're
I
getting
don't
riled
understand.
up. So.
I'm getting riled up because, I mean, you hold us at unequal standards.
Because you're wrong and you're being called out with
No. Hold on. I ain't talking no trash on nobody personally, okay? And my man over here is doing it on a regular basis, and you're okay with it. How is that honest? How is that honest?
Please relax.
Oh my God, yo!
Remember,
this is shit, dog.
Please relax. It's all good.
All right.
Look, we love you, man. We just
you're making personal attacks. Don't personal attacks. I have not come at any of you personally. I have not come.
The only reason,
personally.
the only reason you're in this chat is because you came after me personally. The
You
only
gotta
reason
remember,
you
it's
got
between
called out
you and Monty. We didn't do anything. We were chilling.
I'm just here for
No, you're sitting. No, dude. Why don't you read your own chat? Read your own chat. You just sat there for the last hour and a half talking all this trash about. Oh, I got IQ, Trump, everything you just said to me. You just said in the chat. Not you, the stream, to do this running the stream, but the other guy. All right, just for clarity. Because, like I said,
we can all talk like this, like men. Let's all just.
That's what I'm trying to do. I came in, and the first thing I said.
Right this minute, you're not doing it right this minute.
You're yelling.
You're screaming at us.
Talking louder doesn't make you more right.
Because I'm not. It's not about right. It's about you're being out of pocket, yo. Like I said, if you're gonna come at me, I came in here, and the first thing I said was, "I'm not trying to get personal." Is that not what I said? Is that not what I said, guys?
That's
all
like
right,
saying
guys.
no offense and then saying something.
All right, guys. All right. Well, let's keep it going like this. Going further.
With respect, the first thing I said was, "I'm not coming at you personally."
Now, never. Look, I
What up,
apologize if you do feel disrespected. We'll keep it going on a good. We'll keep it professional from now on. All right, my man. All right, now, guys, let's keep ad hominems away and let's do the 3-minute rebuttal and response. Now, if you guys still want to debate, I'll be happy to host that. I see parabolic curvatures in the chat, and so is Mr. Doc Hill. So, what do you guys think so far?
I'm
Which one y'all want?
Hope that it's it can be a relaxed conversation.
I would want you to prefer that.
What I was trying to say is, hey, let's not make it personal. Let's not get aggressive. We're debating here, guys. Like we're not trying to be assholes and belittle anybody because, again, we all come from walks of life that are way different.
Now, all right, now the argument was Kilmar Garcia and was he deported wrongfully and all that good stuff. Now,
yes,
I do believe we have not been able to come to an agreement on that one. But
he was.
my man never has made other statements saying how Trump is unconstitutional. Now, never. What is other reasons why you feel Trump is probably the most unconstitutional president ever?
I mean, like I said, I'm gonna try to fix. Man.
He's like so many.
No, I'm just trying to think of something that that there's a lot of beef to, because yeah, I mean, like I said, I'd rather not give you something that's light and then you just knock it down real easily.
Iran.
Big beautiful bill.
All right, I still can't. Like, how about the fact that ICE can? I still, like I said, I don't understand like how you guys are okay with the fact that, like I said, a president can he could tell ICE, yeah, you know what, go ahead, just you can roll up in somebody's house. Fourth Amendment rights don't matter. If you think there's an immigrant in that house, you can just roll up in that guy's house.
I can tell you, actually, if they were here, not waving the Mexican flag, saying "Death, burn America down," protesting, destroying immigrant businesses, and just destroying the community, and they're saying America is the worst place on earth. Let me tell you, if like, just bring it to a personal level. Do you like hanging out with people like that?
Well, here's the thing, right?
Friend?
Here's the thing.
Anecdotes
We
doesn't
live in
mean
America
anything
where,
to us.
yeah, like I don't respect the Westboro Baptists, right? I don't respect them, but they have the First Amendment right to be assholes at the border of somebody's funeral. If somebody don't like that, then they can go to the government and try to petition to make a law against it. But the fact of the matter is, they have freedom of speech. So if somebody comes over here and they have naturalized citizenship, or they have, yeah, I mean, or they're legal.
Right to be here.
But we're talking about two different things here. Like, I mean, if you're illegal, and like I said, if the government has the right to just roll up in your house, Fourth Amendment, whether you're saying bad things or not. If they think, like, the thing about it is, if they think there's an illegal immigrant in your house, or if they think there's an illegal immigrant in your school, if they think there's an illegal immigrant at your job, they can just roll up in there. No search warrant,
Not
nothing
true.
required. All
Not
they need.
true.
All they need. No, I know what
they
you're going to
have
say. You're
detention
going to say we
warrants for
need
these
an
people.
administrative warrant. I know what you're going to say. Come on, give me a chance, guys. I did my homework. All right. Like, they don't have a judicial warrant. They have an administrative warrant. You know what it takes to get an administrative warrant? Hey, the president said it's good, so we're good.
I mean, do you
That's
think
it. That's all it takes to get an administrative warrant.
Incorrect.
Can I get a word in here?
All right, go ahead and refute that, Monty.
So an administrative warrant is the president has decided that he's going to follow the law that already exists and has granted administrative privileges to that organization. It's the same thing the ATF does. The ATF gets administrative warrants to go door to door and collect people's shit. That's the system we live in. It's a warrant. It says no person shall be subject to search procedure without a warrant. It doesn't say that, just because you don't like the type of warrant, that means the warrant's invalid. It's a warrant.
Okay, so here's the difference. A judicial warrant, you actually have to go and prove that the warrant is justified. An administrative warrant, you say you get into the truck with the boys and you just roll up on the place and you roll into the place with no warrant, no, you don't need any of your Fourth Amendment. You just roll right up in there and do what you want. Then after the fact, when somebody questions it, you just say administrative warrant. And when I said, hey, it's just the president said it's okay, that's exactly what you just acknowledged when you said, hey, the president said that we're doing this and we're going to, and you said, oh, it's on the laws and everything. I disagree with that, but we're putting that on the shelf for now. Like I said, so when I debate with people, what I try to do is not find where we disagree. I try to find where we agree and then see why we part ways. You get what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Where the river splits. That's where I'm trying to find. And we agree, like I said, that we agree that there is a warrant. So we both agree that, yes, there is some kind of like measure going on here. It isn't just, hey, they just roll up in there and do whatever. But
Can we pause?
Like I said, the fact of the matter is they're not having to demonstrate, hey, legally that we are justified in rolling up in that school over there. Hey, legally, we're justified in rolling up in this man's house, and ripping up his stuff looking for this illegal immigrant. You know what I mean?
All right. Now I do gotta let Monty respond. Monty, go ahead.
Okay, so you're talking about what we agree on. What do we agree on? Because it seems like you want to defend the rights of people that are not here legally against the rights of people that live here and are citizens of this country. So I don't think we agree on that point. I think where we disagree is that you think that someone should have 20 years to fight a case as the system works right now, and that's just not the case. I don't think, because in 20 years, oh, I've been here forever. I'm blah 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 blah.
There
I
are
don't have.
illegal immigrants on estimate.
Do what?
There are 20 million illegal immigrants.
Can I get a word in just right quick?
I want to be right behind you.
First off, on the Abrego Garcia versus Nome ruling, right? It was denied in part and accepted in part. The part that was denied was the fact that it was after the time period in which the judge had ruled that the Kilmar Abrego Garcia should be back, right? The part that was accepted, that it was done, and I'm going to quote here, just right quick, so I'm getting the wording exactly correct. Oh, I went too far. Clarify. Also they wanted to the lower judge to clarify their directive as well. I wanted that to be noted. The facilitate. Go on, just right quick. I have lost my place in the actual ruling. It is not easy to read.
I have a question.
Yeah, what's up, Doc?
Oh,
hey. So everybody keeps saying this guy had no due process, but the question, what is due process first?
well, he did have due process some point in time. A federal immigration judge ruled that he should be able to stay in the U.S., and this was before he was then picked up and taken to El Salvador. That was in 2019.
Pause. That's my thing. The argument has been repeatedly he had no due process.
Yep.
So the question
No,
becomes,
and I'm not saying he didn't. I'm telling you that he did, but then whenever he was picked up, he wasn't.
We're on the same page.
Okay.
The question is, what is due process? And because all this came down from judges, courts, yada yada yada, the mofo had due process.
Just right quick, I did find the part. To this day, the government has cited no basis in law for Abrego Garcia's warrantless arrest and his removal to El Salvador or his confinement in a Salvadoran prison, nor could it.
Okay.
That is on page 2 at the bottom.
So again, that would be
that is the Supreme Court. That is them ruling in his favor. Just so we're clear.
Okay, so no.
When they actually facilitate it, right?
Okay, but okay, here I'm 20 years in the blue, black and blue. I've done everything from writing citations, from jaywalking to yada yada. When a charge is filed, okay, there's an accusation. This person broke the law, whether it's a citation.
There's probable cause to arrest. I agree with the probable cause, not necessarily that a crime actually has been committed, but just that they believe that one has.
Let him get to his point.
That's what I said. The accusation is put in. I accuse you of this offense, be a class C, and depending on where you live, it could be a 1 or whatever, all the way up to what we would consider a capital felony. A capital charge. Okay. So an accusation is made. You don't belong here. You broke the law. You did this. Accusation. Didn't say you committed it. Can't prove it just yet, but somebody accuses you of said offense. The said offense, the simplest of his is you're here illegally. Some people who spend a little bit more time in school than I did look at the information and go, wait, well, he wasn't born here and he wasn't invited here and we haven't agreed for him to be here. And based on the laws that are on the books, he's here illegally against our laws. Some other people look at it, some other people look at it and go, hey, we agree. It could be the judge, the attorneys, whatever. At some point, a decision is made. From the time the accusation was made to the time a decision was made, that is, hold your breath, due process. So
thank you.
Everything after that is bullshit.
You explained that so much better than I
am I
could have
arguing that he
ever.
never had due process? Again, in 2019, he had due process with
The
a
fact that we're
federal
even having
immigration judge. Are we kidding? I'm not talking
you know
about
what I'm
him not
saying?
having due process.
But
I'm
this is
not
my
talking about
point.
that. We're we're talking about two different
But
things.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I said. That was
the
the
argument.
first point. That was the first point. And
My
that is
you can
argument
get
is
rounded
that
up. Hold on.
he
that
was
is the point.
taken to El Salvador illegally. Like that was not that was against our federal judge's orders. That's what I'm arguing.
Okay, like I said, the argument
Can you
initially
argue against
was
that?
that all this happened
We can.
without
Yeah.
due process. So that's why I keep saying that's number one.
Because the
Okay.
Supreme Court definitely ruled that he should be coming back.
Okay, if the fact
Oh
that
my
the
God.
doggone Supreme Court had to rule means he had, work with me here, due process. You don't go
And
from
I
a
am
crime.
agreeing with you
Okay,
that he had due process,
praise
and
God.
they said that
Praise
he
God.
should come back. I'm
Okay,
not arguing he didn't
okay,
have due
but
process.
but
So
listen,
can we get past the due process point?
no, not
Can
yet.
we please? Because
No,
we're done with that.
We will.
I'm
we're
agreeing with you.
not.
We're all
Hold
in
on.
agreement.
Hold
He's
on.
trying to
No, that's the whole
Let him
point.
get.
We are not all in agreement because the whole argument about bringing him back was because he did
He
not
had
have. Say it for me.
due process.
That is the argument. That is where it started. You
No.
cannot. No.
You're pivoting the argument.
Listen.
That's not
That's
not the argument of the Supreme Court.
Pull it
That's
up.
what I'm trying to get at.
Oh
We
my
cannot.
God.
We
All right,
cannot
hold
get to
on, guys. Let's let Parabolic explain his argument a little deeper. All right, Parabolic.
Because
Okay, so
Maybe
the
we're missing
argument of
something.
the Supreme Court, right, was that the government did not and could not find a legitimate reason to overturn the 2019 federal immigration court ruling that he should stay in the U.S. due to threat of gang violence. They could not find anything. Therefore, the federal judge, hold on one second.
The federal judge in the Supreme Court, right?
The federal immigration judge from 2019 ruled that he could stay. The U.S. could not find any evidence to say he needs to go. That is what the Supreme Court then said.
All right. Anybody want to refute that?
again, here's the point that's frustrating me. Like I said, I put the majority of my life into the law. I've got degrees in law. I've lived the law. I've arrested people. And the argument started. You have to go to the beginning. The argument started with this dude, the Maryland father, who did not get due process, was taken and sent to El Salvador. That is where it started. You cannot go to the end and go, well, this is where we are now. You have to go back to what this whole thing came from, is that he was deported out of America without due process. And that is the shit.
Great.
Because
Those people were wrong.
the Supreme Court does not take up a case about somebody jaywalking. There had to be due process for a case to get to any Supreme Court. The Supreme Court of a state, even a district court, you don't just pop up on their ballots.
And here's the disturbing part.
It had to be the Supreme Court.
One more. Let me
was
finish.
Nome versus
Let me
Supreme
finish.
Court. Versus Garcia.
He had due process.
Hold on.
Great. Now, hold on. Like I said,
now talk about my point.
I have not got. I'm trying to get that established because you have to have a foundation. You have to. And you can ask. You can ask. I don't come on very often, but this just really
Great. I'm
I
on
couldn't
lunch
take it
and I
anymore.
don't have a lot of time.
Okay, here we go. So once he's gone through all this, once we've got all this done, then it comes down to the question of why are we even going through all this? The dude, he's already been convicted of this, and he's been accused of that, and he was in the middle of court about beating on his wife and beating on some other people. He is not a natural born nor a legal citizen of the United States of America. So why are we still arguing?
Legal is the part that we're arguing because
if they
he
do
is.
it to him, they'll do it to anybody. He
No,
does.
no.
He
Legal is the
not,
part we're arguing because the 2019 federal judge said that he was here now legally. Maybe not before, right? Whenever he initially entered, but whenever he went up to the federal immigration judge, he said, "You are here due to threat of gang violence, and therefore you are here legally." That is the argument, and the government has never been able to refute that.
I'm gonna shoot my load.
I mean, hold on. To be honest, though, after his crimes, after that hearing, because he committed many crimes after that
just
hearing,
like every other citizen would be
don't you think that
processed
order's
into
out
an
the window?
American prison.
No, Parabolic,
An
though, be
American
honest.
prison
He
that's,
did
by the way,
commit multiple
privatized, but
crimes
we're not going to
after.
talk about that.
So that means
Okay,
that
fair.
argument is kind of out the window.
Parabolic. Let me just say
He
this.
kind of broke that.
I'm gonna go for broke. Okay.
Go
What
ahead.
state do you live in?
I live in Mississippi.
Mississippi. Oh my good.
Cool.
MISS. Okay, yeah. I live next door to you in
Sounds
Alabama,
good.
and now I live a little bit farther. Thank God.
I got 10 minutes.
Texas.
Quick,
Okay,
please.
here you go. I come into your house. Better yet, you have 100 acres. You have a cabin. In
I don't
100
care about
acres.
anecdotes, by the way. I'm talking about the actual law.
And this is the law. You have 100 acres. You got a cabin on your 100 acres. Here in Texas, if that property and you don't live there, you're not actually in that house, and I get out there, we have squatter rights out here in the South.
We're
And
talking
y'all
about
live
U.S.
for-
versus state. We're talking about
Okay.
U.S., not state.
Oh my God.
Okay, but you can whittle away if you want to, but we're talking about rights. We're talking about overall rights. It's your property. It's your house. I get in it. You come out there. You find me. Be it months, 3 months to 6 months to 6 years. That's your property. Do I have a right to be there, sir? 6 months to 6 years. This is just common sense.
Initially, no, but guess what? There's something
initially,
called
no.
squatters' right, and eventually
Yes, sir.
you do have rights.
Okay, and then what? And then what? You take me to court. We go through the process, and this goes. And I'm using this as a broad scale because we do the same thing.
Again,
in the city.
nothing you're saying is refuting what I'm saying.
It is.
Oh my God.
Because
No,
at
it's not.
some point,
The
the
federal
law
judge said
Shut up
he
and
was
let him
here.
talk.
He was
At
here.
some
Okay,
point,
it was okay
the
that he was
law
here.
is going to say either
The U.S.
they
government has to
recognize-
then prove that that's not right.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. At some
They
point,
didn't. The U.S. Supreme Court said it was wrong. They said bring him back.
Okay, and so at some point, yes, they're going to say, well, you can't kick this man out because he's been here for 6 years. And
It's not about time. It's about the situation.
With 0%.
But that's not what you. That's actually what.
And
you're
then
telling
the
me.
situation came.
Was that he didn't have a reason to be here. He wasn't legally here. But now that's the exact same thing you're telling me.
So it's the same thing as someone showing up to our border for asylum, right? It's the exact same thing.
That's not what he did.
That's not what he did.
I understand
That's what
that
he
he
filed
went further
later.
into the
No,
border,
you can't say
and
you
then
can't say, no, bro.
I
You
get
can't
that.
use
But
the
then
example
the
that's
federal
useless.
judge said that didn't matter. It didn't
tell
matter
you
how
what.
long he had been in here.
I tell
It
you
didn't
what.
matter about that. The
I'm gonna tell you
federal
what.
judge,
I'm
the
gonna tell you
2019
what.
federal judge, the
I'm gonna tell you- I'm
immigration
gonna tell
judge
you what.
said he could be here.
Why are you
immigration
defending
judge-
this man so hard? Do you want your wife
It's
beat
not
by him?
about him.
Hold on,
It's
guys.
about the
Now, I
fact
do
that
want to make
every
a case
single
in point.
court has ruled in his favor.
I made my
Now,
point.
guys, I do want to make a
Except for
case
the
in point.
except for the one that kicked him out.
Even though he was ordered to stay
That's not
in
a
2019,
That's
right?
not a court. That's the ICE. That's not a court, my guy.
Oh my God.
All right, guys, I do want to get one point across in this because it is like parabolic. I'm not even gonna lie, you are a bit like confusing me on this 2019 stuff because you're right. But the only thing that I'm not understanding that you're not seeing is the fact that he committed multiple crimes after that. Wouldn't that take away that order?
No, it would
Yes,
not.
yes, it
In
does.
fact, no, it doesn't. It literally
be
doesn't.
revoked
bro,
at
What
any
it
time.
does makes it to where he can be then
if you're not a naturalized
processed
citizen,
due
you
to
can't break
our
the law like that
laws
without getting
and put
deported.
into our prisons just like our other citizens. That's what it does.
I've had family members
not
get deported
fucking
because they
transported
broken
to
the
El
law.
Salvador, my guy.
Go ahead, Tim.
I've had family members who've gotten the clear to stay here, broke the law, and got deported.
Say that, Sid. When we
That's
break
how
the
it
law
works.
when we break the law as American citizens,
We go to
lose
our
rights.
prisons.
No.
Guess what?
No, bro. No. Look, he broke the
Yeah,
law
We
as an
lose
illegal.
rights.
As an illegal.
It wasn't illegal. Again, 2019 federal judge
Okay,
beforehand
my bad.
said
Let me
he was
clarify that. He
legal.
broke the law as he wasn't a full-blown citizen. He wasn't a naturalized citizen. He
That
wasn't
doesn't
a U.S.-born
matter. He
citizen.
was an
When you
immigrant that
break
was
the
here
law under
legally at
that
that point.
pretense, you are eligible for deportation. It has happened to
100%.
many members
Guess
in my
what?
family
Guess
who
what?
was
I would
cleared to be here
normally
under a
agree
green
with you,
card.
but the
Once you break
U.S.
that, you're
government and the
done.
Supreme Court has said
Bro,
that they didn't find
Parabolic.
any reason
Gilmar
to
Garcia
deport
didn't even
him.
have a
They
green
said it
card.
in the 2025
Brother.
court ruling, my
Brother,
guy.
No,
What are you
bro, it
talking
doesn't
about?
matter. He didn't have a green card. As soon as he commits a crime after that, that ruling doesn't matter no more.
Brother Parabolic, let me say
The
this.
It
one that
makes the
happened
case
after was the
mute.
Supreme Court that said that they had to
Hold on.
facilitate his
Can I
return.
say
I'm
something
trying
real
very
quick?
hard.
No,
Can I say-
no. I'm sorry, guys, but they facilitated his return off an administrative error. He wasn't supposed to be sent to El
The
Salvador. He was supposed to be
administrative
sent to
error that he
Guatemala.
was
It wasn't because he
illegally
was
deported
innocent. It was because it was an administrative error.
because
just wanna
he
say
was
this. I just wanna say-
deported in an administrative error. He was deported. Say that.
Okay.
He
I
was
just-
supposed to go to another country, so that means that he shouldn't be deported?
He's from
No, he wasn't supposed to go to another country. He wasn't supposed to
I
be
got my hand
taken
up.
at all due to the 2019 federal judge's
Have you ever
ruling.
heard of
Okay.
Have you ever heard of
I
making a
just
case
want to
moot?
put
Hold
I
on,
just want to put
hold
one
on.
thing on record.
Guys.
I'm literally going to mute myself after this. I will leave it alone. I just want to say one thing. In my honest, earnest opinion, as an middle-aged, conservative, African American in the South, Parabolic, your thinking is what keeps me on the right, and it is why I voted for Trump, and it is why I think this country was so close to slipping into a dark place, because when you lose common sense to justify foolishness, you destroy everything.
Amen.
And this is not a hate thing. It's the kind of thing, but this is the kind of thing that scares me for my grandchildren, because
Can I respond? Because I do have to go.
Yeah, as soon as I'm almost done, because you said 2 minutes, like 20 minutes ago.
Go ahead.
But my thing is, when like I said, I lived the cop life. I lived the pastor life. I've lived the husband life. I've lived the father life. And when you put everything you can into protecting the people that you love, even people that you don't know, and then other folks go, but what about the criminal? What about the criminal? They made a choice. They made
I
a
care
choice.
about everyone equally.
No, apparently not, because you're
Everyone.
saying this guy's rights.
It's not about him. It's about the law.
Okay, like I said, I let y'all talk.
It's never been about him.
I'm a literally
right.
The law is black and white, and
and it said bring him back.
Okay,
that's what I'm trying to say.
And they brought him back,
and then he committed more crimes,
and he's still a piece of crap.
And then he committed more crimes in fucking custody, my guy.
No, we're not talking about that part. I'm not going to get in that argument. I'm saying, as much as he went through the system, he never did what he was supposed to do, which was stop being a criminal. He was a criminal when he came here.
That's
he was
great.
criminal while he was
should
here,
be tried as a criminal.
and he was.
Just to get
at some point, you just say, enough is enough. This is not our problem. Send his buck back where he came from. As a parent, my mother used to tell me all the time, I don't care what everybody else does, but what you do in this house, you're going to go by these rules.
No.
Okay.
America's a land of opportunity, and everybody deserves it.
The opportunity to rape people, the opportunity to human traffic people.
Okay.
I don't think that's what they meant by that.
It's not about trafficking, and if you look at that dash cam, as no proof of him trafficking anybody.
Like I said, brother.
Bro, oh wow. I'm sorry, but there
I'm
actually
done.
is.
I'm done.
Nah, you didn't listen. You didn't play the whole thing then. You didn't play the whole thing because the officer literally said that they added extra rows to that van and had a cutout at the bottom. That was in the video.
For the workers to go to work between states.
Wow. Yeah, this is what we mean. The fucking
this is why we call the left
you're innocent until proven guilty in this fucking country.
He's been proven guilty.
Where did that go?
He's been proven guilty.
He wasn't proven guilty in anything in that. They got they brought those charges back from an earlier date that were dismissed.
Did you watch the video?
Bro.
Yes, I watched the unedited video.
It doesn't sound like it.
No, ain't no way.
My guys, you are delusional if you think that showed anything about human trafficking.
May I say
Seriously.
something?
Then delusional I am.
All right. Have a
Okay.
great day.
You too, parabolic.
Holy shit.
My
Also,
I gotta actually bring up that video then, because there's no way, bro, literally just said that. There's no way. The guy, the officer literally said nobody in there speaks
Hey, Doc.
English.
Hey,
He
Doc.
didn't
Yes.
have a
Yes.
the
Hold
bro
on,
didn't even have an ID. He had no ID. Nobody in the car had no ID, but they were going to work. No, but they were going to work. Oh God.
I just want to give a shout out to Doc. That was the best way. I've been making this argument a couple of times. I've never been able to make it as good as you just made it. I appreciate you. I appreciate your service. I appreciate how much intelligence you can bring to a conversation. Mixed with intelligence, you also need a little bit of common sense. So I appreciate that as well.
Thank you, sir. And here's the deal.
Hey, wait.
And I'm sorry, Sid, baby. I've been so messed up here lately with working and sleep schedules. I've been missing y'all guys. And I came on. I actually had my little nightcap, was finna go to bed, and heard some of this. I'm like, bro, y'all sobered my butt up. I was like, what? My buzz left. I was like, this is what scares me as an American. All the other stuff doesn't really matter. But as an American, as somebody who has been on both sides of the situation, I feel bad for Parabolic, because when you can't use common sense, the law has no meaning. Like I said, I did it for 20 years. There were times that the law said this person needs to do da 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 da. You need to do this, 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 this. But then when you look at that mother, and she doesn't have a sticker on her car, and she doesn't have insurance, and she's got 4 kids in a car, so there's not enough room for her to seatbelt everybody. Everything about her life is jacked up. And then you write her $500 worth of tickets. How did I just help this citizen?
Yep.
How did I enable her to take care of what she needs to take care of? Where I could give her a warning, give her a card to somebody who gives cheap insurance, tell her to take her car here, tell her to set her kid over here. What can I do to help her move forward? Because I'm here to enforce the law.
That's the difference between being a public servant and a public leech.
And what the mindset that he has, bruh, if it don't make sense, it don't make sense. And that's why I muted myself. I was like, you know what? The Bible says, don't throw your pearl before swine, because they'll turn around and rend you again. It'll be like a dog coming back to its vomit. Some people are so caught up on, like I said, you cannot say, and that's why I said we have to go to the foundation. You cannot say he didn't have due process when you have 300, I'm not exaggerating, you have like all these court cases where he's been in. What do you mean no due process? We would not be talking about courts. It would not be in a Supreme Court if he did not go through, quote unquote.
He had a whole lot of due process.
Now, guys, I'm going to go ahead and be fair.
There is a difference.
I'm going to go ahead and read down. Oh, go ahead.
There is a difference between letter of the law and spirit of the law as well.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
And the spirit of the law says this guy should be gone.
Absolutely. Should have been gone.
And a lot of people forget that you can't just jump in the seat and go straight to the Supreme Court. You have to go through the process.
Yeah. You got to go through appellates. You got to go through
Court.
district. You got to go through every fucking level of the court.
Did I not mention that? You do not get to any Supreme Court without starting at the bottom. And somebody disagreed. And somebody
you have
disagreed,
to have standing in a case.
And there was an
you
argument.
have to have standing in a case to get to the Supreme Court.
And so for the argument on the left is, well, he didn't get due process. Well, who said that? The Supreme Court said he didn't get due process. The Supreme Court of what? The Supreme Court of the United States said, well, God dang, how did he get there? How did he get there without due process? I got a ticket, and it never went past the moderator.
Yeah, I don't know what was going on with that.
There is one major, I think there's one major key thing that my man Parabolic was missing, is that one, Killmark 1 is like, you can have a green card, and if you break the law, you're eligible for deportation.
Bruh.
So the fact that Killmark Garcia didn't even have that level of like certification in the USA is, and he thinks that, oh, he can get caught up for human smuggling, domestic violence, and then think that that's still a valid argument that is 2019 like dealing is still valid is wild to me.
Hey, I just want to ask one more question. One more. So is you can answer this probably the best, Doc. Is deportation a criminal penalty or a civil penalty?
Civil.
Thank you.
It actually, crazily or not, falls kind of like in a thin line that
Yeah.
doesn't. This is why we as officers in the state of Texas have had to
Mhm.
go based on whoever was in charge. Greg Abbott is our governor now, and he was like,
Yep.
deport them. But we have quote unquote sanctuary cities that are ran by mayors. So if it's civil, then I could write you a ticket.
Mhm.
If it's federal, I can't touch it because even though I take an oath to uphold federal law and the Constitution, if my
Yep.
department says this is not what we process, we're going to go
You
with
got
that
rid of the
first.
jurisdiction. You gave your jurisdiction up. Yeah.
There you go. So it is a very gray area. And now
Mhm.
that we have a president who's saying, no, get them out, we're still having it's who your boss is. If
It's a
you're on,
civil. So
so
it's
civil, okay, when you say civil means I can cite you.
right.
Anything above civil is criminal, even though civil is a crime. So this is what a lot of civilians don't get. If you go into a store and you pick up a piece of bubble gum, little, I don't know if they still have them, little unwrapped, the ones you can pull the paper and unwrap it, throw in your mouth.
The Hubba Bubba.
Hubba Bubba, baby. Come on now. You must be over 40.
I'm 27.
Oh, they still got Hubba Bubba where you live? Okay, so you throw Hubba Bubba in your mouth. You have, at that point, even if it was
Shoplifted.
3 cents, you have defrauded that business of that amount. But it's so minuscule, it's not considered anything but a misdemeanor at best. But who's going to take the time to write you a ticket for 3 cents?
Right.
25 cents, $1.
You're sending $1 to chase a dime.
Okay, you're spending $20 to chase a penny.
Right.
Okay, so as that scale moves up, it does not take away the fact that you committed an offense, which is theft. Theft and stealing are similar, but not the same in all states. So as you move the line forward, and let's say instead of a Hubba Bubba, you took an iPhone. Now iPhones run new somewhere $1,400, $1,500, $1,600. Now you've come into a whole different thing, but it's just a phone. And come to find out, it's iPhone 10, which is under $1,000. Did you commit an offense? Yes, you did. Did you deprive somebody of their property? Yes, you did. But now that you got this money count here, will the DA take charges? So what a lot of civilians don't understand is it's not that the person didn't commit a crime.
Yep.
It's whether or not it's worth the everybody's effort
And time and money.
Yes, to pursue you for the crime. So coming over the border is against the law. And this is what killed me through the whole debacle between the left and right, through the whole, well, we're going to stop calling them that. You can not call them that, but if you want to uphold the law, you have to uphold the letter of the law to the point where we have a very clear line. They didn't want a very clear line on the left. And so now everybody's walking around going, well, no, they didn't commit a crime. So if I go back to, and I know Parabolic said he didn't want hypotheticals, but God dog, what else do we have? I come into your home. You have a 5-story, multi-acre property, a 5-story house, and I go into your servants' quarters. And I'm there for 6 years before you realize I'm there. Do I now have access to everything that you have because I've been here for all this time?
Mm-hmm.
I committed the offense the day that I walked into your property. Well, that's hypothetical. That's life, bro. If somebody comes into your property without consent and they stay there, even if they don't stay there, it's burglary by habitation if people live there. And yes, there are squatters' rights. That, again, this crap comes back, centuries ago. But nonetheless, once a court gets involved and they make a ruling, then the decision is made. A ruling was made. He was here illegally. He came here. It started out wrong. It started out bad. And I'm telling you, like I said, I've done this for years. I've got the bachelor's. I don't have the IQs that some of y'all spouted out. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. I forgot. They don't even really tested us. But they don't call me doc for nothing. All that said, I put in the life experience and common sense. Like I said, you have to have an anchor. And common sense says that if it doesn't belong to you, it doesn't belong to you. Common sense says if you do something wrong, it's wrong. And then we work out. Go ahead.
Let's talk about that. So this is Romeo. You guys called me out. I'm cutting you off. I had a great time.
I can't see who's this.
Romeo.
You sound like a robot, my guy.
Yeah, I
He's
got
jumping in and out.
So two things.
Uh-huh.
First thing, I'm traveling. I'm on the. So this was hard for me to do. It's a lot going on. I'm here traveling. So you guys have this tendency, like you're calling me out or something. Like he has something to say, but he's not willing to come on. I'm not the right one for that.
Oh,
I
I
have
didn't do
something
that.
to say, and I have
I
no
didn't do that,
problem.
Romeo.
Whoever
Oh,
did, whoever
Romeo.
did,
Oh,
whoever
then I
did.
gotta give you kudos, big dog. My
Real.
bad. I forgot that was you. Oh, shout out.
Oh yeah, I'm
My
here.
bad.
I'm
Then I
here.
take
I'm
it
here.
back.
Okay,
welcome.
now, so
That wasn't me.
you're welcome. Appreciate you guys. Okay, now I love what you just said because I wanted to find a way to get it into you guys. You're the smart guys. I'm also not going to into you guys who has like you, who's a lawyer, who's been an officer, who's been a police. We are all American. And
All right, yeah, it's not coming through right from my man
Yeah,
Romeo
he's
right
very
now.
choppy.
that is what I want to talk about here right
I
now.
want to hear what he has to say too.
Me too.
That all these, there's no way that all these smart men on this phone is ready to tell me that the president of the United States using military against his own people, jumping inside of a war that we did not want. The Medicaid situation. Serious. I don't know what you guys think about these tariffs. At the end of the day, the tariffs, the extra cost of these tariffs are coming back to the customers. And there's no way that you can overtalk that. Me being a business owner, I'm not taking on that bill. I am passing that bill off, and you know exactly who's going to be paying for that. Okay, that's number 4. I can go down the list with the starting of the war, the trade wars with people we shouldn't even be starting trade wars with. The fact that when this president speaks, he doesn't even sound as educated as you do. He doesn't even sound like he knows what he's saying. You guys on this podcast, you guys are worshiping a human being, a man, not
Oh.
this country. You guys talk
Okay,
about loving this
pause.
country,
Romeo,
but you're
Hold on.
doing it
Romeo,
Hold on,
by
bro. You're
Romeo,
getting a
loving
bit
Romeo,
him.
disrespectful with the
Romeo.
rhetoric.
You stepped on my toe because I got one worshiper, one that's Jesus Christ,
Yep.
Lord and Savior of my life. Trump could burn in hell for all I care. But I will say this: I vote my morals. I don't believe in abortion. I don't believe in boys being girls and girls being boys. I don't want my daughter being in a boxing ring with some man who calls himself a girl. So that is what I do. So I don't, this whole MAGA thing, you want to talk about being sick? I'm sick of people telling me that because I'm a conservative, I'm a sellout. That includes my wife. We don't even talk politics because she's blacker than I am apparently. But I cook, I clean, I mow yards, I wash cars. I'm retired. So I'm tired of being put in a box. Okay. And the crap about we got this guy that put up a wall that we won't know. I want the freaking wall. I want the wall. I want people to come in this country legally. I want people to pay their fair share. I've been paying my share for years. I raised 4 kids as a single father. I've gone through things that I could write books, not a book, books about to the crap that people say. I've lived a different life. I'm from Compton. I
And
told Set and
oh yeah, yo, Doc.
when it was set in key, I told him,
Hey, Doc.
yes,
Yo,
sir.
Doc.
Hey,
All
Doc.
right, now real quick, just to reel you in a little bit though.
Yeah,
Now
he
he
got me
was
hot.
going off on tariffs and Trump bringing in the National Guard.
I'm gonna
Now
come
on
into
the
him.
argument
Let
of
me at
tariffs
him.
Grab
though.
Let
together.
me at him.
The tariff.
Let's swing
Let
back
me
to
have
politics.
this tariff one. Let me have
Okay.
this tariff one.
All right, tariffs
Let me
for
have
you.
it.
I'll take
I'm
I'll take
good. I'm
Iran.
good.
Okay. So this is the biggest thing about tariffs, right? How many companies did not raise their prices just because they heard the words tariff?
Most of them.
Most of them, yeah. Some of them did. Some of
How
them
how
did, and
how
That's it.
they're
Most.
disgusting.
how many were charging up prices on parts that they had? Like I work on the mechanical side of the field, so I see it all the time.
I buy
I
mechanic
went to
parts.
Champion Bolt to get a bolt. For those who don't know, Champion Bolt is
Yep.
a fastener for like screws and stuff like that. I
Yeah.
went to grab a bolt out of the bin that's been full for the last month and a half. I grab that bolt, I go up to the counter, I go to pay for it. Hey, the price has increased. Well, why'd the price increase? Oh, the tariff.
What tariff?
Explain that one, Romeo.
Well, Romeo kind of left because, like I said, he was going off
Oh,
on a tangent, and I was writing
yeah.
down all of his arguments because I was like, "Hold on, dog, you're on 3-4 points right now."
All
Because the
right, Seth.
tariffs is, but
Here's
he
how we
said
got to do
National
this fair.
Guard and Iran. Oh, he's
Here's
back.
how
He's
we got.
back. Yeah.
Here's how we got to do it fair.
Set basically you have to become Romeo and you have to argue against us. That's the only fair way to do it.
Yep.
All right. Well,
Let's
then I
do
got
it.
Romeo. Well, Romeo's back. But
Okay,
pretty
it's back.
much Romeo was telling y'all that one, these tariffs is going to raise prices and y'all tripping for thinking any other way. Other point he's saying that you guys are tripping for thinking that Trump is able to bring in the National Guard against American people, aka protesters, and you're also tripping because Trump should have had no reason to attack Iran because of their nuclear deterrent, or to just because they had 60% uranium, and it could have pushed us into a war that could have cost American lives. I'm pretty sure that sums it up for you, Romeo, right? Romeo. Well, he probably didn't hear.
All three of those points.
All right, perfect. All right.
I
Go
would
at it,
love
guys.
to hear the bullshit. Let me hear this.
Yes, I would like to go with the California thing because I was born there. Okay, we saw during the what do y'all call it, the Summer of Love?
Summer
What
of Love.
happens when
Yep.
people are just allowed to protest freely
That
on the
was
West
Seattle.
Coast? We saw
was
that.
Seattle.
Yeah.
That was
said
a
West.
Trav.
I said West Coast. Is Seattle not on the West Coast?
It's
It is.
it's all good, Doc. I'm playing
Okay,
devil's advocate.
that's what that. Hey, listen to the words, West Coast. We saw what happened. So Trump at that the first time was like, "Hey, y'all might want to squash that. Can y'all do something about that, please? Can y'all, whatever? Because by that time
Can
we
we
had bigger
can we
problems.
Romeo, can
This
you who is hold on. Who is like got super bad feedback?
I think
Yeah.
I think Romeo said he's traveling, so it might be him.
his picture went out.
Romeo
Mine was on mute, so
Yeah,
it's not.
Romeo
Okay.
can
I'll
Yeah,
put it
he's
back
good.
on.
Romeo's good.
All right,
All right, it's good
and
now.
I'm almost done with the whole thing over there with the Coast Guards and whatnot. Again, coming from a place of law enforcement, I've worked for school districts and gotten dispatched out to crap that had nothing to do with the school district because in the state of Texas, you're a peace officer, you're a goddamn peace officer. That was riots during the Black Lives Matter. I was in a small town when we had that whole thing with before George Floyd. We had Sandra Bland. I was literally in the town that the whole fuzz buzz was about, and she didn't die in Hempstead per se. She died in a Waller County jail, which is actually in Hempstead. But the whole incident started in Waller, Texas. It became a national thing. I've seen the inside of people being misinformed and then coming together. I stood in front of the jail with other officers who were wearing riot gear while Black Lives Matter and the Black Panther stood there hollering and screaming about a woman who committed suicide. So I know what misinformation can do. I know what the media can do. I know how people can get riled up. I had no intentions on being hurt. I tell people I've been black over 50 years, so I don't get the whole racist thing when it comes to law enforcement and me personally, because I've never been a racist person. I've seen what racism is. And so until people stop watching these big stories and get to the facts, we lose a lot. I think the best thing Trump could have done was what he did because why? California's not on fire right now. But if we go back a few years when everybody was like, oh, it's just peaceful protest, the crap smoked for months. So why would we not want a president to say, hey, y'all get over there and put a handle on that before more
Okay,
people lose their
perfect. I
lives,
love the
more
way.
people lose
My
property,
question is
more
going to
people
allow
lose
me to
money.
answer you
Yes,
perfectly.
I'm
Give me
done.
1 second just to
I'm muting
respond.
right now. Hmm?
Okay, so that question was perfect. Why wouldn't we want a president that's going to say, let's send the military out and put a foot down? The reason why is Trump has shown us nothing, no signs that he can be compassionate and that he won't use the militaries for his own benefit. Out of his mouth, not my mouth, not your mouth, not a Democrat's mouth, not a Republican mouth. Trump said, if needed, he will, when he gets into power, use his power to that's against you guys are here talking like you guys don't realize this is just another Putin and another what's his name from North Korea. If
May
it
I
was up
speak?
to Trump, wait, let me just make this last point. Let me just make this last point and I'm gonna be quiet. If it was up to Trump, Trump would run this country without a Supreme Court, without any Congress, senators, without any balance at all. He just wants to do what he wants, and that's a dictator. And you are here telling me that I should let a dictator use the military against me. You're crazy for suggesting that.
Where are you
Are
from?
you rioting? Are you rioting in LA?
Are you
In America.
here illegally? Are you upholding the laws? So if you're not doing any of that things, the shoe doesn't fit, Cinderella.
All right, guys. Now hold on. I do got to catch up on super chats. I've been kind of letting them slide by. So shout out. God damn. My bad,
Let me say
James.
this. I'm not the smartest. Let me just say this. I'm not the smartest guy in the room. And I'll tell you this. If I was a dictator, what I would do is I would find a reason. I would build fear like he's doing now to me, telling me all the stuff that he's been through, trying to inject fear into me in some way, shape, form, or fashion, trying to justify bad behavior. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to interject fear. Hold on. I'm going to interject fear. Start saying that all immigrants are rapists, drug dealers, and crackheads and doing the most, and we need to get them out of here before they rape our kids, right? So we're going to implement fear. Then we're going to use the military using that same fear. So to answer your question, this is the process. And then you know what's coming next? When New York and Atlanta and when these states that voted against him, now he's going to start pushing military into those states. And what do you think is going to happen after
You
that?
listen to way too much MSNBC. Don't tone it down.
Let me have this one.
NBC doesn't even speak about stuff like this. You think they're going to speak about the fact that Trump doesn't want to go for an election? He thinks that he should stay as president next term. That's some real shit that you guys are okay with. It's not okay.
Romeo,
You guys talk about loving America, but you're supporting a man that doesn't want the next president to come in office. That makes no sense. That's part of our democracy.
You're basing every argument you make based off of emotion and fear. You're doing exactly what
How
you're
is that
accusing us.
emotion and fear? I am afraid. I have
Monty, give me
4 or
1
5
second, buddy.
black men.
Hold up,
I have
guys.
4 or 5 black men
Being
that's
passive
very
aggressive isn't
smart on
working
this
either.
phone.
So
Listen, guys. Let me just say this. I am afraid. You got to think about what's happening. We just shot up with Iran. We got the military out here in the streets. We have flooding. This president is being picky with who he supports, who he sends funding to. You have Medicaid that's about to go down the drain. Yes, I'm afraid for this country because I love it more than I love Trump.
Romeo,
Okay, one question. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Rick.
Everybody,
Rick,
just give me a sec. Give me a second
Rick,
here.
I just got one thing.
I know. Just let me help Romeo out.
All
Okay,
right.
Romeo. I signed in 2011. I signed to uphold the Constitution. I have 14 years in the military. My brothers to my left and to my right are not going to turn on the civilians. We're not going to go door to door. We're not. When you see us activated on these riots and all that stuff, you know why we don't have guns? We're not armed to the teeth. We're not rolling down the streets with tanks. We're not going to turn on the people because these are the same people that are families. So I can promise you that right now. Now, another topic, okay, the Iranian thing. We don't want Iran to get a nuclear warhead. And there's a reason for that. Because they will, without a shadow of doubt, turn around and possibly use it. And rather than give them the chance, because we don't trust them. So we made the decision.
but we trust North Korea.
Not that we should trust North Korea, but they
We
done did it.
we didn't act fast enough for North Korea. We don't want Iran to turn into North Korea.
I get it. Now, here's all these smart men on the phone. Now, mind you, these are smart men I'm speaking to. It's been 40 years since they've been talking about Iran building nuclear. 40 years. Not only has it been 40 years, we wait until the Jews go ahead and attack, right? And then we jump behind, and we then all of us, even though the American the people that Trump is getting his information from is telling him one thing, he goes and does what he wants. And I still have 5 smart men telling me that he should be able to do that. Even though his own base, the people that he hired to give him intelligence, because clearly he needs it, they're telling him that they're not where they're saying they're at when it comes to this nuclear. They're not. We have no evidence that they have this amount. But they're wrong.
My turn.
Read Article 2,
turn.
Section 2 of the Constitution. That's all we need to say.
Money. Let the dogs handle this one.
And Romeo, this is probably the one time I'm on your side. I ain't gonna lie. So, but
okay,
hey,
yeah. Because Seth and the Israel thing is okay. But here's the deal: when you look at, let me ask a question. Romeo, are you married?
Yeah.
You are? Okay. How long you been married?
Whoa. You asked Rome?
Romeo.
I'm not married. This phone keeps taking long to come off of mute, but I'm not married.
Okay. Okay, you're not married. Have you been married before?
No.
Okay. Long-term relationship. Work with me, brother.
Yes, long-term relationship.
Okay. Okay.
5 years.
All right. That's good. That's good. Okay. First date. Good. Had to be something.
Okay,
Had to be
yeah.
something. Had to be something because you're still there 5 years later, right? Second date, third date, fourth date, hanging out, sex, kissing, food, whatever. At
Yeah.
some point, she farts. At some point, she does something that pisses you off. Something. But you 5 years in the game, bro. So she did something right, right? We had Donald J. Trump as president of the United States for how many years? 1, 2, 3, 4. What did he blow up?
5.
5? No, hell no. Before this one.
Okay.
4 years. How many black folks went to Africa? How many people did he deport to Mexico, Salvador, South America, China? How many people did he enslave? How many Supreme Court decisions did he break?
Sure, I'm still waiting on my change.
Bro,
Yeah.
here's the deal. I have been married to this wife. We ain't gonna talk about how many I got, right? This one, 15 years. I'm not that old. I'm old enough, but I'm not that old. The first one made it 12 years. The first one divorced me, smarter than I am. The second one, I can't get rid of her. Why? Because experience and life. When you live life, you learn things. Is she perfect? No. Am I perfect? No. But one thing I do believe, based on my experience with her for the time that we've been together, there are certain things that are core. Better yet, today's her birthday. I know that. Why? Because I've been with her long enough to know that. If I don't know that, my butt's in trouble. You had President Trump as your president for 4 years, and all the bull crap that they said or that they're saying that he is going to do, he never did. I don't get it. The proof is in the pudding. Did I lose Romeo? Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
It's easy to say all the things that he will do, but what about the things that he has done?
He's got a track record.
That's the part that scares me.
By many elected officials. Now, Doc, I was listening to your parabolic debate, and you brought up the point that, and the right in general. Now, I don't know why it's gone track, but the common sense point is so silly. It's beyond silly because common sense before used to be something like having the world be flat, right? It used to be common sense that the earth is flat. It used to be common
I
sense.
can't understand anything.
Hold on.
Like, can we? Like, if you're not going to come in with a strong enough signal, like it is very frustrating trying to piece words through what you're saying.
Is that me?
Yeah, G, you're going in and out, sir.
Is that me? Oh shit. What? One second.
You're better now. You're better now. I got bits
no,
and
you're
pieces.
good,
I
G.
heard flat Earth and
Yeah, right.
something else.
That it used to be common sense that the earth was flat, that everything revolved around the earth. It used to be common sense that, black people should be slaves. It used to be common sense to have, child adult marriages. So this point about common sense is really silly, in my opinion, from the right, because it
Wait. Are you hold on. Are you trying to advocate that one day we're gonna think that human trafficking is not a big deal? That gang membership and what that entails is not a big deal?
No. The point I'm making is that things that are common sense
They didn't
don't always last forever, or aren't always common, and aren't objectively true. Aren't there's no objectivity to it. And you can make the argument
actually, to
that
be honest with you, like on your slavery point, not to sound like a savage, but yeah, we put slaves on the field, so the white people put slaves on the field so they can have free work, and that low-key boomed America. America made a lot of its money, damn near finances a couple wars off slavery.
what I
So
mean
the
by
common
that
sense of it. So let's be real. There is common sense of it. But here's the thing. I'm not getting your point of, oh, well, the common sense doesn't always last out. Well, dog, even back then, the slavery times, illegal immigration was still not a good thing. Killing somebody, still not a good thing.
what I mean about the slavery point
Beating
is
your
that
wife, still not a good thing.
Like, so there was economic common sense. And even
Commandments.
today, people will admit there was economic common sense because slavery still practiced today.
This is what I'm trying to say with that point. That if you saw a black person, you would think that they're supposed to be a slave. If back in the day, if it used to be common sense to think a lot of things, and things change. Okay, that's what I'm saying. That it's not objective truth, and that it's not morally correct. It doesn't mean it's the correct position at the end of the
So
day.
what's
You can
common
make the
sense? So
argument
what
that
common sense do you feel like we're going off of that's not going to be true? Like, what common sense are you talking about? Because you brought up slavery.
yeah, really
Huh?
quick, because Doc was telling Parabolic that at some point during y'all's debate that it's common sense to um something regarding following the law or something about he was pretty much ignoring the fact that what's legal or illegal is always like the correct position. That it's there's no nuance to a certain extent. And the common sense point, you can make the argument that using common sense is really doing as little thinking as possible.
Are you
I
trying? Are
disagree.
you trying to
Bro,
flip
what?
hairs? Like
I disagree.
what?
I think
It's
I
not
think
Common
rational.
sense.
It's
I'm
not
sorry.
rational.
I'm sorry, G.
That was
Let me
funny.
ask you, and I ask these questions for a reason again because I'm thrown off like that. How old are you, sir?
Man, I'm 28.
28. Okay, so you're younger than my oldest, my second. You're about one of my kids' age, and I'm gonna say this with total utter respect. As you grow through life, as you deal with different things, as you expand yourself, expand
Huh?
your horizon, as you experience more, you change. Okay, there was a
Hey,
point
Seth,
where I would have made that
Yo,
exact same
you
argument.
got you gotta you gotta catch up on the super chats. Apparently, the chat's gonna mutiny.
Oh,
all right. My bad,
let me
guys.
while
All
he's
right,
going.
guys. I do have to catch up on Super. I am hella behind, but
Go ahead,
hey, the
go ahead, sir.
conversation was real. But let me, I
It keeps
got
going
y'all.
down these
So shout out
rabbit
to James
holes.
Oxford. He says, "Will Congress stop taking millennial Gen tax Social Security money so when we retire we get 2K or 8K a month? The big beautiful bill is go and show Congress to stop taking money." Well, all right. And shout out to Romeo for becoming a member. Doc Hill, well, we got you in, Coach. And shout out to my man Castro coming in. He says, them emotional charge arguments with half truths. And yeah, those are definitely the Dems. And let's go all the way down to my man Green Bean right here. He said, it's all the same points, always judging everyone. And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, yet I'm still waiting on my change. I mean, yeah, me too. And shout out to Green Bean. He says the people getting paid to fix the problems are the ones creating them in the first place, long before Trump ever ran. Well, ain't that the truth? And then shout out to our man Castro. He says, "Set, this is GX9 and the same guy with many names." Oh, I know. But hey, it is what it is.
That's why I'm named G. Right? I wasn't trying to hide.
No,
But
you're good, G. I'm gonna finish just because you brought me up.
go
As
ahead.
you live and as you progress and as you experience different things, these thoughts change. When I was younger, yeah, I was kind of, flat earth because that's what they told me. Purple sky because they told me it could be what I want it to be. But there comes a point where you begin to anchor in reality. And that's why I bring up morality. The reason we're even having these discussions and debates is because your reality and my reality aren't the same. I'm a parent of parents at this point in my life. You may be a parent by this time in your life. You may not be a parent at this time in your life. So what you see and what your dad sees are different. Me and your dad may see different things. I know you got a dad because you're here. That's a fact. Now you can say, well, how you know I got a dad or how you know he was in my life? None of that matters to me because I am a father and because I stood there and watched a grandchild come to this world. I know if you're here, you got a dad. That's a fact. You can call it well, that's what you think or that's how you feel, bro. No, there's some things in this world that just are. I'm black. I've been black. I'm not going to not be black. Some people say I sound white. Some people say I act like white. I'm like, what does that mean?
Honestly,
Why aren't white people
Doc, if I
acting
can
like
That
me?
means
interject,
that you have forgotten. That
like
means
G,
that you
just
have
because you
forgotten.
don't agree with
That
the
means
common
that you
sense,
have
don't mean
forgotten.
it's not common
That means
sense.
that you have forgotten. That means that you have forgotten. As a black man, it is
No,
our
no, it don't, bro.
responsibility
No,
to not
absolutely not.
forget.
That is
Not
like,
forget. I
Here we
was
go with the
speaking.
race
Hold
again.
on, guys. Hold on. Let's hear
Romeo, I
Romeo
don't
out.
know.
Rome been gone. Rome has been gone for a while. Rome is back. Hold on. This guy you talking to, he's very subtle. I'm gonna be more to the point. As a black man, our job is not to sound away. It's not to act away. We don't have to do anything in particular. The one
Absolutely.
thing we have to do is not forget, because when we forget, we repeat. And right now, you are forgetting. That is why
No,
it's
no,
so
no, no.
easy for you to repeat.
Stop, Romeo. This is where I get upset. Don't tell me what I'm doing wrong because it don't agree with you. That's what I'm trying to tell
Right.
G. It's your reality. This is how you feel. Be you.
Okay, let me say
So
this
let
No,
me
again.
I
Let me
know,
say this
Romeo,
again.
but what
hold
does
on.
hinging
Let
on
me just make
slavery
this.
do for us?
No,
What does that do for us? What does hinging on
No, let me
slavery
just
do
say
for
this
us?
again. Let me just say this again. The reason why I
Go ahead.
say you're forgetting is because you are not seeing an oppressor, and he's right in front of you. That's why I
Bro,
say you're forgetting.
let me
Okay.
like again.
Y'all
You don't know my.
forgot.
You don't.
No,
Hold
no, no,
on.
no. Hold
You
on. Let me handle this.
no.
Let me.
Let me just say this one thing. My grandmother was born in the early 1900s. I am over 50. My grandmother was old when I got here. Okay, so I got the stories of beatings. I got the stories of lynchings. My family grew up in the deep South in America. So don't tell me what I have forgotten. I lived.
And you're
I
telling
was
me, and you're telling me,
hold on. Let me just say this. I was born in the West Coast, but I grew up in the South. I drove down roads that had "nigga don't be here after dark" on the side of the mountains in Alabama. So don't tell me what I have forgotten. What I refuse to do.
clearly.
Let me finish, and I'll
Well,
mute myself in a second.
kind of proves my
I
point.
decided at a point in my life that it didn't matter black, gay, straight, male, female. You don't tell me who or what I am. I will be who I am. I will do what makes me comfortable. I'll let you do what makes you comfortable, and we good. I don't have to
Yeah.
agree with you. I don't need your permission. I would vote for Donald Trump again over Kamala Harris if they reset that book today because of what I believe. I don't owe
Yeah.
this color anything. I don't owe blackness anything. I owe
No, you
myself
don't. You don't.
and
You
my
don't. You
family.
owe to
I owe
yourself. Okay.
myself.
You owe to your damn self.
I owe
Okay. You don't owe me
myself.
nothing. Okay.
I don't
You don't
owe
owe
you.
me nothing.
Absolutely. I don't.
You don't.
Yeah.
You
And you
don't.
don't owe
But
me
you know who
nothing.
you owe.
And that's
You
why
know who you owe.
we can
You know who
talk.
you do owe. You know
That's
who
why
you
we
do owe.
talk.
You know.
I
You
owe
know who
my
you do owe.
children,
When
my
when when when
my
when when years
grandchildren,
down
and
the
my
road.
God.
Hold on. When years down the road.
No,
Years
did
from
you hear
now. Hold on.
who
Hold
I owe?
on. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Years down the
Romeo,
road. I don't even know if you have a child or not. I'm just gonna
I
make an
just told you
example.
I have
Yeah.
children and
Oh my god.
grandchildren.
Remember, I'm traveling. My internet is going in and out. But let me just get
Okay,
to my
bro.
point.
Yeah.
Years from now, you have to explain this to your son. The white
Again,
man.
I
No,
already,
no, 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 no. Give me a
here
second. Give
you
me a
go.
second.
Oh,
Hold
Give me a
here
on,
we
Doc,
go.
second.
Doc,
Let me
let him
cook.
go.
Let me cook.
Here we
Let me
go.
cook. Allow me to speak. Allow me to speak. You 10 years from now, you are going to have to explain when your son looks at you. And we are at that stage where we are pushing for unity, inclusivity, not segregation. When we are at that stage where we're back fighting, you see how they just voted for this new governor there. When you see the tides change, the same way they voted for Obama because they were sick of something, they needed something new and fresh. When these tides change and your child is knowledgeable and he looks back and he sees that Trump was literally calling people of skin, of brown skin, rapists, this, that. He never once said that about one white country. I never hear you guys say, send those Irish back, send those Germans back, but I hear you say, build the wall. The wall is only connected to brown skin people. The
Thank
wall
you.
is only connected to brown skin people. Just the other
Oh
day, I'm gonna
my
make this
god.
last point. I'm gonna
Y'all
shut
are the
up.
most
By the
racist
way,
people
I'm
I've talked
Mexican
to in a
You
long
are
American.
time,
so
by the
By the
way.
fucking
way,
I'm
I'm
gonna
racist.
make
Mexican
this
American,
last
and I'll tell
point.
you right
I'm gonna
now.
make this last point. Hold on. You have forgotten because you now, he just put a
I have
ban
not
out on
forgotten.
certain
That's what
countries.
Romeo. I keep
He
telling you.
has put a ban out.
You keep saying what
He
I
has put
forgot.
a ban out. He has put a
Oh
ban out
Jesus!
for about maybe 15 countries. I can't remember all of them, but I know this. Not one of them has a Caucasian skin. But from your
Bro,
perspective, that has nothing to do with color. So you have forgotten what an oppressor looks like and
So
what
what you're
their
saying? You're
keep
actions look
racist.
like.
no
That
no
is
no no.
your
Hold
You're
on, hold
racist.
on. All right, you've talked enough. You've talked enough. Keep being a professional victim and see where your life goes. You
That's
want to
what I'm
be a
saying.
professional victim.
Absolutely.
you being a
Blame the
professional
white man
victim.
for all your fucking problems. Get over yourself. You're not
You guys
important
are
in
the
the grand
I
professional
scheme
don't
of
have
victims. You
things.
guys
problems.
have made brown people the problem while you
You
sit
guys have
there
made brown
and
people the
talk
problem. That's
about
what I'm
being the
saying.
victim, everybody else being the victim, while you guys have
Dog,
victimized yourself
brown people made themselves the
by
problem by
like
coming over here. They have their
okay,
own
you've taken
choice,
a
and
few bad
they made the
apples
What
choice
the
to
and
come
you
over
fuck?
have
here.
Yo, if you would have
you've
So
taken a
joined
few
me,
that's
bad
on
I
apples
swear
them.
to
and
God.
That's
you've
not on white
lumped
people.
everybody in,
Yes.
especially brown people, especially brown folks. You've taken a few bad apples and you've
Now, here's the
categorized
funny
them
part.
all
There's,
as
You
Bro,
ever heard
you
the
know
fucking
and
expression a
bad
them
apple
all
spoils the
as
fucking
people who
bunch
do
when
nothing,
you
who can do
fucking
nothing in
don't
this
have
country, but commit crimes. When in fact they're out there doing the hard labor, the jobs that you guys won't do,
Oh, wah,
and
wah, wah,
everybody knows
wah,
that.
wah.
Everybody knows that. And you know what's going on as far as a lot of MAGA who own farms, who are running farms and own businesses have woken up already to this fact that ICE, their workers don't even want to show up to do the work anymore. And now we have a collapse. It's not gonna happen overnight, but eventually you're gonna see the effect of this. You're right. This country was built on slavery, and you know what it is built on right now? Cheap labor. And without that, you don't have your way of life anymore. So if you guys don't wake up and you don't realize what is happening, you guys will collapse along with the system that you guys
Okay.
have
Okay.
created.
You've made your point. You can fucking proceed to fucking mask your identity and come in as a different person another time. Like you're ridiculous, dude.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
so
gonna
tired.
mask my
I'm
identity
so
while you're
tired.
sitting there and you're talking from behind a faceless. Right, all of you guys haven't shown your face yet at any. So who cares? Who cares?
Why
Is
do you?
that some kind of? I mean, look, man.
I just want to say
think
one
that what
thing. I
Romeo
just want to say a
said. I
thing.
think what Romeo said about being, he's admitted to everybody here and say, I don't have the same. I might not be able to articulate myself the way you guys are, and you guys are smart and everything else and sharp and all this other stuff. I think it's very telling for the people who are at this lower level, like myself, because you know what? I'm a jailbird. My whole life, I was in jail. I could tell you a little bit about due process and how the whole system works and how it works for certain people and not other people. I could talk to you about that. Okay, but the thing is that when people like at the lower levels start to wake up and start to realize, and actually I would say that they're
Ricky
probably
Bobby.
the ones that have been woke for a long time. And I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not a leftist. Okay, I'm just a man with common sense. I don't agree with the two-party system. I don't agree with left or right. I don't agree that men should be playing in female sports and all that other stuff. Like a lot, I do
Excellent.
agree with some of that stuff on the right, but on the left, I think a lot of it is crazy too. But I think eventually you have to stand up for common sense, is what you call it. I just call it humanity. Eventually, you're going to have to stand up for human rights.
David, and
Yeah.
I would
Now
like
hold
to say
on. Let me
personally.
get Castro in here real quick because shout out Castro. He says, as a Mexican, I am embarrassed of these idiots. Shut up. And that's what Castro got to say. Now, and I mean, here's the thing. It's not that we try to demonize Hispanics or like anything like that. It's just that you guys just happen to be the ones coming over here. And I get y'all argument on, oh, well, why don't you guys do that to white countries? Because sadly,
We
and this
share
is
a
what you
border,
guys
my
make
man.
it.
We share a border, my guy. We share a border. We share a border, and we didn't just come over here. We didn't just magically just hover. The line crossed us. Okay, so we didn't magically come over here.
Whoa, my
Wow.
friend. Why,
I guess
my
we were
friend?
born in the fucking
We
1800s.
have an American
First of all,
border
I'm
that's
from
been
California. I
established. If you
currently
like
live
it or
up in
not,
Tacoma,
if you
Washington.
cross
I'm on
over
the
this
West
without proper
Coast, okay?
documentation, you have broken the law, my friend. So, like, even if no matter how you feel about it,
Professional
I don't.
victims.
I'm
it
not
is what it
saying
is.
I don't agree with
Professional
you on
victim.
that. Okay, because I'll tell you right now, I've seen a lot of people get deported. I've spent a lot of my life in jail. Unfortunately, I'm 38 years old. I've made a lot of mistakes. I didn't have a father and all that other daddy issue stuff you want to talk about and make fun of some of those people for. But yeah, I didn't have an upbringing like some of you might have. I didn't have my father around. I did a lot of time in jail. But you know what? And I've seen people get deported, and it doesn't happen the way we are doing it now with Alligator Island. That's not how it happens. At least it never has, as far as I've been around.
So maybe we should do
And
something
here's another
differently
thing is,
instead of keep letting the fucking criminals in. Maybe that's a fucking plan.
I would like to say one thing.
I just think that what a lot of guys are trying to say is that they don't necessarily agree with people coming here and committing crimes, but that if you start to take away stuff like we have the 14th Amendment, which protects anybody within our borders and allows them due process. If you want to call it, you guys want to
We've
argue what
already
due
beat the due
process is.
process argument to
All
death.
it is a constitution. I wrote it out here in the private chat. All it is a constitutional guarantee that the government must follow fair procedures before taking away a person's life, liberty, or property. And Alligator Island doesn't do that.
I would like to say one thing. One thing I really respect your openness, and And the fact that you are able to walk on both sides of the line. And here's where I get frustrated. And I'm glad you're back, Ramiro. I don't like it when people throw me into this blender. And even this whole thing, well, you didn't forgot. Bruh, I ain't forgot nothing. I know more than what I should know. But what I have done is I've come to a conclusion. I cannot live in America as an angry black man. I can't do it. I can't afford to do it.
What you living
I,
as a
I
happy
can't
white
do
one?
that either. And I'm going to tell you
So
right
what are
now,
you living
I
as
have a
a happy
word for
white
it.
one?
Hold
You
on.
know, I have a word for it. I call it being gutter. And I don't like, I'm telling you right now, I've always tried to elevate myself. I have
Yes, sir.
a bit of an
And
education.
I can see that in you. I can
Okay.
see that in you.
I have a bit of an education.
Let me just say this. You said I've been in and out, but you're not in. You feel what I'm saying? And this is what I'm talking about. You versus what I'm seeing over here with Brother Miro. He's stuck on, well, all the things that could be wrong and have been wrong in the past. And so he chooses. You're
And I
saying,
am
look, I want
stuck on what's
hold on.
wrong right now.
I'm
Right
okay. And I'm saying
now.
I'm saying it's not right now. You're free. Right now, you're spouting what you think. Right now, nobody's
Brother,
kicking
you
down your
are the
door. Right
brother.
now,
I ain't like that,
bro. Right
brother.
now,
I
you
love
are
you. I love you
literally
from a
living.
distance, but you need to hear me on
You,
this. You need to hear me
but
on
I'm
this.
saying,
My body being free
you are
has nothing to
living
do with
your
freedom.
best.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. My body being free
Oh
has
my
nothing to do
God.
with actual
Okay, let me
freedom. You understand that?
Ramiro, look, let me go
When I
back to
have a president,
let me go
stop,
back to
stop, stop.
Dave.
When I
Let me
have
go
a
back to Dave.
president, when I have a
Let me go back to
president that could
Dave.
look at me, you
Let
know
me go
what?
back to
You don't
Dave
want to hear the
because
truth.
no, I don't want to hear
I
that.
am
I
not
want
free. You
Dave,
understand that?
All right,
Hey,
guys. All right, hold on now.
hey,
Hold
hey,
on.
hey, 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 not free. Because you know why? I
All right.
still
Yeah,
feel
Ricky.
I look Spanish. Some people, right? Some people ask me if I'm Dominican. I
All
feel
right, guys. I'm sorry, but since Ricky was the only person that was able to raise his hand, Ricky, go ahead and tell us what you think about this.
Oh, I was just raising my hand to say the reason why I don't have my camera on to answer you, Dave, is because I fall under certain articles that prevent me from saying some things that I can't say. I don't
What
hide
do
that.
you mean?
I don't
That's a little
hide behind.
ambiguous. I don't really. I'm not following.
Okay, I'll make it straight. I'm in the military. I don't have a political opinion.
Okay.
It can cost me a lot of money.
Yeah.
All right. Now I'll go ahead and let Romeo back in.
Back to the due process thing, because it's not over. Y'all were arguing that Abrego Garcia got his due process, and Dog was saying that Parabolic was making the argument of something personal with Garcia. It's nothing personal with Garcia. It's just about the abstract idea of constitutional rights and due process. There's nothing. We don't care about Garcia as a person. We just want the like I said, the abstract idea to be held up. And Castro over here, not Daniel Castro was saying that the left conflates asylum seekers and citizens or something like that. I think it's the right that conflates asylum seekers with illegal citizens. Asylum seekers are here legally. They have paid, like Abreu Garcia. He in 2019, when Trump was in charge, he was released to the public by a federal judge that Trump appointed. So it doesn't make any sense to say that he did not.
Actually, in March 2019, arrested with 3 others outside a Home Depot suspected of MS-13 ties, he denies any gang affiliation. Later that year, a judge grants him withholding of removal, citing credible gang-related threats if deported. That's what happened in 2019. Sorry, March of 2019.
Why would he be if he's dangerous? If he's a dangerous individual, why would he be released to the public? That doesn't make any sense.
Bro, they were doing that in New York.
Bro,
Hold on, don't you remember? Whoa,
what the
you
fuck?
not been paying attention? They've been doing that
That's
in
what we're talking
California.
about.
They've
You
been
don't have
releasing
any common
criminals.
sense.
13, he'd be released to the public to do his, his mischievous, acts or whatever. You think that they would, and somebody that's here illegally.
I'm sorry. Listen, again, I'm transparent. I'm in Texas. I'm only a few miles away from Harris County. We've got more convicted murderers walking around on the streets than we have freaking Girl Scouts.
He's not a citizen. He's not a citizen.
Criminals are constantly being released, irregardless of what charges they have accumulated or have been accused of. So that's a weak argument. The whole thing about this is, was this dude even supposed to be here? And once they decided that he wasn't supposed to be here, they sent him away. And then they brought him back. So I don't know why we keep harping on this, because his situation is not going to allow ICE to come kick down your door. There's so much fear mongering going on right now that people can't see the progress. And that is what's scary. And I'm going to get off.
All right, guys. Now hold on. Now let me go ahead and get in some of these super chats. Shout out Maine Arbor. He said we fought, we won, then we bought it. All right. Shout out Maine. And then shout out to my man Castro. He says, I live for the future and not in fear of it. Shake my head. Stop. All right.
Yeah, I think there's a difference to say that he's here as a non-citizen and to still be released to the public after having all these the situation is very nuanced, with him having ties to gangs and him again not being here as a citizen. Okay, so there's a difference between an asylum seeker
No,
and
no, you said okay. I don't get that. Make that clear.
so I understand what you say that people post bond and they're released even though they're criminals, right? But that is almost strictly for citizens. Illegal
No, they do that to illegals too, because they have. But think about like this. No, that doesn't make sense. Think about it, because they have bio records of the citizen. The citizen has a history. When they scan these illegals, what bio record do they have on them? What record history? Like, all we know, we got a grown ass adult who's convicted of a crime, or I'm sorry, who's alleged to done a crime, and we don't know who he is. We don't have no biometrics on him. He's just here, and we know he committed a crime. That's damn near why they let him go. Because what can you honestly hold him on?
No, said if all everything you mentioned is true, so why would he be released if there's no way to keep track? If he's dangerous,
Because they gave him that the first time. Think about it like this.
That's
Like,
the
think about it. He
point
started
we're
a
making.
record.
Why do you release these people if they're dangerous? That's the point. Don't release them. Deport them.
You know, guys, look,
that
I'm
is
gonna
our
go through this
argument.
one good
Why
time
are
for
we
you
doing
guys.
this?
I'm gonna read down Kilmar Garcia's timeline of events here. In 2011, Obrego Garcia enters the U.S. illegally at age 16, settles in Maryland, later marries and starts a family. In March of 2019, arrested with 3 others outside of a Home Depot, suspected of MS-13 gang ties. He denies any gang affiliation. Later that year, a judge grants him withholding of removal, citing credible gang-related threats if deported. December 1st, 2022, pulled over in Texas for speeding with 8 passengers. The Department of Homeland Security alleges this is suggested human trafficking, part of a suspected MS-13 link. March 12th through 15th, 2025. ICE plucks him from Maryland and mistakenly deports him to El Salvador, citing MS-13 allegation. He is imprisoned in S.E.T. Supermax despite judicial proceeding orders. So does it?
Actual evidence. None of that actually is substantial evidence that'll hold up in court. It's all because the police contacted immigration services. I believe they even contacted ICE, and they said that they knew that this is his line of work. He basically transports workers to job sites.
With no license?
They were aware.
With no
They knew.
license, with no valid identification?
He was given it wasn't until 2019 until that hearing that he was given the work permit, the work visa.
I got one question, G. I'm
Let
sorry.
me
No, I just got one question. It's just why? Why is this so important to you?
It's like I said, it's about the upholding the Constitution. It's about, like I said, the abstract idea of constitutional rights, and yeah, it's nothing personal with him. You know what I mean? And now to Monty, because people call this an invasion, right? I think this analogy that I'm about to make fits, right? So the Republican Party and the Democratic Party are like, mom and dad, right? You could say the Republican
No,
Party,
but
the
yeah.
dad. But like, so if 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 dad or mom, whichever side you want to appoint, those roles to, if they allow people to come in, it's not an invasion. If they're granted permission, if they're
Oh my
vetted,
god.
it's not an invasion. An invasion is something like what happens in Normandy or something like that, right? If mom or dad allows, their bed or whatever at the house, it's if half the country is if the party that won the election is allowing and vetting these people and allowing them in, approving them, it's not an invasion.
Okay, pause, please. 1 second.
Okay, so
I'm
here's
sorry. I'm sorry.
here's
I
the
said,
no no no
Doc,
no.
Doc.
Let me cook.
I
Let me
asked for
cook.
the.
Let
Let me
Monty,
cook.
let Monty have this one. Let Monty have it.
Let me cook. So when mom gets arrested and loses custody of the kids, dad gets to lay down the law.
Mm.
What does that mean?
Okay, see, that's what I was going to do it, Monty, because you. I don't know what's wrong with y'all. Y'all shoot too hard. You got to go
Look,
soft.
the only
Gee, here's the deal.
person
Let me
that
say
has
this. You said if mom and dad,
the only actual criminal is Trump.
one or the other. Hold on, one or the other lets you in. Where I come from, the way I was brought up, dad wears the pants. Mom does a lot of stuff that dad don't necessarily agree with, but when dad find out, I come from a generation wait till your father gets home. Okay, so mama may have said that your boyfriend can come over and hang out with you in the room, but when dad comes home, he's pulling his gun and he's gonna put a cap in somebody's. You know what I'm saying?
Sure, it
So
might.
but here's the deal. You said the whole thing was the Constitution. The Constitution is already set. The laws are set. So mom can do what the heck she wants to do, but the rules are the rules. So mom is out of line. And yes, Biden was mom and daddy's home. And I really hate using that because blah. But basically, you're saying we want to go by the letter of the law by overseeing it or underseating it, however you want to look at it, by saying it's okay. It's freaking not okay because the Constitution says these people aren't legal. That's where we get our laws from. And this is what makes y'all's argument weak. You say, well, we got to go by the letter of law. We got to give them due process. Wait a minute. We screwed that up when we said they could come over here without permission, be it 20 years ago, 30 years ago, or just within this last administration. You cannot, and I'm telling you, as somebody who has had to literally live by the law, deciding whether people go to jail for the day, not forever, but like I tell people, cops are just taxi cabs. We don't really make no decisions. We just either take you in and we don't. But having to deal with that for years, I know for a fact somebody could be guilty as sin. I could get the video and everything, call the DA and they go, we're not taking charges. And then somebody else go to jail on an allegation. But the law is the law. That is where we have to start. The law says that when he came over here, whether he was 16, 6 months, he didn't come here legally.
You
That
just
is where
said
you have to start.
sorry to interrupt you, but you
No, you're
just
good.
admitted that sometimes the law doesn't make very much sense or doesn't have,
Absolutely.
you know what I
You're
mean?
right.
So
You're right.
why would you take a common sense argument and try to apply it to only this one part of the
Castro, you
process?
there's a
you
difference.
said you dealt with the law, Dave.
Yeah, and I'll
Some
say
stuff
this: I've
some stuff
also
you
been
walk
around
away
a lot of
with.
cool cops.
Right. And
Them
I'm
cops
one of
I've
those,
never
baby.
made
I'm
my
one of
enemy.
those.
Those are not my those now
I'm one
cops
of
are not my
those.
enemy.
But here's the
But
deal. But see, that's the thing. Your mentality, this is why I like you. That's why I was trying to talk to you. You've been through enough to know that it's not black and white. There are grays. You know there's times that you could have got taken in. Anytime you get on paper and I run up on you for whatever you're doing, I got two choices. I can say, bruh, again, bro, you could do this again, right?
Yeah.
Be it a joint, be it you're not supposed to be over at your girl's house. Somebody makes a decision whether to take you in or let you go. Am I right?
Mm-hmm.
Even if you were guilty, you go to the court, you get before the judge can say, man, come on, son, please stop doing this. I'm gonna let you go. Or the judge say, nah, we'll see you at the end of your sentence.
All right,
This
guys.
is the
Now,
part of humanity that we have.
hold on.
Go ahead, bro.
Doc. Just to
Yo,
pause you on that one, I do want
yes,
to
sir.
make sure we get other people's arguments on this. Anybody else has
You
an
know what, bro?
argument
I'm gonna
against?
mute because I y'all know what y'all didn't work. I think I just missed y'all so much that I've just
No,
I've
Doc,
just gone way too far. All I'm saying is this, and I'm literally gonna stop. Think for yourself. One thing that really messed me up with Romeo, I just feel like he's just so stuck in this color thing. You can't think when you lock yourself in a box. By the same token, Castillo, Dave, bro, I see a light in you because you're able to kind of walk between both sides because you're seeing both sides. And I think for me, I'm just old. at this point in my life. You know, I don't have no choice but work with the grays. But what I get frustrated with is when people try to put us in either box. I believe this country is made up of people who we all have to be allowed to think and not be condemned just because of the color of our skin if our thoughts don't agree with everybody that looks like us. And on that, I dropped the mic, gentlemen.
Yeah.
All
I just have to
right,
say,
man.
if it was MAGA or liberals in Alligator Island, and it wouldn't matter. I'd still fight for your rights, whether we disagree or not. That's being an American.
I mean, if a bunch of illegals came over here with MAGA hats, we still gonna throw them in there.
We did. We did. There was, yeah.
Oh no, we
Real-
consistent across the board.
no, reality is agree. I agree with you, Doc. It's a letter of the law. It's neither left or right. Okay. A cop shows up and he makes the choice, but the main fight that most people want to
That's
say,
just
is that,
discretion.
yeah. Well, again, it's still a lot of the people are bringing up the fight with because whatever his name is. I'm sorry, I'm fucking brain dead right now, but he didn't get due process. No, he got due process, and that's where a lot of people are not acknowledging in the fight. Now, again, was it wrong? Was it out of bounds? That's where each and everybody are going to disagree on because again, we all have different morals. We all have a different moral walk, and that's where again we're going to have that healthy debate, and that's where we're at right now is the healthy debate of again right and wrong. We know right, we know wrong, but it's a matter of coming together as a people and knowing how to make something right that we did wrong.
But all right, guys. Now, do we still have any gripes about our man Kilmar Garcia? Because honestly, in my opinion, like I said, we may have told him that it was okay in 2019, but as soon as he broke the law again, yeah, that's when it was kind of over for him. And then, of course, through the Aliens Enemies Act, him being an MS-13 gang member, even if you feel like it's a legend or there's no proof, under the Aliens Enemies Act, he can be deported.
That's
and then
my
there's
point.
a lot of things that people don't know about, like what's called expedited removal. And thanks to our man Bill Clinton back in the day, he expanded this to where, well, no, I bet not Bill Clinton, but Donald Trump back in the day, he expanded this to where, all right, well, if you came in here 2 years ago and you have no documentation, you get no court, no lawyer, you just get deported. Like, so, and that's due process. You can look this up. There are two types of deportations. There's the one where you go through the immigration court, and then there's the one where you just get sent up out of here.
Yeah, like said, whenever the Aliens Enemies Act was enacted, Garcia Garcia was not deported under the Alien Enemies Act. Look it up. Look it
Oh
up.
my god.
Look it up. He was not. There's no court papers that say Garcia
Remember, they
was
was hinging on
deported
the whole
under that thing.
MS-13. That's the whole reason. Remember the MS-13 part?
It's an
Remember that whole debate when
allegation.
we was
He
having
doesn't
about
need
that?
papers. It's an allegation. It's
Look
an
into the
allegation.
timing. Look into the timing. He was not. It wasn't even in place yet. The
Bro,
Alien
he was
Enemies
being
Act.
suspected of getting
The aliens
MS-13
and
since
enemies act's been out.
2019.
There's no. But
hold
when you
up.
say that the Alien Enemies Act is what makes it okay, it's not true, and that that's the only
Yes, it
reason
is.
he's back. That's the only reason he's back.
Do you no, he's not. The only reason he's back is because he has a criminal charge for human smuggling, and we're gonna put him through. We're gonna put him through it for that.
He was
You
already.
can't sit here and human smuggle and think that you are not gonna come after you. Period,
was
point
already
blank. I
at
think you
the
should know this. And if you don't
location.
all right, then look at why
Okay,
Kilmar
hold
Garcia is
on.
here. Because if he was here because we had wrongful deportation, he'd be in immigration court. But no, he's in criminal court facing human smuggling and nothing else.
No,
Set.
he's
We're
back because it was inappropriate.
you're never gonna make headway with this guy. He's literally just arguing from a point of ignorance. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's making blasphemous fucking points. It's pointless. Like, let him think whatever he's gonna think. You're not gonna convince him. He's just here
Look
to
up the
cause
dates,
riff.
dude. Look up the dates, Monty. Look it up. You won't find any court documents that say Garcia was deported under the Alien Enemies Act.
Again, do you listen or are your ears plugged? There are no court. There don't need to be court documents. When the Aliens and Enemies Act is enacted, you don't get a trial. You don't get court documents. You get removed.
It wasn't in place yet. What the fuck are you talking about?
Look up when the Aliens and Enemy Act
was.
was. Look it
It
up.
wasn't.
Look it up. Look
All
up
right,
when
guys,
when
hold
it
on.
was passed.
I gotta pause you for a second, but Ricky, go ahead and go ahead and speak.
Enemies Aliens Act has been around since 1798.
I know that was the
Thank you.
craziest part about
It
it. I
wasn't
was like, you said it wasn't even
implemented. It
enacted
was
yet. I was like, oh my
implemented. It wasn't implemented.
It was very much so implemented.
It was very much
No, it
implemented.
wasn't. You have to sign it. You have to sign it.
bro, it was already signed back to
You
It was
10 or
it was
12
fucking
not
years
put
before
into
we
ago.
were
effect. It
even
was
thought
not
of.
put
Have
into
to
effect.
sign it. Come on.
Bro,
Look
son
up
of
the
a.
date. Look up the dates. And now, so he came in illegally.
Yo, Ricky, what you
And
doing
you're
with your
fighting
point?
so hard for him to stay here.
Well, what about that part of the Alien Enemies Act that says it can only be enacted during times of war?
Oh no, there's three parts to it actually that they leave out. Is during an invasion or times of incursion. So if the government or the president feels like we're being invaded by a foreign adversary, aka Tren de Agua, sent been by the Maduro regime, which is what they're selling, right? What they're selling to us, they can go ahead and deport every member of Tren de Agua as a terrorist under the Alien Enemies Act. So it don't have to be declared war or anything. It could just be the fact that one, they're over here in high numbers and they've been sent over by their government to cause terror in America. Now you may
Yeah.
not agree with the story, but that's what they're doing it under.
Listen, so the situation with Garcia was updated in 2019. Okay, even if he came in illegally, a judge went ahead and assessed the situation all over again and granted him asylum in 2019. They gave him a work permit. They literally gave him the ability to work here
Now
legally.
that's cool and all, but he broke that once he broke the law. He's like,
How did he break the law? What are you talking about?
We're just
bro.
going in circles, dude.
What
Yeah,
are you talking about? How did he break the
this guy.
he doesn't
Why did he break the law?
he's being fed shit like he doesn't oh my god. He
Does
looks
anybody want to
something up.
defend G? Now, does anybody else here like? Does anybody agree with this man that can defend him? All right then, because
No. Here's the deal. At the end of the day, was he not in court for, I don't know, beating some people up and had a charge on him for physical abuse on his significant other?
Right.
This is what makes this so frustrating. And that's why I just listened. And that's why I wanted to know, gee, what are you looking at, bro? You cannot make a duck into a swan. I know there's a story. I remembered it in school, but if it's a duck, it's a duck. If it's a swan, it's a swan. And so this push, bruh, I just like I said, that's why I like Dave. He has been the brightest light aside from all the other guys that pretty much agree. But he has shown more ability to pivot
Dave gonna cuss your ass out.
because of his life experience. Your life experience. I mean, I would call him a complete life. He said every cop I've ever dealt with was an asshole. Every judge I ever did tried to destroy me. Everybody in my life has, and the people who have that defeatist mentality, it's a lost deal. It's over. There's nothing I can do for you. There's nothing you do for yourself. But for this young man to say, I'm 38 years old and I'm living my best life. Yeah, I don't like injustice. But the truth of the matter is, you're not locked up right now. You done some things, so the law must have worked on your side somewhat, right? Yeah. Okay, you are proof that you can do better if you make better choices. Your life speaks for itself. Romeo was killing me because, like, bro, you on a whole cell phone wherever you are in the world, driving around doing whatever you're doing, talking about how bad your life is. You're not in a concentration camp. Nobody's got you on a ship. Everything about what you're saying means that the crap that you're trying to talk about cannot be true
Honestly,
because you're not being locked up.
And what concerned me about Romeo's message was the whole fear point. I wanted to hear him out. I'm like, whoa,
Oh,
you're actually afraid?
right.
I'm like, I was
Of
honestly
what?
confused. Like,
Yes.
as a black
Hey,
man,
Set.
I'm afraid for this and that. And I'm just
That's what
like,
I'm saying.
whoa,
That's
they
what I'm
got y'all
saying. We
lost.
have to fight. We have to fight against this narrative every time it's brought up because he's right. It
Full
leads to
Kool-Aid.
fear.
I
These
want one.
people.
That was like, bro, Romeo, if you're watching it, that was a 5 Kool-Aid performance. You ain't drunk the Kool-Aid that much. I'm truly impressed with you.
No, no, no,
That
no,
was a
no, no,
stellar
no. Set.
performance.
Set. It's not a
That's them
Kool-Aid
out,
thing.
man.
It's not a Kool-Aid thing. Kool-Aid is when you subscribe to, you know, a cultist mentality. He is genuinely afraid. He is trying to buck what he thinks the problem is.
This goes to the point of our media spins things so badly, misinforms people to the fact that they're scared. That's why I call it fear mongering. They're fear mongering, and they know what they're doing is wrong, and that's why they're evil. That's why it needs to be shot down every chance you get, because it leads to that. He is I genuinely believe he is
Me too.
afraid.
Like me too. With the way he said it, he did not sound like he was playing. I'm like, yo, I know he's serious. That's what kind of like threw me off, because I'm like, wow. I mean, huh? And I damn near feel bad, because I'm just like, bro, you're honestly being fed this. It's like you're low key being fed into fear. Like they're feeding you this propaganda so you can run around scared. It's like, trust me, it's not real. Like what you think is gonna happen, not happening, and I can guarantee that. Because if everything that Romeo said was happening, I mean, like, dog, you wouldn't be able to be on the phone.
Right.
I mean, he was barely able to be on the phone, but yeah.
Well, I think the reality that I live in is based on, again, my years of experience, and like with Ricky and with like I said, even Castro, everybody. I mean, we all have our different opinions. Monty, we all have our different ways of looking at things. Like I tell people, I cannot say what it is to be a white man. I can't say what it is to be 6'2". I used to get on Sid all the time because he would go off on tangents about fat people. I was like, dude, just because you skinny don't mean you understand what everybody's genetics ain't the same. Y'all need to stop eating junk and y'all need to stop doing, like, bruh, stop doing that. But because your reality is your reality. I don't know what it is to be you. I don't know what it is to be 30 years old in 2025, because I ain't 30 no more. I know what it is to have kids that are in their 30s in 2025. And therefore, I look at life a little bit different. But what scared me with and I do say scared. What scared me with Romeo is like, bro, you're not even looking outside and seeing what's really going on. Like, there's no reality outside this window for you, because the man was in office for 4 freaking years, was talked about for the next 4 years, and he's in office now. What do you think has changed? What button is he going to push that he didn't push before? It would be different if we had a president that we've never seen or heard of or whatever. Like when we got Barack Obama, I had no idea who he was or what he was. He just popped up. I literally cried the day that he was put in, even though I disagree with everything he said and did from the get-go. A
At least he
tear ran
sounded good.
down my Yes, sir. But a tear ran down my cheek. And you know why? Because I was a black man in America, and my grandmother said that she never thought there would be a black man in the White House. And in my lifetime, I watched a man of color take the oath. And even though everything about me viscerally could not stand what he was standing for, a tear of pride ran down my cheek because of what my grandma said. He said, that's contradictory. No, that's humanity. I can think one thing, I can feel something else, but my thought should override my feelings. And with Romeo, he's not thinking, he's just feeling, and that's scary.
Damn. All right, Ricky, you up next.
No, Doc, like I was saying, as soon as he started doing the whole, oh, the military is going to be mobilized and used on the civilians, is when you lost me. Everybody wants to think of us as robots, and they forget that we are human at the end of the day. We have families, we have brothers, we have sisters, we have moms, we have dads, we have family. We're not going to turn around and be like, no, let's go raid our own town. No,
Absolutely.
it's stupid. It's ignorance to believe that. Because again, yes, the National Guard was not activated, but again, sorry, Set, I have to disagree with you. Being we don't get activated by dumps. He can pressure the governor to do it, and that's probably what happened. But the governor is end all be all. He activates the guard, then they go to the riot.
I believe he has certain powers under his executive order. Like if they are
Marine.
obstructing the law or pretty much going against the law, then yeah, I believe the president. Well, this is what I
Marine.
read, that the president can go ahead and pretty much go above the governor and put in a National Guard. Because think about it like this. Think about it. You honestly think Gavin Newsom was going to do that? So we're just going to let ICE agents get attacked and all that good stuff. Look what Walz did with Minnesota. There's a reason why that they have that for the president, because you never know.
No, I'll do a little more research, because again, all my orders have always come from it, and believe Monty knows. But no,
But Rick, let me say this. Zet made an excellent point. The media skewed everything. Oh, they got all these military and the National Guard here for the protesters. No, they were out there to allow
Protecting
ICE
federal
to
buildings.
do their job. Absolutely.
Yep.
It's like if I work for the sheriff's department, which I hate working for sheriff's departments, but if I work for the sheriff's department, the sheriff is over the county. Most people don't understand how law enforcement works. We have city, county, well, small town, city, county, up to state, and then you go federal. So for each state, the highest is generally the state. So if it's CHIP for California, DPS for Texas, et cetera, et cetera. And then it windows down. You got your sheriffs who have the whole county. You have your constables, at least here in the South, that have your smaller parts of the county. And then you have your cities, and then you have your HISDs or whatever school districts or yada, yada, yada. But all of us are Texas peace officers in the state of
Mutual aid
Texas.
is a thing too.
Absolutely. So here it goes. Something breaks off in Houston. Houston PD is too big for them. They're going to call in the county. First, they're going to start with the closest county. They're going to call, precinct 1, precinct 2, precinct 3. If it's too much for them, then we're going to call in, the sheriff's department. And if the sheriff, then we're going to call in the state. And it's kind of like a 5-alarm fire. Everybody who's wearing this badge, we're coming in. That's why you sometimes will see a scene with 30 different units out there from different places. So when a situation like that happens in a state, you're going to call in those different lines. But why? We're going to come in and more likely to back each other up than we are for any other. Than for it was 20 people and then they called in 80 cops. It was 20 people. We needed 100 cops to kind of get things together and keep the peace. And so, like S.E.T said, they weren't there for the people. They were there to back up ICE. Because you had cities loads of people attacking a handful of people.
Let's look at it from a humanitarian aspect. You're talking more about the criminal justice system and the law, but you'll understand my point when I get to it. So on the humanitarian side of things, it works exactly the same way. There's a fire, the fire department comes. It gets too big for that fire department, they call in mutual aid from surrounding counties. It gets too big for that, they call in, FEMA to come in and deploy their assets. And it gets too big from that. The president can unilaterally go into an area and provide disaster relief. So I know it's governed differently under the Constitution, and there are some different nuances to it, but it's the same thing. And this all of this actually came from the Patriot Act and from 9/11 to sustain the incident command structure. So the idea that agencies can't work together is actually why all of this was created, because you had duplication of efforts, you had things that were inefficient that didn't work, and there are provisions in the Patriot Act that allow for this.
Absolutely. I couldn't have said it better from a non-law enforcement side. But you're right.
That's the fire side.
Yeah, you actually remind me of what's his name? S.E.T. Is it Guest Guy?
Guest Dude.
Yeah. He writes for Guest Dude.
Monty knows Guest Dude.
Oh, okay.
Oh, me and Guest Dude went at it.
Man.
Oh Lord, I like I said, I've been out for a while. But that's the way normal things work. You come in to protect your own, and again, we've seen over and over how our media is skewing things. They didn't come in there specifically, the Marines nor the what were they? Can't think of
California National Guard.
National Guard, right? They didn't come in there for the protesters per
Nope.
se. They came in there to make sure that ICE could do their freaking jobs. And I've gotten unfortunately
federal agents protecting federalized National Guard protecting federal agents and federal assets.
Absolutely. And it's just that simple, but they turned it into something else.
I don't think it was Cali Guard either. I think it was Washington Guard, because I don't think Cali has their own guard.
Oh, I think they do. I think they do.
No, California has their own guard, I believe.
Yeah, but I think he sent national though. I think he sent
Every
state
has
their own
national
guard. Yeah,
Because a bunch of my buddies actually from 181 went down.
What are they?
FSC, Forward Support Company.
Yeah, all my children went through the service, and they all enlisted. They all did their time. They all got out, and fortunately for them, they were abroad when a lot of stuff was going on. But they would call and say, "Yeah, we're worried about we're going to get deployed here. We're going to get deployed there." I mean, when the commander in chief says go, you go, baby.
You go, exactly. No,
all right, guys.
That's what I was trying to talk to Romy about. Look, Yes, we go, but if it's on our own people, we have the right for conscientious objection. We can say, hey,
Yep.
you ordered us to this, but we're not going to do this because under this stipulation of the Constitution, we signed it, uphold the
Not to
Constitution.
mention, if it was truly an unlawful order, you're actually duty bound to refuse the order. You can get in trouble for accepting a unlawful order.
Very much so.
That's anybody who takes the oath, and it goes from police all the way up to the White House.
I mean, unless it's all corrupt, right?
Well, that too. Well, that's the problem. There's a lot of corruption.
And I'd love to have the same debate about the Constitution and constitutionality of things when it gets put on to gun control, or when it gets put on to something that the right holds heavy to. The same people that are beating the drum so hard for a criminal will never support the guy that defends himself legally.
Man. And all right, guys. Now let's get into our man Scott Bessence real quick. We'll watch this video and then, I mean, hey man, shout out CN. I am gonna get into a conspiracy hour for the end to end this one out. But all right, guys. Let's make sure I still got it right here. Perfect.
Me now is Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Mr. Secretary, great to see you tonight. There are a lot of Republicans who are thrilled about the extension of the tax cuts, but have some reservations about spending. You've seen them, your message to them tonight.
Laura, good to be with you. And look, this is the signature piece of President Trump's domestic agenda. This is more than a tax bill because it also includes border, it includes defense, it includes school choice. And I just had a meeting with some of the House Democrats, the Freedom Caucus, and I can tell you that group should be so proud of themselves. They have changed the center of gravity in the debate. We are going to start paying down debt. We're going to grow the economy, and they were big contributors to this. So I believe that at the end of the day, they will be there for President Trump and give Speaker Johnson the ability to move this bill to the president's desk for signing this Friday.
Now, I know the bill, Mr. Secretary, includes a lot of money for immigration enforcement, a big priority of the president's, specifically at the border. Will any of that money be used to speed up the deportations that, they're impressive, but 200,000+ is still a drop in the bucket when we have about 30 million people here illegally?
Facts.
Well, Laura, that's a great question. And it's important to get this bill on the president's desk because we have been tight on funding. Kristi Noem has done a fantastic job at DHS along with Tom Homan. They have apprehended the thousands of criminals, but in terms of the overall deportation, it is important to get this funding. And once we get the higher level of funding, then we'll be able to move on to the next level.
And your favorite topic, Elon Musk. I mean, he is beyond furious about this legislation, said it's basically a betrayal of what he thought the administration stood for, focused a lot on spending, deficits and so forth. And he said he's going to fund the primarying of anyone who voted for this, who claimed to be a Republican who believed in fiscal restraint. Your reaction to what Musk has been posting for the last few days about this?
Well, as I said earlier this morning, I think if Elon sticks to rockets, I'll stick to finance. And, I am confident that this bill is going to pay down the debt. And
there's one thing that I don't think Elon Musk understands. We can't stuff the big, beautiful bill, even though the word implies full of, spending cuts. It's like look, in this big, beautiful bill, there's certain categories of spending cuts we can put in there. Not all the Doge cuts are under that category that we can put into the big, beautiful bill. We're going to have to wait until probably another reconciliation of the budget to go ahead and get those cuts in, or hopefully they put them out there and Congress approves some of these cuts. Because you got to remember, Congress, power of the purse, and we pretty much find the fraud. We send it to Congress, and hopefully they take it off.
There were 50 senators who weren't threatened by his words, and Vice President Vance stepped in. The broke the tie in the Senate, and now we're moving into the House. And President Trump has shown incredible leadership on this. And in conjunction with Leader Thune, Speaker Johnson, I think that they're going to hold the majorities together and push this forward.
So you're not worried about Musk's threat to primary people with all the money he has?
I think that everyone is with President Trump and that it's his leadership that's going to move this forward.
I don't know. Speaking from a political view of it, that would probably wouldn't be in Elon's best interest, because if Trump is highly favored, you primary against him. I mean, once they find out that your money is going into a candidate, that could ruin the candidate's chances, just like it did in, I believe, Wisconsin, when he put in 24 million, and that kind of ruined the guy's chances. So yeah, I don't think that'd be the best thing for Elon to do. Well, unless he can do it like, third party.
More than anybody's checkbook.
And Mr. Secretary, the Fed chair made a very interesting and frankly...
Hey, shout out to my man Fox Chase. He's like, legend has it, Epstein files are still on Pam Bondi's desk to be read. I mean, bro. I'll be pretty disappointed if you're right. I'm not even gonna lie.
Stunning admission today. Watch this.
Would the Fed have cut more by now if it weren't for the tariffs?
I think that's right. In effect, we went on hold when we saw the size of the tariffs and essentially all inflation forecasts for the United States went up materially as a consequence of the tariffs. So we didn't overreact. In fact, we didn't react at all. We're simply taking some time. As long as the U.S. economy is in solid shape, we think the prudent thing to do is to wait and learn more and see what those effects might be. And again,
which is, and that's kind of been the history of the Fed, is to lower things when shit's bad. But maybe they should switch things up, since we're trying to switch things up here. Maybe y'all should switch things up and lower the rate, while the economy is doing good. But he pretty much saying, I'm waiting on the same doomsday scenario that the Dems are waiting on, which is wild, by the way. But I'm like, hey, this is why I disagree with the Fed, or to abolish the Fed. Damn near need to make it a shirt.
They haven't really shown up. For now, we're waiting.
Mr. Secretary, Powell hates the tariffs. That's clear. And he said it's the best approach. Just be prudent and patient. Your reaction tonight?
Hey, Seth, can I cut this off real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. What's up?
You know what this sounds like? So I used to be really good friends with a guy that owned a gas station, and he told me that when the price of gas goes down, if everybody hasn't lowered the price of their gas, he's not going to lower the price of his gas, because on the back end, when the price goes up and everybody holds their price down, he can't make up the difference then. What Scott, or not Scott, what Powell's talking about is, the economy might get better, so we don't want to lose money on the back end. It's ridiculous. You don't get to have your cake and eat it too. Either the economy is doing fine and steady, like you just said, and you should lower the interest rates to support growth, or it's not, and you're just lying because you're ignoring facts.
Yeah, you're just holding, and then if you're gonna hold out for something bad, I mean, then wouldn't cutting the rate kind of like reduce that chance?
Why wouldn't you just keep the rate high at 10% all the time? Because the economy could go to shit tomorrow.
Exactly. So it is a bit wild how this. I mean, like I said, you're right. It was like the perfect double speak. All right.
That the overall Fed board has had two reactions to the tariffs, and it's a little bewildering to me why this wouldn't have pushed them more towards a cut or has put them on hold, because the Fed publishes something called the Summary of Economic Projections. They raise their inflation forecast, and my hunch is that's going to be wrong, but they lowered their growth forecast. So if you're lowering growth forecast, then why wouldn't you proceed? We saw
key. Just like you said, it's like, bro, if you got the forecast that things are going to get effed up, it's like, why wouldn't you go ahead and take that precaution? Why would you wait for things to get effed up to take care of it?
Yep. No,
Like,
he's, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I mean, you said way more professional than I did, but bro, it is wild to hear it outright from the Fed chair, who could pretty much damn near controls our money, controls the rate, controls if more gets printed or not. It's a bit wild to sit here and watch this man just tell us, oh, well, I'm just going to wait until the worst case scenario happens and then I'll help you.
Isn't this the same guy that's been like quantitatively easing and just printing money and destabilizing our the value of our currency for like 4 or 5 years?
Yeah. I mean,
You
here's
you
the
do
thing. He
realize
moved real
when you
easy under
roll.
Biden. That's what pissed me off. This man moved real easy under Biden, but he's so stingy with Trump. It's like, and Trump's the one who put him in there. That's the wild part. Like, so, shame on Trump for his first, but that was his first term. And these are one of the backstabbers of Trump's first term that he can't get rid of. Like, sadly, we have to wait till this man's term ends in 2026. Because he was put in there in 2016. And as a Fed chair, you get a solid 10 years, which is honestly needs to get changed, in my opinion. Because wow, how our president gets 40, but this guy gets 10 and he controls our money.
I'm just
At this point,
basing Fed
the
behavior.
government, at this point, Trump just needs to print what is it, $36 trillion, and then just go give it to all the people we owe money to, since we can just manipulate our currency to suit our political needs.
Yeah, exactly, which is wild.
Behavior on past behavior, and we got a 50 basis point cut last September, and inflation was higher, and core inflation was much higher. So I don't know. I guess this tariff derangement syndrome happens even over at the Fed.
Damn.
A different type of TDS. And the president was asked about the Fed chair and his future. This is what he said.
Do you intend to announce your pick for successor to Jay Powell earlier than say, or as early as say this summer or this fall?
Will I do something about who it's going to be?
Yes.
Anybody would be better than Jay Powell. No, he's causing us a fortune because he keeps the rate way up. I think it's Trump derangement syndrome personally, but
Well, he said it's Trump derangement syndrome, but it seems like the old financial establishment, Mr. Secretary, they all pretty much despise tariffs. But they have to admit that the tariffs have not stoked inflation. I mean, the prominent economists have noted that, and they've noted that Trump kind of has gotten one over. That's what they said on everybody. But it's just common sense. So again, is this a political move?
I mean, there's like 2 case studies I always bring up for tariffs, which is China and India. Because of their tariff barrier, they've actually had deflation. Actually, anytime a country has a high tariff entry, they always have some type of steady deflation and their currency stays strong because their domestic economy stays strong and the money circulates in their economy.
Here's the thing: when you artificially fuck with prices, you create a race to the bottom, because someone somewhere is going to capitalize on the fact that prices are artificially high and say, "Oh, wait, I can sneak a lower price in here and capitalize on the market." And then the people that are quote unquote passing the tariffs on to you have to do the same thing. Otherwise, as Romero failed to admit, you go out of business, right? It is a race. It is a race to the bottom. That's why you get deflation. That's why prices go down and your dollar becomes more valuable, because it deflates. Now, the issue with rapid deflation is wages tend to flip around and either stagnate or drop, or you get unemployment.
Yeah, and then I mean, and China's like the worst case scenario. Like people hold out on buying because every day the prices are dropping. So it's like if you pull up and you see your favorite T-shirt for $20, and the next day you come back as 15, then the next day you come back as 8. Are you gonna buy it? Not yet. You're then they're gonna wait until you see a repeated price.
We saw this. The best example of this is actually during COVID, when the price of oil was dropping so damn fast. Gas companies were holding out on buying oil because the next day it was trading for less, and gas prices went down and down and down and down faster than you could ever fucking imagine. The cheapest I've ever filled up with gas before I got an electric car. Shout out to Tesla. Before I did that was $1.69 a gallon. My mom said the last time she saw that was like 2001.
Oh, last time I had that was in college.
2 seconds. Monty, hold your hand out. Now slap it.
Why am I slapping my hand?
That's the junk. Yeah.
Oh, whatever. I'll race you.
All I got to say is
still faster.
The secretary looks like Will Ferrell to me. That's all I have to say.
Bunk beds.
Oh boy, shout out Scott Bessie.
Or is this truly based in solid and sound economics that we see from the Fed chair?
Well, Laura, let's just look at what the market's saying. The market had the fastest recovery from a 15% decline in history. After the bottom, shortly after Liberation Day, there was a complete panic by, as you said, the financial establishment. Anyone who sold then got left out. We had this tremendous rally. S&P, Dow, NASDAQ are doing well on the year. And the bond market, which everyone says it should panic over inflation or the tariffs, the 10-year bond had the best return that it's had in 5 years. So bond market's doing well, stock market's doing well. Yeah, I will take the market-based indicators over the so-called experts all the time. That's how I made my 35-year career, was listening to the market.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but bonds are more expensive because no one wants them.
Powell will lower rates by the fall, as it looks like Goldman Sachs is even beginning to recommend from their latest recommendations?
Look, I think if the criteria is that tariffs were not inflationary, if they're going to follow that criteria, I think that they could do it sooner than then, but certainly by September. But again, I don't agree with their criteria, but if you're following that criteria, sure, why not the fall?
All right, Mr. Secretary, have a wonderful Independence Day. Thank you very much.
Hey, Sean Hannon. All right, now look. All right, guys. Now we're gonna go ahead and get into Conspiracy Hour, Project Pegasus, the CIA's child time soldier.
What?
I mean, I know the CIA child time soldier. I know, right? Yeah. All right, guys. And after that, we're gonna go ahead and close out on the show. So, guys, it's actually been a good conversation. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a fun.
Teslas are still better.
Definitely. Huh.
Wild.
Yeah.
Whatever, guys. Whatever.
Young fog.
All I have to say is
back. Get him. Get
What?
him. Get him set.
Bruh. You don't want the smoke.
oh man,
What
there's
smoke?
like
You can't even make smoke.
I would challenge you to a distance
Smoke
race.
the tires.
The only good smoke coming from a Tesla is when it's on fire.
Hey, I'll take that race.
What do you got?
Well, I got the All-American Award when I was a kid, when I was in track and field.
I'm weak.
Bro, you're gonna try to race 1,000 horsepower car with your Lamborghinis?
Whoa, hold on. It's that much?
Yes, it's 1,020 horsepower.
I thought we were talking.
Whoa.
Bro, I need like a demon or something.
Thank you
to tackle that.
Hey, guys. Hold on. No. I want you to go online right now to Google and look up the 0 to 60 on a Model S Plaid, and then look up the horsepower on a Model S Plaid, and then do the same thing on a Model X Plaid, which is 6,000 pounds, mind you.
And then look up at the cost and look up the destruction and look up.
Oh, wait. How much does it cost?
Barely 2 seconds?
Yes.
Electric's the fastest thing on the planet set.
Electric, I don't know,
instant
man.
torque, instant horsepower at 0 revolutions per minute.
Yeah, it's instantaneous instead of burning fuel. But I'll still beat it on my motorcycle.
Is it electric?
You want to compare a car to a motorcycle? Really? Okay,
What type
then
of
I'll
motorcycle
bring
you
my
got?
fucking fighter jet. Like, what the fuck?
I have a nice motorcycle. I said the same thing, but that's 2 seconds. That I don't know. Not a lot of bikes can do that.
Yes. Oh my god. Okay.
1.99 with rollout subtracted. They did a little bit of cheating to get to that 199, but it's still 199.
I mean, it's still pretty damn fast. Let's be real.
I'm telling you, when you hit, you need to go to a Tesla dealership and be like, hey, I want to test drive a Model S Plaid. And
Oh, we're talking about the Tesla.
I don't know,
Yes.
man. Like the interior of Tesla just ain't sexy. It just not sexy enough for me.
It's simple. It's nice. It's elegant. It's
I,
I'm gonna bring it to the
I'll
chat.
give you that, but the
Hold
elegance
on.
I'll give you, but the simplicity is too. I don't know. I don't
Hold
know.
on.
Trust
I'm gonna
me.
bring, I'm
Trust
bringing
me.
it to
Hey,
the chat.
set. I promise you, I thought the same way you did. I promise you. I'm not like trying to be a fanboy. I thought the same way you did until I got in one. Life has never been better.
I'm weak. All right, I gotta see.
I'll come.
Wait, I'm
I'll
gonna have
come
to test
drive. I'll come drive over to your house with my mom van that can do 0 to 60 in 2.6 seconds. Or sorry, 2.4 seconds. My bad. My Cybertruck can do 0 to 60 in 2.6 seconds.
Oh crap! Sorry, I didn't think about the quarter mile.
The quarter mile on a what?
It is turned in 2 cars.
On the Demon, it's like 10, 10.8.
10.8. Yeah, you know what the
3 is a Tesla Model 3 is 11-second quarter mile.
we're not talking about a Model 3. We're talking about a Model S, a price comparable vehicle. A Demon, look how much a Demon is. And then a Model S, which is a $50,000 car, can do it in 11 seconds.
Yeah, but I mean, if you take a Subaru that's $10,000 and drop in a good amount of money, put you at about 44, I can keep up with you.
I had a 13-second car, 13.2 for about $3,500, but it was a Ford,
pack?
so there was no weight to it.
You're missing the point. The price per horsepower, the amount of shit you can do blows it out of the water. Can your car drive itself? No,
Yeah.
it can't.
Yes, it can. Oh, yes,
Not
it
with
can.
your knees. Your knees
Coach
do
ride
not
the
count.
whip.
I'm about to coach ride the whip on the side.
But hold on, I will post a video in the Discord for you, Monty, of my car driving itself. It is a Elantra, not the. Look, I have
Oh,
a.
are you talking about that lane keep assist and that
No.
cruise control? Yeah, I've had an Elantra actually.
All I have to do is turn up the idle.
Yes, but can your car make left turns and right turns and negotiate traffic and pass people? No, it
Well,
can't.
it can make left turns and right turns. I don't know about it. Its negotiation skills are pretty brutish.
Yeah, a little British, but it still does it.
No, my car, I can go to sleep and end up at Set's house.
And hit people on motorcycles.
No, motorcycles.
And wound up at someone's house once.
There was a lot of alcohol involved.
All right, guys. All right, we're gonna go ahead and start the video, guys, because you.
Nah. Tesla's where it's at. I got a referral link for you, Set.
All right, bro. You might as well send me that one. Y'all, it's crazy. All right, guys, let's get right into it.
Mission was a success. The Gettysburg mission was a success. Andrew Bashago traveled back to 1863 and returned with memories that were sharp, vivid, and historically accurate. For the scientists at Project Pegasus, this was the breakthrough that they needed. But the technology that sent him there wasn't developed in a government lab. It was found in a hotel room.
Found? The word you're looking for is stolen.
On January 7th, 1943, Nikola Tesla died alone in room 3327 of the New Yorker Hotel.
Hold on.
Within
Hold on. I need to address some things in the room. So if we're talking about second-hand EVs, you can get a Model S Plaid for about $60,000. Since we're gonna put that stipulation on it.
I'll still take my Mustang.
You mean the SUV crossover looking
Oh God,
ugly?
no! Look up the GTD or G.
Huh?
EDR. Well, I'll put it in the chat for you.
All right, guys. All right, let's
I'll crush you.
Government agents sealed the room. They confiscated everything 80 boxes of ideas, inventions, and decades of research. When Tesla's belongings were returned to his family, 20 boxes were missing. The FBI still has classified Tesla documents they won't release. We've covered this in our Tesla episode, which is linked below. Those 20 boxes launched dozens of black projects over the next 15 years. Weather modification, directed energy weapons, mind control technology, all traced back to those stolen files. And at this point in time, the United States had the atomic bomb, the transistor, the ENIAC computer. The US was confident, cocky even, that it was the most technically advanced country in the world. But in 1957, it realized it wasn't.
Today, a new moon is in the sky. The world's first artificial satellite, called the Sputnik 1. One of the great scientific feats of the age.
The people of the United States have been humiliated.
What went wrong?
They're disturbed.
How did a nation of backward peasants forge so dramatically ahead of us in the race to space?
The course of United States policies in the competition with Russia has been severely shaken.
Hey, yo, shout out to old school media. Like, people were savages back then.
Backward peasants.
Bro, how did backward peasants get to space before us guys? I'm like, hey, yo. The competition was real. All right, back to it.
And how did the Russians beat us to the draw? We had better get on our toes.
We must see to it that whatever advantages they have are temporary only.
The Soviets had launched Sputnik, the first artificial satellite, a metal sphere the size of a beach ball circling the Earth every 96 minutes. Americans were terrified. If the Soviets could put a satellite in space, they could put a nuclear warhead anywhere on Earth. The CIA, the military, the best scientists, nobody saw it coming. President Eisenhower demanded answers. Within weeks, he created ARPA, the Advanced Research Projects Agency. Later, they'd add defense and become DARPA. Their mandate was simple: make sure America was never surprised by technology again. DARPA had unlimited funding and one goal: stay ahead of the Soviets at any cost. But despite all that money and manpower, America kept falling behind. In 1963, America was losing the space race. The Saturn rocket program was still years behind the Soviets.
Saturn is still going to put us well behind, several years behind the Soviet Union. I can just say to you that regardless of how much money we spend on the Saturn is going to put us, we're still going to be second. Without making a determination based on careful scientific judgments as to whether a real success can be achieved, or whether, because we're so far behind now, this particular race is, we're going to be second in this decade.
DARPA scientists were desperate. They decided to dig deeper into those stolen Tesla files. Maybe there was something they'd missed, something that could give America the edge it desperately needed. And in 1968, buried under all those notes and research, that's exactly what they found.
Oh shit!
The basement of the Curtiss Wright building in Woodridge, New Jersey, isn't on any blueprints. The freight elevator went down past the ground floor and kept going. One floor deeper than it should. Armed soldiers escorted visitors down the hall. No name tape, no rank, no insignia. This was the most secret program in America. They were building Tesla's teleportation device. Teleportation was more powerful than any nuclear weapon. With this technology, America could put 1 million soldiers.
Yup.
Teleportation?
Yeah, Tesla had a whole lot of like patents.
Turns out you need to be turned into energy to move like it.
Yes.
To Moscow instantly. Asians could grab every Soviet leader and lock them up. The United States could end any conflict without firing a shot. The lab was a windowless concrete room. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. It smelled like ozone and burnt metal, that sharp electric smell that you can almost taste. Tesla's machine was in the center. 2 gray metal pillars, 8 feet tall, 10 feet apart. And that was it. The scientists expected something impressive. Instead, they got 2 pillars and some copper coils that looked like they belonged in an old radio. The whole thing plugged into a wall socket, but the cord wasn't drawing power from the grid. Tesla had discovered that empty space isn't empty at all. It's full of energy, what we now call zero-point energy.
Tesla coil.
Physicist Hal Puthoff calculated there's enough zero-point energy in an empty cup of coffee to boil all the Earth's oceans. Now, I covered this in our free energy episode. Now, Tesla had figured out how to tap into it. Dr. Harold Agnew assembled the machine exactly to Tesla's specifications. Every measurement, every angle, everything matched the stolen designs. And looking at it, he was sure something was missing. This couldn't possibly work. Dr. Sterling Colgate disagreed. He'd studied Tesla's other inventions, the alternating current motor, the Tesla coil, wireless electricity. Tesla's work was always simple, always elegant. The first test was March 12, 1968. 5 people in the room, Agnew, Colgate, and 3 technicians. One manned the power switch, another monitored instruments, and the third stood by with a fire extinguisher. They flipped the switch. Nothing happened. At first. Then the pillars began to vibrate. Not a hum, but a frequency that you felt in your bones. The lights flickered. The air between the pillars shimmered like heat waves over hot pavement. But it wasn't heat. The temperature was actually dropping. 60 degrees, 50, 40. Their breath became visible. Ice formed on the concrete walls. Colgate grabbed a pencil and tossed it between the pillars. It vanished. They waited 5 seconds, 10, 20. Then the pencil fell from the ceiling. But it wasn't the same pencil. The yellow paint had turned brown. The metal band was corroded. The wood cracked when it hit the floor. The machine had aged it decades in seconds. Now, if it can do that to wood and metal, what would it do to flesh and blood? Well, there was only one way to find out. The volunteers lined up outside the machine room. Young military physicists who understood the theory and had seen the object tests. Now it was their turn. Dr. Agnew explained the procedure one more time. Step between the pillars, enter the energy field, exit at the destination point. Simple. The first destination was Sandia National Labs in Mexico, 1,800 miles away. A receiving team waited with medical personnel, monitoring equipment, and a direct line to the Pentagon. Lieutenant Morrison went first, 26 years old, Rhodes Scholar, perfect physical condition. He stepped through the shimmer and vanished. The receiving team in New Mexico waited 5 minutes, 10 minutes, an hour. Morrison never arrived. Not in New Mexico, not anywhere. The best physicist in the program had simply ceased to exist. The second volunteer made it through, but something went wrong. Lieutenant Farley spent 30 seconds in the field. When he appeared in New Mexico, he'd aged 30 years. His hair was white. His skin was paper thin. He tried to speak, but collapsed. The medical team couldn't save him. Cause of death? Old age. He was 31. They recalibrated everything, checked Tesla's notes, made adjustments. The third test stayed local, just 1 floor up, 10 feet of distance. Lieutenant Hutchins stepped through. What happened next made everyone in the room step back. Hutchins arrived in pieces, not torn apart, separated in time. His legs materialized first, his torso 30 seconds later, arms 2 minutes after that. The medical team stood by helplessly. His heart had arrived before his lungs. His brain was sending signals to limbs that existed in different moments in time. The few who survived came back broken. Private Anderson made a successful jump and returned physically intact, but he couldn't stop screaming about the space between, the place where time moved sideways, where he felt himself dying and being born over and over again, where past and future existed in the same moment, and his mind tried to be in both. The psychiatrist sedated him, but he never spoke again. Dr. Agnew studied the data from 15 failed tests, 15 volunteers, only 3 survivors, and all went insane. But there was a pattern. Morrison was 26 when he vanished. Farley was 31. Anderson was 19 and survived, though his mind didn't. The younger the subject, the better the outcome. Adult consciousness was the problem. Too rigid, it's too fixed. When you're 30, your brain knows how reality works. And when that reality breaks, so does your mind. But children, their minds were still forming, still flexible. They could bend without breaking. Agnew knew what this meant. The military had done terrible things before in the name of national security. We covered some of this in our MK Ultra episode. But using children as test subjects crossed a line that nobody wanted to cross.
But
that's when Raymond Basiago spoke up. Ray worked for the Ralph M. Parsons Company, DARPA's main contractor. He'd been on the project from the beginning and understood the stakes. Ray had a 6-year-old son, smart kid, resilient, adaptable. Ray volunteered him for the program. Agnew wanted to say no. Every instinct told him this was wrong. But the data was clear, and they were out of options and out of adult volunteers. The children were their only chance. The lab at Curtiss-Wright looked like any government facility. Gray walls, gray floor, gray ceiling, metal desks covered in paperwork, coffee-stained mugs next to oscilloscopes and voltage meters. You'd never know this bland room was about to send a 6-year-old boy back in time. Andrew Basiago stood between the metal pillars. The machine hummed. Not loud, more like a vibration that made your teeth hurt. He'd done this before. 3 times to Santa Fe, once to his grandparents' house in Ohio. But this jump was different. This time he was going farther, way farther. November 19th, 1863, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. President Lincoln would give a speech. Andrew's job was simple. Watch, listen, remember, report back. The shimmer started between the pillars. The air got thick. Andrew knew the feeling, like trying to walk through jello. He took a deep breath and stepped forward into the Voidal tunnel. Then everything went white.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Then his feet hit mud. Cold mud that squished into his shoes. Except these weren't his shoes. They were huge. Adult military boots that flopped when he walked. He was wearing a Union uniform. It was itchy and smelled old. And the smell hit him hard. Sweet and rotten mixed with horse manure and smoke. Andrew's stomach turned. People pressed in from all sides. Hundreds of people, soldiers in blue uniforms, women in long dresses. Everyone looked tired. Their faces were dirty. The November cold cut through the wool uniform. Andrew pushed through the crowd toward the wooden platform. That's where Lincoln would speak. And that's what he came to see. But moving was hard. The oversized boots kept sticking in the mud. A soldier muttered something about whose kid he was, but nobody stopped him. Just another boy in uniform. The ground was churned into thick mud, not regular mud. In places it had a rusty color. The battlefield was only 4 months old. The earth still remembered. Somebody's elbow caught Andrew in the head. His eyes watered, but he didn't cry. He had a mission. Find the platform. See Lincoln. Remember everything. The platform came into view. Raw wood hammered together. Men in top hats stood around it. They looked different than everyone else. They had clean clothes. They looked fed, like they belonged in another world. Then the crowd stirred. People pointed. They got excited. A tall man in a black coat climbed onto the platform. Even from where Andrew stood, he can see how tired Lincoln looked, how his shoulders bent forward. The president removed his hat. He cleared his throat. The crowd went silent. Andrew was 6 years old, standing in a field in Pennsylvania, listening to Abraham Lincoln speak. He was alone, scared, and 105 years before he was born. Then Andrew saw something to his left, a flash. Andrew panicked a little. He was trained to avoid this. Someone had taken his picture. The project moved faster after Andrew's success. DARPA immediately began recruiting more children. They worked through defense contractors and military families, looking for kids with specific traits. High intelligence, obviously, physical resilience to handle the stress, but most importantly, the children needed minds that could handle temporal flexibility.
Yeah, I wish my bookie would have some temporal flexibility on the 2 G's I owe him. I lost the bundle on the ponies.
I told you to stop gambling.
The filly's name was Hump and Run. At 15 to 1, I had no choice.
Hump and Run? How'd she do?
Yeah, no idea. After the clubhouse turn, she came really fast and I never saw her again.
Okay. Anyway, hundreds of kids were interviewed and tested.
For a secret time travel program? What responsible parent is going to sign their kid up to play pin the tail on a T-Rex?
Well, they were told their child had been selected for a special program for gifted students. The children began intense testing and training. Physical conditioning came first, then meditation techniques to help them stay grounded across different timelines. Some kids couldn't handle it. They were quietly returned to their families with the cover story that they just weren't the right fit. Out of thousands of recruits, only 140 children made it through training. They became known as chrononauts. They were divided into teams based on age and ability. Each team specialized in a different time period. They memorized layouts of ancient cities. They learned to recognize clothing styles, practice blending into crowds from different eras. Now, this wasn't school, it was a covert operation. And for especially dangerous missions, children were even given cyanide capsules.
Yeah, that's one way to solve the student loan crisis.
Andrew made multiple trips to Gettysburg. On his 4th mission, something strange happened. He was watching Lincoln from his usual spot when he noticed another boy. Same uniform, same oversized shoes, same face. He was looking at himself, a younger version from an earlier trip. During training, they warned about this. 2 versions of the same person existing in the same moment. They said to avoid contact, but never explained why. When the 2 Andrews locked eyes, he understood. The younger one looked terrified. The older Andrew felt his mind struggling to process what he was seeing. He remembered being in that exact spot, seeing his older self, feeling that same fear. In that moment, reality felt fragile. Andrew just couldn't explain it, but he could sense that the world was just somehow wrong. Other chrononauts reported similar experiences. A girl named Sarah met 3 versions of herself at Pearl Harbor. Mark, an older boy, watched himself die at Antietam, but a new Mark was able to change the past, survive, and complete his mission. Some children claim they'd witnessed events that never happened or hadn't happened yet. Different versions of history where different choices led to different outcomes. Tesla's technology hadn't just unlocked time travel, it gave access to the multiverse.
DARPA opened the multiverse?
Yep.
Well, now we know who to blame for ruining the MCU.
By 1980, Project Pegasus achieved something new. They learned to bend space as well as time. The children who'd proven themselves on Earth would now be sent somewhere else, somewhere 140 million miles away. The chrononauts were going to Mars. The multiverse discovery changed everything. Project Pegasus had started as a time travel program. By 1980, they'd learned something new. Tesla's machines that bent time could also bend space, including outer space. Project Pegasus was getting an upgrade. This new phase was a joint venture. The primary contractor was the Ralph M. Parsons Company, where Andrew's father worked. But they also had engineers from Lockheed Skunk Works and Hughes Aircraft, and of course, the CIA. This team of elite researchers had built the most sophisticated machine on Earth. They called it the Jump Room.
Oh, I always get one of those for my guppy's birthday parties. A lot of fun.
A jump room?
Oh, yeah, it's a big inflatable castle, and the Rugrats hop around in there, cracking skulls until Summer starts crying.
No. You're thinking of...
The little monsters get aggressive in these bouncy castles. It's like Thunderdome. If Thunderdome was made of inflatable rubber, and Tina Turner was made out of, soccer moms with inflatable lip injections.
This has nothing to do with a bouncy castle. Would you let me get back to this?
Fine, go ahead.
The Tesla Portal facility in New Jersey was retired. The new facility was hidden in plain sight at 999 North Sepulveda Boulevard in El Segundo, California. Just another office building in the aerospace corridor. Normal lobby, normal waiting area, except for the elevator. Press a sequence of buttons and the walls would dissolve. Then you'd be somewhere else. Somewhere very, very far away. Andrew Basiago was 19 when he made his first Mars jump. The training had been different this time. 3 weeks at College of the Siskiyous near Mount Shasta.
Oh, wait, wrong mount. Go on.
Major Ed Dames ran the program. Not time travel training, survival training. They learned about thin atmospheres, extreme temperatures, and how to use the weapon they were issued. A handheld device with 3 settings: stun, heat, and kill. The instructors were blunt about the dangers. Of the 97,000 people sent to Mars over the years, only 7,000 lived longer than 5 years. Those were not good odds. Andrew remembered taking his first steps on the alien planet. Mars isn't the barren, lifeless world NASA shows us. In certain places, it had breathable air, and in those places, there was life on Mars.
No, man, wonder if he'll never know. He's in the best-selling show.
Bruh.
Is there life on Mars? What?
Andrew saw creatures that reminded him of plesiosaurs, dinosaurs with long necks and powerful bodies. He was surprised at how graceful they moved. He saw huge spider-like creatures. They kept their distance, which was just fine to Andrew. Imagine tarantulas about the size of a car, but can move twice as fast.
Now Ziggy play guitar, jamming good with Will and Gilly, and the spiders from Mars.
Whenever you assume that,
Yeah?
assume you're wrong. There weren't just animals on Mars. There were people. Tall, thin beings with large heads and black eyes. The mission was to beat the Soviets to Mars and establish contact with this advanced civilization. And Andrew wasn't going alone. The Mars program recruited young people who'd proven themselves in the time travel experiments. One member of Andrew's team introduced himself as Barry Sotoro. Barry was a lanky college student from Columbia University. Friendly guy, articulate, easy smile. Years later, the world would know him by a different name, Barack Obama.
Wait, what? Barack Obama was a Martian crying annoyed?
Yep.
Wasn't Obama also invited to the Bilderberg before he was president?
He sure was.
Yeah, the lizard people picked their candidates early.
Obama being part of the program might sound unbelievable, but 2 other chrononauts came forward, William Stillings and Bernard Mendez. Independently, they confirmed everything: the training, the jump room, the alien species, and they both said Barack, or Barry, was there. But the most shocking confirmation wouldn't come from witnesses or documents. It was broadcast live to millions of people by a late-night radio.
I'm sorry, but excuse my language, but nigga, what? Did you say Barack Obama was part of some secret space program? All right, I didn't think it was gonna go there, guys. I'll be real with you. That one caught me off guard.
Host. Well, not a late-night radio host. The late-night radio host. The confirmation from other alleged chrononauts was compelling, but the most shocking validation of Basiago's story didn't come from a fellow participant. It was broadcast live to millions of people.
From the high desert in the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, whatever the case may be, wherever in the world you are, every single time zone covered by this program, Midnight in the Desert. I'm Art Bell.
For decades, Art Bell was the king of paranormal radio. From his home studio in Pahrump, Nevada, or as he called it, the high desert, Art Bell had an audience of millions, and I was one of those millions. Art was known for being open-minded. No idea was too strange for him. But he never ridiculed his guests, and he never talked down to his audience. And I take the same approach with the Y-Files. But Art was also a sharp interviewer. If someone was clearly lying, Art would call it out and ask for proof. If someone made a wild claim, Art demanded an explanation. But most of all, Art Bell was a master storyteller. And so is Andrew Basiago. Basiago made several appearances on Art shows over the years, but one stood out.
Today, Andy is waging a truth campaign to reveal his experiences in these programs so humanity can understand the true extent of technical development on our planet and the true history of our activities in outer space.
Basiago announced that he had a quantum bombshell for Art. They agreed to save it for the end, storytelling. Art and Andrew talked for hours about Project Pegasus. Then Basiago recalled a minor detail from one of his training exercises.
Having spent 15 years waiting to tell you, and here it is. On November 5th of 1971, we participated in an advanced chronovisor probe from ITT Defense Communications in Nutley, New Jersey.
The broadcast went silent. Not dead air, stunned silence. When Art spoke again, his voice had changed. The confident host was gone.
I encountered you when I was in Project Pegasus, and I've been waiting 15 years to tell you.
Well, I'll tell the audience, and I don't think I've really told anybody that I know of except some close friends a long time ago. I worked for ITT in Nutley, New Jersey. I was a technician, and I was checking waveguide for a government project, rather secret government project, actually. So that's the truth.
It was a spontaneous, unprompted confirmation of a key, obscure detail in Basiago's story. Art was floored. You can hear him trying to reconcile the impossibility of what he was hearing.
I indeed worked for ITT in Nutley, New Jersey. So, oh my God. Okay, that's a bomb. That's a bombshell.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to break it here because how the hell could he know that?
For listeners, this was a mind-blowing moment. A respected host had just become a witness. It suggested that Basiago had access to very specific information, classified or otherwise. But he had more than just anecdotes. Andrew said that during one of his trips to Gettysburg, a photographer is there. But there were no known photos of Lincoln at Gettysburg. Or so he thought. For 90 years, historians searched for a photograph of Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg. They knew photographers were there. They knew the equipment existed. But no confirmed image of Lincoln giving his most famous speech had ever been found. In 1952, archivist Josephine Cobb was examining Civil War glass plate negatives at the National Archives. She studied each plate under magnification, looking for details others might have missed. One plate caught her attention. It showed a crowd in an open field, soldiers, civilians, a wooden platform in the distance. The scene matched descriptions of Gettysburg, November 19, 1863. But where was Lincoln? Cobb increased the magnification. There, barely visible on the platform, Abraham Lincoln, the first confirmed photographic evidence of Lincoln at Gettysburg. The discovery made headlines, and for decades, this would remain the only known photograph of that historic day. The image went to the National Archives, another piece of American history preserved. But Josephine Cobb noticed something else in the photograph, something odd. In the foreground stood a young boy, maybe 6 or 7 years old, wearing a Union Bugle Boy uniform. Now, that wasn't unusual. Many children wore military-style clothing during the Civil War. Drummer boys and bugle boys were common at public gatherings. What was unusual was that the boy was alone, no adult supervision, no other children nearby, just a small figure standing by himself in the crowd. The uniform looked authentic, brass buttons, military cap, everything period correct, except for one detail, the boy's haircut. Even in the grainy photograph, it looked wrong for 1863, too modern, like something you'd see in the 1970s. And then there were the shoes. The boy was wearing adult shoes, brown leather shoes clearly too big for his feet, the kind that would fall off if he tried to run. The photograph raised questions that wouldn't be answered for decades. Who was this boy and why was he alone? Why did he look out of place in a photograph where everyone else belonged? The photograph exists. You could see it for yourself. Abraham Lincoln, surrounded by citizens and soldiers, could be seen in the background. But in the foreground, wearing an itchy blue uniform and oversized shoes, is 6-year-old Andrew Basiago. The story of Andrew Basiago is compelling. He's intelligent, articulate, he knows how to tell a story. But is it true?
No.
Well, some of it is.
Yeah.
The government did confiscate Tesla's files after his death in 1943. That's documented. Were some of his files kept secret? Probably. The FBI still has classified Tesla documents they won't release. We know the government has attempted remote viewing through time. Joe McMoneagle, one of the military's top remote viewers, claims he saw ancient civilizations on Mars. That was part of the official Stargate program. We also know the U.S. military and CIA have experimented on children. MKUltra did it. Multiple programs tested drugs, psychology, and worse on kids without consent. And if you want to get really angry, watch our episode on the dark side of DARPA.
Link down in your wormhole.
But that's where the provable facts end.
Now I hate this part.
The science doesn't work. Tesla's radiant energy was about wireless power transmission, not teleportation.
But he teleported Wolverine a bunch of times during that magic show.
You're talking about the movie The Prestige.
Right. And who played Tesla in that movie?
David Bowie.
Right. And who played Life on Mars?
David Bowie.
I rest my case.
Yes, scientists have teleported quantum states of particles, but teleporting a person, that would require more energy than an exploding star, even if they could figure out how to do it. Basiago says they just plug the machine into the wall. Now, I don't know of any wire that can carry that kind of juice.
Maybe some heavy-duty black market Romex. Don't tell the local 164.
Local 164?
Bergen County knows what I'm talking about.
Another problem. Every time we do a time travel story, they never mention that the Earth, the solar system, the galaxy, they're all constantly moving. If you time travel 5 seconds, you'll be in the middle of space. Nobody ever accounts for this. Nobody except Mike Madman Markham. He factored this into his calculations. That's why his time travel story is probably my favorite.
Link down in your portal tunnel.
Oh yeah, the terminology doesn't make sense. Vortal isn't a word. He combined vortex and portal because it sounds cool. And terms like quantum displacement and quantum holographic destabilization, these are just physics words strung together. They don't mean anything. Yeah. The chronovisor is another red flag.
You've got chrono, which means time, and you've got visor, which means vision. So this is a device that allows you to see through time.
The original idea for the chronovisor came from a Benedictine monk by the name of Pellegrino Ernetti.
He used to watch ancient Roman plays, the crucifixion of Christ, speeches by Mussolini.
Oof, that priest must have a weird Netflix feed.
Well, according to the legend, the chronovisor is hidden in the secret Vatican archives. I did a whole episode on this, and it's a lot of fun. Now, I didn't debunk the chronovisor, but I did prove Father Ernetti was lying.
Link down in the holiest of holies.
Then there are all the timeline problems. Basiago says Donald Rumsfeld ran the project from 1969 to 1972. But Rumsfeld was working on domestic policy then, nowhere near DARPA, and that's documented. The Art Bell confirmation seems stunning until you realize Art mentioned working at ITT Nutley in his 1998 autobiography, so it was public information. And Bashago's story has changed over the years. The year of his recruitment, the number of trips to Gettysburg, the number of children, the years of the Mars jumps, and all kinds of other dates. And speaking of Mars, that part of the story is a mess. In 2008, Andrew Bashago published The Discovery of Life on Mars.
There's a life on Mars.
That's enough Bowie for one show.
Never enough Bowie.
Anyway, he published a paper claiming to discover life on Mars by analyzing NASA photos. He said he saw humanoids, animals, and structures, but he never mentioned he'd been there himself. Why analyze blurry photos if you've walked on Mars? He only added the jump room story years later.
Oh, so he probably didn't blow up his inchoate barrier.
Probably not. Like almost everyone who claims they were part of a secret space program, Bashago's story follows a pattern. They all say they were in multiple programs. They all fought aliens, traveled through time, then got sent back to their childhood bodies. And whenever someone challenges the details, there's always the same answer. Their memories were suppressed, but now they're slowly coming back. And these storytellers share something else. They turn their stories into income.
Why couldn't someone else talk about their experience in the secret space program?
As long as they don't talk about the stuff that I created based on my real IP here. It says I created a lot of the stuff. I created Dark Fleet. Dark Fleet didn't exist before I talked about it. Now all these people are popping up. I was on Dark Fleet. I was on Dark Fleet.
Paid speaking events, weekend seminars, podcast appearances, and of course, books.
There's always a book.
There's always a book. Yet millions of people believe these stories. Intelligent people. Why? Well, because time travel represents something we all desperately want. A second chance. We all have regrets, things we'd change if we could, mistakes we'd undo, words we'd take back, people we'd save. Time travel stories give us hope that somewhere, somehow, there's a loophole in the rules of the universe. I'd give anything for that loophole, to go back and fix my mistakes, to say goodbye to people I never got the chance to tell them I love them just one more time. But I can't. None of us can. And regret is a powerful emotion. But regrets are just memories. They live in the past. By focusing on the past, regrets rob you of the joy you could be feeling right now. Regrets can rob you of the joy you deserve to have in the future. You don't need to fix the past. Just accept it, learn from it, and let it go. Your second chance isn't in some secret government program. It's not hidden in a classified file or a stolen Tesla blueprint. Your second chance starts the second you stop looking backward and start looking forward. The time machine you're looking for, you're living it. It's called today. And unlike Andrew Bashago's story, yours is real.
And all right, guys, and we're going to go ahead and end it on that very, thoughtful note.
That was
all right,
deep.
Yes, it was. I ain't gonna lie. Like, hey, guys, make sure you live your life with no regrets, and wherever you're at, you're there. You're there for a reason. All right, guys, gonna go ahead and end it on this one. This is Set with Set Media. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Make sure you guys double tap that screen and subscribe to the channel, guys. We do this every day. Appreciate the support, guys. Today, modern AI is quite advanced, except two problems. It is censored and it takes your information. Well, it's hard to find a tech company that don't, but let me introduce you to one. Shout out to my sponsor, Venice AI, which allows you to protect your information and avoid censorship. Now ask yourself, why should a team of programmers at these leading AI apps be the ones to decide what is okay for you to ask and think? Also, would you be comfortable if the presidential administration could govern what AI tells you? Man, I know I wouldn't. But also, while you think about that, did you know that? Let me tell you this, it's gonna be crazy, but ChatGPT has a former director of the NSA sitting on their board right now, guys. And shout out to that man, Edward Snowden. He called this a willful, calculated betrayal of the rights of every person on Earth. And we all know how Alexa is. Alexa listens to us and recommends products based on our conversations. I mean, talk about a violation of privacy. But guys, these are just a few reasons I decided to team up with Venice AI and get you a better options or solutions to your AI needs. Now, guys, you can go ahead and check these guys out with my promo code. So shout out to Venice AI. Now, if you want to use AI without fear of handing over your most intimate thoughts to a corporation or government, you can get 20% off a pro plan using my link, Venice AI SET, and use the code SET. Man, so shout out, guys. So make sure you guys use the code. Put it one more time for you guys right there. Once again, guys, if you guys want to go ahead and have unleashed AI, uncensored AI, go ahead and tap in with my guys at Venice AI, guys. Hey, this is SET and appreciate the support. And shout out to the sponsor.